don't know. Sorry.
You slipped in and out of it, in and out of it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I slipped
yeah.
and I fell. I
You-
fell all the way in. Like
Yeah,
it was
The
like
you tripped
truth
and
is
fell
even
and landed in
better.
from
vagina.
the back.
No, I actually didn't trip. So this is actually what happened. She came into the room at a Halloween party in a devil outfit and said,
You said I'm gonna get that
and
demon
my
out of
friend
you.
said, take him. He's not doing anything. And then she led me out the room.
Hey,
This is history.
like he said, I'm gonna perform an exorcism on her from the back.
It's like it's that scene from Scrubs where the main character accidentally sleeps with his head doctor's wife, and he was like, "Sorry, it was an accident." And the doctor was like,
when
"Oh,
you
you
say
fell into her and out of her and into her and out of her over and over again." Is that what you
How
mean?
is that an accident?
when you mean head doctor, do you mean like blowjob specialist? Just out of curiosity, because I remember Lil Wayne was dating that girl that was called the head doctor. But
No, he was the doctor in charge. I should say. I should.
Oh,
rephrase
okay.
that.
I'm just
Yeah.
making sure. Just want to make sure. Okay. What up, Vincent?
What's up,
But
guys? How
now
you guys
we
doing?
derailed on my
Yes.
sex life again.
It's always about your sex life, you dirty whore.
Viking,
Absolutely.
I feel you on
Guys
that
who go in
side of
and
it.
they make it just us against
where
them kind of
it's
thing.
like
I
not necessarily
don't
give
think down on
advice,
social factual is bad.
but
even
I
those guys,
tell
every
people
now
where
and
to
then
go
will hit
to
on
get
some points
advice.
that are factual and
Exactly.
I'm sorry, AJ.
I was saying I'm kind of in the same boat as Viking, where it's like I get a little about giving advice, but I know the right person for a person to go seek advice from, so I'll point them in that right direction.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm a problem solver,
good.
so that's what I tell my customers for my business. I'm like, even
Yeah.
if I don't know how to solve your problem, I will either learn how to fix it, or I know or will find somebody who can fix it. So your
Yeah,
problem is going to be guaranteed to go away, and sometimes it might just take a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Viking, I just got somebody shot it at you, bro. Sorry, Viking. The Satan was really Nevi dressed up for Halloween. Why I don't know if you have anything to say.
Also, Viking, I sent you a DM on Discord. I would really like to see this thing happen. Just
I'll
check
take a
it
look
on
at
your
this
own
later.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
John, no more dick pics. I told you stop sending people
No.
dick
This
pics.
this was not one of those, Glenn. I learned my lesson last time. This was
Okay,
not one
thank
of those.
you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
The sexual tension is real.
Well, it's just I only got tipped $5 for that one, and so I learned my lesson. So
Only $5. Okay.
I told you. bro.
Well,
I got a stack of
the
one.
struggle is real. The struggle is real.
Josie's
Glenn
$5
said it was-
noodles.
Glenn said it was $1 per inch. So I mean, that's. He also gave me 20 cents.
And-
so-
Well,
and-
he saw how
and-
many super chats Jack Napier was getting, so he had.
He was, and I grade him on a curve.
yeah.
and keyword help. But unfortunately, we have a lot of
You
Americans.
gotta admit, I'm pretty good at the
You
joke.
cannot escape that almighty
We
bell
had to deal
curve.
with stuff. We got pushed
Everyone
around.
needs to
We
bow
had
down
deal
to
with
the bell
no-
curve.
We had winners, right? First, second, and third place. That's all you got. Anything outside of that, you're a loser. We had winners and losers. Now everyone gets a trophy. Now everyone's special, right? So, and when they're faced with that reality in the real world, they're no longer under mommy and daddy's protection. They're out here in the real world, and it's like, bro, you stink. Bro, your fashion is off. Bro, you don't know how to talk to people. Right? These are red pill truths. It's like, bro, if you want to be seen, you're gonna have to work on this shit. No one is obligated to talk to your weird ass. Right? This is what's coming from me, from my side. When these young guys come to me, this is what I'm hitting them with. I'm gonna hit you with what I got hit with. Right? You're not gonna get a trophy, bro. You're a loser. You're a weirdo. You know what I mean? Like, and like, you're so weird, in fact, that I'm gonna need some money for you to even come talk to me, homie, because I can't be standing next to you. Now, I'm not gonna run their pockets. I just want to see if they're willing to do the work to go earn the money that they need to give me, and then we go out together. So that money is being spent on me coaching them in real life. But that's just DL saying. I'm not the rest of the guys out there. There's some bad actors and there's some guys, who are trying to help. So that's my take on the red pill. When I hear the people say a whole bunch of, the negative stuff and all the whatever, I don't argue this stuff because I'm like, yeah, you're right. I've seen it. I've been out there listening to dudes. I've seen the guys go out and pay professional women to come sleep with these dudes. And, and the guru or the coach is paying the girls to come do this. They're, taking notes straight out of Mystery Method and giving them PUA stuff. And these guys are like, oh man, this really works. It's like, bro, he's running your pockets. Because when this is over, like, you could have bought your own girl. You could have rented your own chick. Right? And when this is all said and done, you're still, and in fact, you're worse off now. You're a weirdo with a little bit of confidence is misplaced. Like, there's nothing worse than that. So it is what it is. Is there some good information out there? Are there some guys out there, some older dudes that can help you? Yes. Right. But
I'm not going to my definition.
Let me.
What I think people don't realize in this space is that what we don't see, I guess, public enough. And before Viking says, "Well, they do it on Fresh Fit all the time." Okay.
I love you, Charles.
That was a great impression.
Beat you up.
What we don't see is enough correcting of men. Dude, you don't got your shit together.
Donald
dude,
Trump does it all the time.
Oh God. Dude, are you being consistent? are you, you know, being the guy you're supposed to be, or are you just like dropping the ball? Or did you project that you were somebody that you're not, and that she found out that you're not who you say you are, and now she's like, yo, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's
Are you?
a lot of this
Are you a fake ass two-faced bitch? Like, if that's you as a man, like, you're gonna have problems.
But see, there's a lot of that does go on, but it's not sensationalized, and I think it's not sensationalized because guys don't want it sensationalized because they're like, oh, that's just, I've heard it before. Women tell us we ain't manning up, and now these guys are telling us we ain't manning up, and they don't want to hear it. But that's a lot of the problem. Period. That's the majority of the problem for the men, is that because when they'll go through some shit from a woman. Like when I was going through my ex, I was mad at her for what she did. But then when I realized that I played a role in this shit, I was more mad at myself than her. At one point, I got to the point where I was like, well, shit, I would have done the same damn thing probably. If that's the case.
So Glenn, are you saying
the roles were switched?
When you say men aren't being corrected, are you saying they're not being corrected in the way that these women are saying they should be corrected? Or are you saying they're not being corrected in the way that other men are saying they should be corrected? Because it's very different.
I'm saying they're not being corrected by the way that would have worked best for their outcome that they desired. If they desired for their
women, then
yeah.
Well, remember, Glenn. One of the things that Rollo talks about in his first book is how every man thinks he has game.
Yes. And not every man knows that he does. I've seen some of the game.
That's why you get so much division in the red pill and whatnot, with the MGTOWs, the black pills, and then people are trying to say purple pill, white pill.
I got plenty of game over. Does that count?
You're drifting further and further away from the truth.
Yep. Yeah. And so like and see, a lot of the time, most guys don't want to hear the fucking reality from even other men. I remember watching Real Talk. I'll tell you guys a story. I was finally getting into the red pill space and stuff. I'm already like going through the divorce, and I've already found Rollo, and I stumble across Ryan Stone. And
Ryan Stone needs more fans.
If you ever
his perfect fucking teeth and his 3 books.
If you think for 1 second that Ryan Stone is gonna be soft on you and hear your feelings and hear your problems, the fuck no, he won't. He will tell you what it is, and honestly, he's gonna hurt your feelings regardless whether you like it or not. Because I straight up told him, I remember telling him, like, I sent a super chat, I remember telling him my scenario, and he's like, well, it's your fucking problem. He's like, you know, you allowed yourself to get baited eyes. You know, you allowed yourself to get to this. And he's like, stop blaming her. He's like, blame you. Realize where you fucked up. And I was like, damn it. Fuck you, Ryan Stone. Right? I was so mad. But I ended up buying his book, and I ended up realizing like he was right. I didn't want to hear. I wanted to hear a soundboard. I wanted somebody to tell me, yeah, poor thing. You know what, man? Yeah. I know what that's like. No, Ryan was like, you're the fucking problem, bro. Stop looking at what she did and observe and look back and see what the fuck did you do wrong that allowed that to be even a good idea for her? Why did she come to that conclusion? Why did she choose to do that? It's not because she's some evil bitch. It's because she probably thought, you know what, this is a better option than what I have. And when I realized that, I was like, I didn't want to realize I didn't like it, but it made me realize I was more mad at myself than I ever was at my ex. I would still be more mad at myself than at my ex. Like, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it.
Glenn, you know what's funny with a lot of these coaches here in these books that they write? A lot of it is self-accountability. If you look at the advice that a lot of these feminists give, like dating advice, there's almost zero to no accountability on women at all. And I think that's the kind of the game that a lot of men play, is that, well, I can blame myself all day long and then acknowledge the issues of the woman, what's her fault. But you kind of have to realize that at the end of the day, there's problems that women have as well. And I think, is there any
yes,
type
see, the thing is, you can't. Basically, the thing is, you can't fix that. The problems that women
Here's the
have,
thing, I think you
you
coach
can't
it out,
fix.
but I think you can coach it, like especially with a lot of
Only
these
if you
ladies.
can only coach what is coachable.
Sure,
Yep.
sure, but that's the
If
point.
they're
that
not
I'm trying to make.
coachable, then they're not going to be coached.
Yeah, yeah. No, I get you there. I get you there. And there are exceptions to the rules that I've seen, but however,
And then
based
again,
on
you have to look at it
possibility,
this way. The only way somebody ever goes and asks for coaching or any type of advice or
Yeah.
help is when they realize that they're not doing it right. Something's fucking up, and they're not getting the outcome that they desire, and they have the self-reflection, and they at least they have to consider that they might be part of the problem. And what women don't do is when they go to other women, they don't tell them the honest truth. They told, girl, you perfect, girl. He's an asshole.
you
You
look
know,
good
you
in
do-
that dress.
Yeah,
look
you
good in
don't
that
need to
dress.
lose weight. You don't need to lose weight. Like they gaslight each other. They lie to each other.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of these dating advice books are for women, is just lying to the woman. And I
Yeah.
think this
Yep.
is the problem here, that you got to
Competition. They're
cut-
Box
competition.
wine. It's like
Yeah.
how to drink box wine. Here you go. That's
And
basically
you know,
what
you
it
know who
is.
they actually really should read on that, and he wrote a very good book for women, is Offie Kingdom with Finesse Game.
Oh yeah, that is a good one.
Offie's awesome.
But just to,
Offie's the homie.
just to comment on what Glenn said, I'll just further this point a little bit. We can move on. But if you're going to bitch and moan about what women do, this is a question I've always asked myself in that. And this is what I tell guys that ask me the same question. What are you going to get out of it? What's the return?
Pity
Let's say I
set.
sit here. Let's say I sit here and I just bitch and moan about how much women don't like me, or how much they ignore me, or oh my god, I walk through the day and I'm just invisible. But what the fuck does that get me?
Pity set.
Nothing.
Well,
How
and
does
that's where the red pill goes from the descriptions to the prescriptions.
The prescriptions
Going
of
like, okay, so
self-improvement.
this is the data we have, and the interpretation we have is okay. So this is your best chance to win, aka Rolo's viral tweet to Dr. David Buss about things including a vasectomy, and pointing out how if this is the optimal path for success and happiness in a man's life now, when it used to include family and it no longer includes family because
Yep.
of all the bullshit in the court systems. Are we going to talk about this? But everybody and their brother locked onto the vasectomy thing
Yeah,
and
that
how
was
bad
bad.
that was, and
Yeah, that-
completely obfuscated what the point was.
Yeah,
And
Right.
to this
Yep.
day,
We
Rolo
need to
still
talk
gets shit
about,
on that, and
like,
it's a stupid
that's-
point.
And mind
what's
you,
that?
I had a
Talk about-
vasectomy in my 20s, and I'm happy and fine.
Well, but the thing is that's where we're getting into talking about the prescriptions and going, okay, so what are the prescriptions, right? And like I said, there are many paths to victory, but far more many ways to lose. And what the red pill does, if you're actually paying the fuck attention, is lets you pick the best winning plan that works for you.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, no,
it shows you like, look, there's all these different ways and tools that you could utilize. You are the
Yeah.
only one that knows what tools you're going to need for what you're trying to build, because only you know what you want to build, right?
But Glenn,
So-
you can't use any of the tools that you're saying that you have because you had a vasectomy. So why am I supposed to take advice from you now?
because I use the tools that I chose.
Oh, okay. Fair
Did
enough.
you actually have a vasectomy, Glenn? Or you just
Yeah, I
talking
had a
about it?
vasectomy when I was 25, actually.
Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Like I already had 2 kids, man. I knew I didn't want any more. I was like,
Okay.
and that was before I got red pills. I knew I'm done with diapers. I'm done with getting spit up on. I'm done with sleepless nights. I want naps again.
Yeah. What Glenn did was prevent a whole bunch of other unalived babies, is what he did, and I applaud him for that.
Yeah, these chicks. Yeah.
But
Yes.
I mean, and if I may, I mean, something that they talked at the very beginning was the negative aspects of red pill, and like I told Glenn before, the first time I ever heard of red pill was it was a negative. It wasn't a positive, and it didn't have anything to do with the truth. It was something about how there are a bunch of aggressive right wingers that are
Yeah.
sexist, basically.
Okay,
Okay,
I
that
agree.
was-
I agree. That's
was-
what I heard too, Vic.
Yeah,
Vincent.
so like I even think, if I remember, it's been a while, it's been a couple years ago, but it was basically talking about how most abusive men are red pill. It's like, okay, well,
Oh,
that's
that's
if,
bullshit.
if people hear that, then yeah, they're going to automatically assume that red pill is bad, and they're
Yeah.
not going to want to have anything to do with it. So
I would argue
Yeah.
that most of the guys I've met in this space that are RP are actually more or less libertarian or very small government-minded people. So they're
That's
not really
100%
right
true.
wingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? I think this is
I would
why
say they're
kinda
more
have a
like
conflict.
conservative, like constitutionalists, if anything.
Many of
want-
them are
Constitutionalists
libertarian,
or
bro.
libertarian.
See,
No, I
that's-
know a
that's-
lot of
that's
I know
right.
a lot of them.
Like,
Yeah.
I know a
all
lot of
government.
them libertarian, but I'm talking about the
Oh.
ones that I would say that would be more Christian. They're more like constitutional conservatives. They're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
even
yeah.
Republican or.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's funny, Glenn, like when I have these, because I've had several conversations with Jack Napier. Jack Napier looks at things more of a libertarian point of view.
Yeah, well,
And
Jack
I-
Napier lives in the Netherlands. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, he does. He does.
You-
but
wait,
nevertheless-
you actually know a guy named Jack Napier, really?
He's my
Yeah.
buddy.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah, he's a-
did you
That's,
guys- you guys
that's his
know Jack
online
Napier?
alias.
Yeah,
Do you
Jack is
know-
fucking cool, bro.
but do
That
you know
is
who
his-
Jack
okay,
Napier is?
that's
that's why
his-
John
okay,
was ripping
look,
his
look,
shirt
look.
to show his man
It's his
cleavage.
pseudonym, okay? It's a pseudonym.
Not his real
Okay.
name.
But do you know what it's from?
Yeah, Joker
Yes.
from
Okay,
1989 Batman. Yeah.
Okay. Make sure.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Just checking. Just checking. All right.
Yeah, but
I
yeah,
want to
right.
make sure I knew the board. Want to make sure. Okay.
yeah,
all right.
yeah. That's the
right.
for the guys that don't know. Yeah, Batman.
Yeah, it's like if you
1989.
don't know that, then
Joker's real
we
name.
have a
All
problem.
right, we can nerd out. We can nerd out later. Let's get back to the video, please.
All right.
Let me interrupt real quick, Francis, if you don't mind. The Tribe One coming in with $5. Thank you so much. Red pill was the answer for harmful feminism. Definitionally, is that a word? Definition. By definition.
That's what Jack's going to say. It's a word tonight.
Definitionally, it was meant for understanding truth of society, but it is now a hate group, in my opinion. And
Nah,
speaking
that's
of
Big
super
Cow.
chats, Michelle actually messaged me and corrected me. What she was referring to in terms of the culture club, I think she meant Castle Club. The Castle
Ah,
Club for Fresh
that's
and
Big
Fit.
Cow,
She
the
said that the
black
guy that
pillars.
was in the messages that she was interacting with the girl, he was in the Fresh and Fit Castle Club. And I believe, are you some type of manager or any sort or have anything to do with that?
I run the city groups. So there's Castle Club, Fresh and Fit has this platform they created, and within there, there is what we call the city groups, where we have groups in different cities spread out across the globe. We've got like 20 or so cities in 5 countries where fans of Fresh and Fit and fans of this space get together in real life, and we help these guys grow. Like it's good to see people. I'm the guy that wants to see you in real life. I want to see how you dress. I want to see how you act in real life. I want to hear the dumb shit. And a lot of these guys say a lot of dumb shit. I want to hear the dumb shit you actually say when we out in public, and we can correct it right on the spot. Like, bro, don't ever say that dumb shit again.
Don't ever say that dumb shit.
No, don't
Speaking of
ever say that
saying dumb shit, I'm teasing. Princess, I'm going to come right back to you after this. LFA Live, we drew
Most
him
guys
out
gotta
of
be
his
socially
cage,
calibrated.
ladies
They're
and
just
gentlemen.
actually going to get out
Stops
there
by
and
when we
get
have a
corrected.
reasonably good topic, but I don't think he's anywhere else playing in YouTube. The Manosphere's definition is a study of dating and relationship stats. Of course, most content creators cherry pick the most appalling stats to get views, but does that mean the study is wrong? Okay, and I'm going to take it back to you, Princess. It's all yours. And then, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to jump in the hot seat backstage, the link is now pinned. Please feel free to jump back there now. I've already got one in the hot seat ready to go, and we'll be bringing her up in here in just a couple minutes after you, Princess.
And Princess, pleasure to meet you, bro. I don't think we was ever on the panel together, man. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Not yet. Nice to meet you too. And I find your definition more acceptable than Fatty's. I definitely can't agree with the whole truth sentiment. There's, for one main reason, there's so many people that identify as red pill, and yet they all have very different opinions about what red pill means or even espouses. So if that's really the truth, I don't know why there'd be so many disagreements and infighting.
Real quick, the reason why you see so many different definitions of the red pill is because it's the TLDR generation.
Yeah, most
Like
people
the pe-
half-ass it.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
and
all
not
the
only that, you
truth.
have
just-
people like
Most people
Destiny as
half-ass
well.
the truth. The thing is that even the people that quote wake up and know, that's why there's so many niches and stuff like that. You guys were just talking about the constitutional conservatives, libertarians, and all this. It's like
Yeah.
the niches are there because some people know some of the truth, but not all of the truth, maybe, right? So we're
Mhm.
looking at all these different groups that the unifying thread is things that are true, but a lot of people have superstitions and false beliefs and copes that they hang on to, both culturally and personally, that hold them back from doing their due diligence and learning the full truth. That's why I'm the fucking motherfucker. I'm just like describing shit. That's all I do. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, what is the clarification of this? Right? What are we looking at here? And that's all I'm doing is just calling it like I see it. And that's why I put myself in all these different spaces with people that I agree with, people I disagree with, because then I can both get corrected, like DL Saint talked about. Like I said, most guys literally just don't get out there. They don't like the same thing with brother from before that triggered Grid because he had a lack of professionalism in the YouTube streets, right? So I had to like tell him what the professional standard was so he could up his, fucking standard of his channel because he's operating as a drama channel and didn't even realize it. He's trying to say that he's not, but he's making himself look like a liar because he's operating like one. It's just like, so what is he going to fucking do? Like if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. If it dresses like a hooker and acts like a hooker, it's probably a hooker.
Yeah.
No, she is a good Christian girl. She's a born again virgin. How dare you, Viking, judge her like that?
How And by the way,
I
Viking,
think I hate
you.
as much as I do
How
sugar.
dare you?
and Viking, by the way, this guy, the princess dude that's talking about like there's so many different
His name is
definitions.
Princess.
His name is Princess, bro. The way he talks.
I
he's a
know
total
he
princess.
looks like a princess,
He's
but
a
his name is
princess, bro.
Princess.
By the way,
He's a
stupid
princess.
question, but is the Reeve or Neve person, is that a trans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
know,
I'm
but
just-
didn't
Yeah, very
James
obvious.
beat the princess in VK a couple weeks ago? Is that what happened, James?
No, I don't think so.
Dude, I
Well,
swear to
for-
God, I pinned you against him. I mean, not in a sexual way. I pinned you against him, like, you know, in a verbal combat. Like,
John,
didn't you win?
John,
Nah,
John.
I don't think so.
Let's
No.
hope
Dude, I
not in
tipped
a
for some
sexual
shit
way.
and someone knocked him out.
Siege, we get at
It
least
was-
say it once. We
it was
or said it
somebody-
once.
it
We're
was a
fine,
that
TOS.
person.
Warning.
You could say
So if
I-
he's
So
transformer,
if I'm
right? Or
if,
trans.
if I'm
It could be a
understanding
Trans
correctly-
Am. It could be a transmission.
Yeah, that's fine with the trans, but just don't
Gender
say
neutral
the
gear shifter.
E at the end of that stuff. and
Yeah,
you're good.
but I just want to make sure I understand this. So the debate is happening between two, and I'm guessing Princess is a little okay.
yeah.
So we're having
it's like
so
that.
we're having a debate with two on the
Okay,
other
hold
side
on,
of
hold
the
on. I don't want to put out there that that guy is that because I don't know for sure. I heard
Okay,
that it's a rumor.
Maybe.
I don't know. He
sounds
might be
feminine.
saying
How
no. He
about
might
this?
be slaying puss. He
Okay.
he might be slaying all kinds of puss.
Fine.
You
but
don't
he sounds
know.
feminine. He sounds feminine though.
He could
Okay.
be Metro.
Okay, fine. He might be a metro feminized guy.
okay.
Whatever. What I'm saying is,
but you don't need to really point it out because when the actions of the individuals will speak for themselves. Like I said, that's why I want to focus more
Exactly.
Know
on
them by their
what they're
fruits.
saying rather than who they
Okay.
are.
all right. I'm just saying it's a little weird of a debate to have the subject matter.
But
we
imagine,
already
imagine
addressed
if
that
we
in the
were-
very,
imagine
very
if we were
beginning.
discrediting Fatty just because he's fat, right? Or
Yeah.
DL just because he's bald.
Right.
Yeah, like we were already addressing the obvious.
Okay.
I made sure to do that. I made the statement.
And by the
Pardon
way,
me.
Glenn, I do want to say that this individual right here, Pronsis or whatever,
Mhm.
he was saying that I hear a lot of different perspectives or different definitions, the way he describes it as the RP. And I
Yeah.
would say, well, yeah, here's the thing about it is that just like what Viking was saying before, is that we do have some libertarians' points of views on the RP. We have the conservatives' points of view of the RP, and even blue-pilled liberals such as Destiny of the RP. All three are going to have different perspectives
Oh,
of how they
no.
use the RP. And this is kind of how we kind of get into a lot of backlash of what is the RP. The RP is only descriptions. What you do with it is how that is. The prescriptions
Yes.
where it differs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, hold on real quick. Hold on. Let me real quick. Nuke, you want to come on up? The link is pinned. I think you owe me this at least once. I had to be your shuttle driver, boy. I'm kidding.
That Nuke, come on the show, man. You're a wealth of wisdom in this area.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
I
Nuke-
love the way
Nuke
that
specializes
Nuke will break this down. Nuke will break down his definitions are really like the best word to say it is very like digestible. It's not complex. I will confuse the fuck out of some shit easily. Nuke makes it simple.
I think if we
Um,
all started chanting nuke, he'll either show up or we'll be taken down by the CIA. So
Let's not do
don't
that.
use- Spell
Ben,
check.
let's not do that.
don't
Go
chant
ahead, put
nuke.
this-
Okay.
Okay.
Spell
well,
check
just
on
provide some
screen,
context.
Glenn.
What?
Spell check got him in chat. Put it on screen.
Spell check.
Give me a 6.
Oh,
He said sex.
oh, look, Nuke. I expect you to be able to get that for yourself. Like when you do then you go salsa night. I thought that's what you do at salsa night.
Give me
Yo,
a
no,
sex.
he's calling a process over there is what's happening.
Yeah,
he
what
didn't know
sex
that
is
this
he?
wasn't a live stream. Yeah.
But yeah,
Um,
the thing is that the when it comes to the multiple definitions, you just got to remember is that the truth is out there,
Yes.
but a lot of people cope and try to hold on to the blue pill lies, the comforting
Yeah.
lies,
Yeah.
and they always try to copy, right? The thing is, like Myron always challenges the haters and stuff like that. It's just like, yeah, they can imitate, but they cannot replicate. And that's
Yes.
the thing. You see a lot of imitators that
That's
are
a
just
lot of
faking
fakers.
it. The faking it, they say fake it till you make it. But the thing is, the idea of that is that you actually have to learn what to do. You fake
Yes.
it so that way you can understand
Absolutely.
it and then adopt it as an actual strategy or identity. And this is what Thor talks about, is about establishing, you need to know who the fuck you are. Know thyself, motherfucker.
Yeah,
And a lot of guys don't
Yeah,
know
know thyself,
thyself.
yep.
for
They
sure.
believe a lot of
Yep.
these comforting lies about how they should be. You see that when you see this with that angel guy, right? That comes on.
Yes.
He's always virtue signaling about all the things he won't do to women and what a good boy he is. And we all know that he wants a woman, and he's hoping that by being the most pure of pure guys, that a woman will take pity on him
Nice guy
and give him the
syndrome,
poon.
yeah.
You know, and it's unfortunate.
He thinks
and
he appeal to them by like being extra good.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you may give off like security vibes, but you're definitely not hitting their attraction.
Well, you're hitting the
There's-
friend zone at
Yeah.
that point.
No,
You're
like
gonna
they
be in
could-
the friend zone. Yeah.
you would be the guy that like is the perfect guy to settle down with, but you're not the guy that's giving her the feeling to like, let's get it on.
How do they say it?
not that guy
Women have a line
years
for it.
old.
There's a line women say, "Oh my God, he's almost the perfect guy," but I can't put my finger on why I don't want to date him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
You know,
Guess what?
AJ, what is the term that I'm looking for? It's
Talking about the Gina tingles.
yeah. What is it like? You know, the comfort, like the not the beta bucks, but the alpha bucks, but the other term.
Talking about arousal versus attraction.
Yes, the arousal. So
Yeah.
you are the guy that she is attracted to because you hit all those amazing husband qualities, but you don't give her any of the arousal qualities.
Yeah.
But you're the best guy that would be a great husband.
Yeah.
But you
And Glenn-
don't get her horny.
And Glenn, notice that when they're younger, they're attracted to the bad boys. When they're 35 years old or 36 years old with a couple kids, now all of a sudden they want the good guy. And
No. They still want the bad boy. Hold on.
They still want
They
that.
don't want the
They're
good
willing
guy.
to
They don't
settle
want
a
down.
good
bad
They're
boy.
willing to settle down with the
No,
good
they
guy.
want
No.
the safe guy. Okay,
They-
they
no,
want the
they-
guy that's going to be safe.
They
Sure.
not
want,
good.
they want the good man, not the good guy. This is a
Yeah.
big
No.
difference
Well,
there.
you know my point though. We're
Yeah,
arguing
yeah,
on
yeah,
this
this
here,
is-
but the point is,
I think there's three different types of guys. Guys fall into three different categories. All right.
Yeah.
You have the bad boy, right? The asshole. You have the good guy, right? And then you have the safe guy. The bad
What
boy.
about the
and-
man though?
Shut up, John. You're not the man. You are gay-ish sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Like so
Oh.
the bad boy and the good guy, right? They both represent a patriarchal structure. They lead,
yeah.
right? Their way,
Mhm.
right? That's that. The safe guy represents an egalitarian structure, right? We're both equal leadership, and more like pussy pedestalizing. All right. After the girl gets burnt by the bad boy, she overlooks the good guy
Who
and
doesn't
goes
want
to
it?
the safe guy
Okay.
because he
see?
pedestalizes her, right?
Yeah, I
Because
see.
he's not going to hold her accountable. There's no expectations from her other than every once in a while she touches his pee-pee. That's it. That's what women go through. They go from bad boy and they go to the farthest from one extreme to the X. They don't go finding the good guy after they get burned by the bad boy.
Would you say the
That's what
good
I
guy's kind of like in the middle? The safe guy is the extreme of the good guy.
Yes.
I'm sorry, of the bad guy.
Yeah.
The extreme
Yep.
is the safe dude.
Yep.
I got you there. Okay, so then let me reword it.
Yeah, that
Then they'll
makes
go to the safe guy who they already got run through by a bunch of bad guys. Then they go to the safe guy when they're already 35 years old with kids, etc.
Yep.
You know,
The
and
safe
that's
guy
usually
is the
what they
guy
wanna
that's
go
going to be waiting around. He's a beta order birder.
Catering.
He's been in there like best friend. He's been the shoulder to cry on while she's finding new dick to ride on.
Exactly.
That's that
And-
guy.
And so I use
Yeah.
the term good guy only because of
Forrest
Robert
Gump.
Glover's book, you know,
Yeah.
nice guy or the nice guy, whatever.
Well, you could say the
Tell
safe
about
guy
this nice
is the nice guy.
Tell
Nice
Nice
guy.
guy.
Yeah, that would probably be the better term, the nice
Safe
guy.
guy is
Nice
the guy
guy.
that
There you go. Yeah.
drives Sahara Desert. Safe
Yeah.
guy is.
And let me know if anyone disagrees, but I did some research about the origins of the red pill. And usually, I mean, obviously, it came from the Matrix term, but it kind of really started on like online forums and Reddit back in like the late 2000s, early 2010s. And I think it's not too different in that where it's not too different from today, where I think it's a lot of men that are way too online and they really need to touch grass and have had their heart broken probably one too many times, and they have kind of just grown to hate women a little bit too much.
Yeah, but
He
you are
just
doing
sounds
what
like
everybody
one
does, which
ridiculous
is
guy.
always the lowest common denominator. It's like me saying feminist is the eighth of men because there's this group of feminists that hate men. So that's why I'm going to stick on. And instead of having a good faith conversation and a level-headed conversation about feminism, I'm going to pick up the ravage feminist and I'm going to put in front of the camera. That shit makes no sense, and that actually proves there's a bad faith conversation. It's like me saying, like, this is what you're saying, right? Cars, instruction drivers are bad because millions and millions of people die driving cars every year. That makes no sense. A car is a tool. You are going to use it to put out fires, to take kids to school, and unfortunately, some people are going to die on the road. But
No,
saying that, but saying that, but just say, but,
I know like analogies, but more correct analogy would be the factory is outputting cars that are malfunctioning, and then people are driving these cars. And I'm saying, well, it's kind of messed up. The factory is
You
giving
can
out all
prove
these broken cars.
prove your statement. Prove your statement.
Prove my statement?
Prove it.
The guy we watched the video, he didn't watch Red Pill content. He started to, and then his relationship failed.
Yes. So did he explain why his relationship failed? Did he say?
John, why am I waiting?
Oh, I just typed it. Why if Fatty showed up shirtless on your stream? I mean, how much? Look, you gave me $5. How much are you paying him to show up shirtless on your stream? Is all I'm saying.
Nothing.
So far, every time I see him, he's got his shirt off. So.
Fatty's got to pay Glenn to come on stream.
Oh, that's his brand.
I guess. I mean, I was on with him with Chaotic the other day, and he was not wearing a shirt, and I saw him.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
yeah,
always not.
So are we really stopping the video because you guys want to talk about Fatty's shirtlessness?
Well, no, I was just
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to
just saying, you guys, that's really
Weird.
I was trying to figure out my
Yeah,
worth,
that's-
my
yes.
dollar value. That's all.
Hey, this is what he make me do, and this is what broke in my relationship. He didn't say nothing. He literally didn't explain
I don't
nothing.
need that. I know the
Of course you need it.
Red Pill concept was introduced. I know that's
No.
the prime factor.
When you come in and you go to the doctor, you say, "Doctor, this is where it hurts," and the doctor says, "Oh, you have a boo boo here. Let me see
I'll
what's
say what I
there."
mean. By your own words,
If you can diagnose, if you get no, one second.
You said Red Pill gets stuff right and wrong, right? Did you not say that earlier?
No, I said that red pill can use.
Red Pill gets everything right.
Can you let
Bro.
me actually say what I said? Red pill.
Well, ask you yes or no question.
Oh my god, red pill is not good or bad. It's a tool. You can use that shit to be Superman, or you can be Thanos. It's like water. If you drink too much water, you will die from water poisoning. Even water, that's supposed to be the most benign thing on the planet. If you drink too much, you are going to die. It's the same as
Yeah,
red pill.
yeah, but if you just screw in like a screw and I give you a hammer, I'm like inherently setting up for failure.
No, because I have a bunch of things in my wall that I literally use a hammer to put it on the wall, and they still there years and years later.
That's
so you
funny.
can't.
You cannot keep with
No,
analogies
sorry,
here.
you have to stop interrupting me every time.
It's a tool. I'm saying it's not the right tool for the
No,
job. You get
but-
an analogy.
but-
Let me-
Okay, so that's the
Brother,
point. So
Red
that's the
Pill is
point. You are now
multiple
going to prove it, right?
Yeah,
This
that's
is how
why.
adults talk, princess.
But it's
I
still,
have a
still
hammer,
a wrong
and it
policy.
didn't work.
Hold on, you guys,
So
I'm gonna
I
let him
have to find a
finish and I'll-
replacement, a screwdriver, whatever. You are going to tell me what is the replacement. Since the hammer doesn't work, since the red pill doesn't work, you are going to find me a group, a space on the internet where men actually can go and learn about women in a safe and healthy environment. The hammer doesn't work. What is the tool that we replace?
There's a lot. I don't even like the sphere, but there's a lot of pickup artists that don't like the red pill and don't identify as red pill. So you definitely can learn that without going down the red pill.
Pickup artists from pickup artists.
Pickup artist.
Yeah. Do you disagree with that?
You know, pickup artists. The only thing they do is teach you how to get laid, right?
Yeah.
That's all it
Do you,
is.
you
That is
asked me.
right.
You asked whether you can get feedback on talking to women. Do you not really?
No,
Sir.
Sir,
Or do you wait? Or is the problem you think they're going to get some wrong feedback, just like they was?
Sir, you have to have integrity when you talk about it. DL Saints literally said they have a group where they teach men how to move up financially, go to the gym, and have a bunch of things. So let's assume that.
You think the only place you can learn how to self-improve yourself is the red pill?
Okay, I think Pronces is
irrelevant.
being intentionally dishonest here.
Hardcore,
he's-
bro. That has no. Do you
Bad
think that's
faith.
the only place? Like at the end of the day, this is one of the best spaces in order to learn self improvement. That's the point here.
Yeah,
I would never say it's one of the best. I'll say it's multifaceted.
Sure.
So what he did there was he oversimplified Fatty's analogy to only include a hammer as saying that you're just going to use one tool for the job and smash everything with it. So that was a bad faith argument there that he made when what
Yeah.
Fatty was saying is that it's multiple tools and the multiple tool sets. So for example, PUA, pickup artistry, that has to do with learning how to talk to girls, have a conversation so that you can actually initiate a relationship on a sexual level rather than a friend
Yes.
level,
Sure.
and then potentially either turn her into a one-night stand if you want to, or potentially
Or
a wife.
LTR,
Or like
long
me,
term.
have a one-night stand turn into multiple relationships. You know, it's just like who knows what'll happen. You know, if you're good enough. So
Right.
that's what PUA teaches you. But once again, PUA doesn't teach you what to do with the girl once you're in a
Once you got
long-term
her.
relationship
Yeah, yeah.
or an LTR.
That's
Which
why
is the
it's
problem I ran
crazy.
into.
This
Yeah.
is the problem. A lot of the things that people think that red pill is, it's one thing that it's not complete, right? And I think that's probably the big problem when they look at it like from that aspect. Oh, PUA is incomplete in the relationship aspect because it only teaches you so much. It can only get you so far. It gets you into the door into her bedroom, and it gets the girl wanting to bang you, but it doesn't help you any further than that, right? The red pill, right, will tell you a lot about intersexual dynamics, and that's great. Married red pill will really teach you about the relationship aspect and how to maintain that relationship.
Yep.
There are different like stages and sectors in all this, right?
Tool sets.
Hey,
Yeah. And so like the hammer, so if you have a framing hammer, right? Framing hammer is great, but if you're framing, but if you're doing like fine, details in like, molding and shit, that framing hammer will fuck up the molding that you just bought. It won't work. It will be the wrong tool for the job. So you're going to need a different kind of hammer.
Right.
Yeah.
But Glenn, what you're saying, or what it sounds like you're saying, is that you get red pilled at one stage and then you level up to the next. But based on everything else that you've said, there is no prescription. So if you are red pilled so that you have the facts, then you get the actual correct prescriptions. You could possibly go from the dating bullshit aspect to a married aspect, but red pill itself is not going to get you there. You can't level up one red pill to another, right? Just like in and of itself, you can't go from
let's say
playing
like
the field to being married all of a sudden.
not
Like, that's a
necessarily.
whole different thing.
Let's say this. It's like this. Let's say like your problem is that you can't get a girlfriend. You can't get a girl to even want to date you. So, or even sleep with you. So the first step is, well, you know what? Got to figure out how to get a girl interested in me sexually, right? I want her to be desiring me. Okay, well, you talk to a POA. Cool. POA helps you. Now you're able to get the girl, but now you can't keep the girl. You don't know why. Well,
'cause you're going
now
to
you
come
start you start consuming the information on red pill generally, and you're like, okay, now I understand these things a little bit better. But now you get the girl, you're in the relationship, but now your relationship is still struggling. You don't really know how to keep that thing going right.
Right.
And you start diving into the married red pill, where I think the best information is at, honestly. And then now you see all these different notes as these guys are swapping about the relationships, and it's not about just getting laid, and it's not about having a harem. It's about how maintaining your wife's desire and all this other stuff. And then now you're like,
start at step one again. Start at step one again with the red pill from there. Like you said, you can't get a girlfriend or you can't get someone to even sleep with you. My issue with that is the whole Christian aspect of it is that is entirely not the goal. And yet we have
here's a solution for that.
Getting married, and so it's like maybe the red pill isn't for them. I mean, I think there's some
no. So like, here's the thing: there's not enough Christian content creators that actually dive into this. I'm not saying I'm like one of them, but I am probably one of the few that actually am not pretty knowledgeable about the red pill and religion. Delrock actually was well before me, right? And he has a whole blog, and like literally, I'll pull it up right now. Like I have Delrock's blog pinned to my my bar or whatever. Yeah, like,
and believe it or not, the guys that I've counseled in the Fresh and Fit Discord do include Christian men wanting a monogamous relationship. So this is something I've advised.
It's not
many,
just
many men
about
on.
how do I get women to sleep with me.
Yeah.
It's how do I
remember what I said about PUA. Part of the PUA tool set, because it's multiple tools in the PUA tool set, is being able to have conversations with women that are sexually charged enough to show genuine interest in the woman.
Right.
Now, if you have frame as a man where you have standards, and one of those standards is Christian values,
right,
and the woman genuinely wants you, not all
She'll
women.
adjust
Once
to it.
again, there's not going to be many women that will want to accept this. But once again, if you're that motherfucker, she will
adjust.
fall into your frame if she
Yes.
likes you.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
just so
the
you guys
thing.
know,
And
like-
it might be a little bit harder without being able, because once again, this is what I made the reference to Rolo's tweet before about like the quickest path. Yes, the quickest path for success with women is to have sex with them and learn the games that they actually do when they are sexually active with a man, because you don't really know what that's like until you're in an actual sexual relationship.
right,
It's not
which
the
you
same.
can't do if you're Christian. So the game's
well, no.
entirely
So
different,
let
right?
me
It puts you in
let me explain this a little bit other way. Is that Rolo wrote a whole different thing about when it comes to like spinning plates, right? He talks about that in his first book. He touches on it at, I think, towards the end of the spinning plate section in that first book. He talks about if you were from a Christian or you had a religious worldview that where you are not engaging in sexual intercourse premaritally, right? Another great source, again, I'll give you two more sources that I could say off the top of my head. Del Rock. So right now, I believe his blog is still up and active. At one point, it was shut down. When it got shut down, I was given this right here. This is a PDF of every single Del Rock post ever. And I mean, I'm talking about years of work here. Like
Yeah,
there's
it says 3,200 pages. Damn.
yeah, like I'm telling you, everything from every aspect, from dating to relationships to politics to how it, when it comes to certain pastors. Should your game be proactive wife should you game your proactive wife into submission? Just different things that Christian guys have to deal with when it comes to relationships that necessarily non-Christians don't have to deal with, right? The cost of sluthood, right? Like there's just so many different topics that are not covered in church, that you wish were. Like this one. Why are so many traditional conservative women obsessed with making sure hookups are fair? Like what?
Yeah.
Like there's so many great topics that if Christian guys would actually take a second and look into it and just stop blowing the red pill out of the, just dismissing it because of the sound bites that they hear on YouTube and actually look into it, you'll see this stuff is some of the greatest content Christian men could look at when it comes to dating. I love how he talks shit about Mark Driscoll because him and I talk shit about Mark Driscoll all the time. But yeah, go ahead, Siege.
Yeah,
what you were
Glenn,
gonna say?
the only other person who talks about Dalrock actively, I know that let's see, Rolo has mentioned him before, as well as refers to a lot of his work in his fourth book, the Religion book. But I also gotten to find through the Post Millennial Man who discusses about Dalrock, and apparently he has the same PDF of all of that Dalrock content in those archives. So I was able to find it. He has it linked in his description, so I can throw it in the Discord if anyone's interested. Just DM me, and I'll be able to send you guys that entire PDF as well.
Who?
Let's see. Another guy I've been following, the Post Millennial Man, Matt G. I mentioned him before, but I've been following his videos just because
the younger guy, the young guy.
Just because he's talked about Dalrock frequently, and I was able to see in his description that he has the same archive of all of Dalrock's posts as well. So now I have access to that as well. If anyone wants to be able to have it, just any Christian man who wants to be able to maintain a relationship and also hear some roasting of either Doug Wilson or Pastor Mark Driscoll, just DM me and I'll be able to send it to you guys.
I would say I would put Michael Foster in there as the second one that I would reference. You go to Del Rock or Michael Foster. Those two are both are very familiar with the red pill space and really do address a lot of this stuff. Another one who I would say is great, who is not considered red pill or doesn't even consider himself red pill, but more falls in line as a biblical patriarchist, that would be Joel Webbin.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to just stick straight to just only Christian content, then I would say Pastor Mike Foster and Pastor Joel Webbin. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So those are the two that I would say, if you don't even want to go into the red pill space and you want just purely Christian authors, whatever, although they use they use the red pill talking points, go to Pastor Mike Foster and Joel Webbin. All right. And I'm actually going to drop the PDF link in the Discord for you guys right now. If you're a member of the Discord, you will see it in the general Discord tab.
Oh yeah.
What about the takeaway is once again is the red pill isn't a one size fits all solution. There are certain pieces of advice that are given above others. For the prime example would be the concept of you got to start doing some exercise and eat right. Just basic personal health stuff, personal hygiene, wash your ass, tactical soap. Now would be a good time to play an ad, Glenn.
Hey,
now this break has been brought to you by Tactical Soap. Wash your ass with some pheromone soap to get your ass some action. And if you are a Christian, you could pray with her afterwards. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Those are once again some of the fundamentals. It's like, in any sport like boxing and stuff like that. If you fail to practice the fundamentals, you're gonna have failures. And that's the key thing that the red pill teaches you. And like I said, it's a pick your own adventure type game of life, right? there are ways to win, but there's a lot of ways to lose. And what these spaces do is show ways that have been proven to get results for many people. Now, will it work for you? Possibly not. And that's going to be very dependent on the, once again, don't hate the player, hate the game. So
like I would say, like I'm gonna make a good point here is that a lot of the things that actually probably give the red pill a bad rap is probably the take on a lot of it how it's amoral, right? Because some of the
amoral, is that what you said?
Amoral.
As in no morals. I mean, not it's just
because of the praxeology part, which is just a branch of philosophy that's about observing actual human nature and like a wildlife special, but for humans. Humans are way more complex than chimpanzees, but we're related. If obviously some people don't believe in evolution, but I digress. The thing is that there's a micro in terms of complexity, which would be a chimp, a relative. And then there's the macro, which is humans, which are far, far more complex. So there's a lot more data that needs to be gone through in terms of the observations. And once again, this is what people don't like, is a lot of these conclusions, even in the most Christian parts of the space, are uncomfortable truths that, the bottom line is there's two genders. You have to be a leader. Right. And they're going to say stuff.
And it's the sad thing is that when many of the Protestant churches, especially the evangelical side, don't even believe in a patriarchal system.
Yeah, that's a bad part.
Yeah.
So how can you be a leader of your family when they don't even believe in a patriarchal system? They think you're egalitarians.
Yeah, many
it's
other
like
churches are
that right there. That theology right there is actually destroying your relationship.
Yeah,
I already did a whole stream on that the other day. Real quick, I got a $10 super chat from Rude Mud Crab. He says, I knew it wouldn't take long for y'all to see Easy for the person me and others know him to be. When he was trying to force you not into allowing us over here. Easy's a fake, a fraud, and a grifter.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry that I think everybody should I'm already done talking about him already. I'm good on it. But I appreciate the $10 super chat.
Hey Glenn, if I may.
Thank you for the money.
If I may. I have a question and I wanted to kind of bring up one of the points about the not the Christian angle, but what the guy's talking about. What is it? Is it Pronsis? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, princess. Just who cares? Go on.
Okay. All right. So now Raging Tomato, this is supposed to be a debate, and Raging Tomato is supposed to be the moderator. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, I'm still relatively new to this, but didn't he create a false dichotomy and a straw man at the exact same time when he responded to Fatty? Wasn't that basically what he did? I mean, he didn't really come in good faith on the response. So in a debate, would it have been Raging Tomato's responsibility to, hey, whoa, that's not a proper response or whatever? Because there's not really a way to respond to what he said except for to tell him that he's wrong, because he obviously doesn't have the correct information. So in Fatty's defense, I'm not saying what he said was right or wrong. What I'm saying is in response to what Pronsis said, there's not really an actual response because he didn't actually make an argument. He basically just came at him and was like A or B when that wasn't what he was talking about. And then he basically insulted the concept of red pill when he didn't even know what red pill was. So, I mean,
I think Sarah, she moderates and stuff like that, but I don't think it's Sarah's job to know exactly what the truth is or if they're doing false content.
Yeah, I think that she's just trying to keep the peace and allow people to actually say what they need to say without people talking over each other so much.
I think that's all that she's there to do, but I understand what you're saying there.
How is Fatty supposed to respond to that? I mean, honestly,
yeah, I know. I agree.
I would say he should have been corrected when Fatty was like, "Can I finish?" And then immediately when he did, and then he should have been corrected then by the moderator.
Not only that,
the rest of it was all right.
Interrupting. Yeah, Sarah said, "Hey, stop interrupting. Let's slow it down."
Exactly.
But that should be expected because remember, this guy's a Destiny fan, and that's what Destiny always does. Whenever he starts to get pressed, he always interrupts and talks fast.
The only thing the only pushback I could ever give Sarah on this show, and and I've seen it on 2 shows. I think it's at the end of this one, because remember I said I didn't get to watch this one. I caught it at the very end, and like the one that we were doing about like Richard Reeves, is that like there's times that she will cape for somebody that, you know, because of their demographic, right? And
Homosexuals or
and she won't necessarily do the same for the opposite when someone's coming at them. So if someone comes at, like, you know, let's say someone came at
Glenn, I got you. It's real simple. She's a woman.
yeah, she has that natural biases of
well, that's the only thing I could say that like that I would like I could disagree with on this platform with like the way she does it, because I thought if you're gonna defend somebody, one person, when somebody comes at them for the way they are, then you should do the same the other way if you're gonna be fair. If you're not gonna be fair, if you're not gonna do that, then just don't do it at all. Just put your hands up and be like, you know what? Go at it. You both could say whatever the fuck you're gonna say, and I'm not gonna get involved. Just make sure it doesn't violate TOS.
Yeah, but that gets colluded though during especially when you have multiple people on there. She should kind of keep the peace and be like, okay, you talk and then you'll respond. Don't interrupt. That's
Yeah.
it.
I'm just talking about like the points.
Well, and also remember though, the main point of an actual debate is basically to let the audience decide. And even like with the presidential debate, like not all people are stupid, and you can see bad faith debate tactics, just like Vincent noticed, right?
No, and I get that, Michelle.
Calling that stuff out in hindsight is, once again, yeah, that shows you're paying attention. And people will try
Michelle,
to,
I get
that's what I asked
some
for
of
at
the
the beginning
things
is pay attention to what they say, because they're going to try to slide shit past disingenuously and do false equivalencies and things like that.
Yeah. Now, Michelle, I know that some things do touch TOS, but if like pointing out the obvious of someone, you know, like that, it has to deal with the context. You know, some words, you could say words that may be close to TOS, but as long as you're not saying them inappropriately or in a degrading way, if you're stating the obvious, it does. It's okay.
Yeah, nobody's advocating for anything bad. We're advocating against that. Remember, that's what the red pill is about, is teaching men to love women for who and what they are rather than for what they can never be.
Precisely.
Or hating them for what they can never be, because that's what a lot of these down bad guys end up doing with women, is they end up yelling at them and they end up doing other bad things to them because they're holding them to an impossible standard, just like the delusional like 304s on After Hours on Fresh and Fit do, right? Once again, both men and women are delusional today. This is not a sexist thing. This is just facts on both sides. And now which way we are, men and women are different. Once again, it proves the point. So understanding those differences, we got to cut through the delusion on both sides. And that's what the RP is actually about. The truth.
Now, side note, Viking, would you like me to host a debate between you and Muffin Top John on evolution, the theory of evolution? I think he mentioned it in the back chat. Just look in the back chat.
I would not mind it. I would need time to prepare, but that would be a very fun debate, because I've watched so many debates between people about that exact topic, and it always seems like a blast.
Or I'm
going to be insufferable for that. It wouldn't work, because my stance is that God does exist, but he's the one that created evolution. It's part of his system of perfecting humanity.
And my position would be God does exist, and he did not use that.
I don't know who this person is.
But that's the thing. Like I said, I'm not going to debate it, because the thing is that I recognize the truth that we have observable evolution, and I'm not going to debate about it, because I would be debating other scientists' work. So it would just be more efficient for me to defer you to like the taxonomies and stuff like that.
Well, then it would be more efficient for me to defer you to all the scientists who say that we have no observable evolution. So like that, then again, there's the thing. You're saying we have it.
Gentlemen, hey, this is not the crucible, okay? Or combat.
It'd be a good
time,
but is what I'm saying.
I know the guy that kind of runs the crucible. I could totally like hook you guys up, and you guys could have that thing there too.
I don't think I'm ready for that big stage yet.
For debate prep, I'll recommend look up ring species.
Green
All right.
species.
Moving on back
Because
to the
that's what I'm
video.
going to use to refute your
Wait,
point.
wait, wait.
Where else is like endorsing
You
working
ask
out?
Princess, you ask questions. Let me answer. Let me answer.
Answer them faster. Yeah, it's
No,
yes or no.
okay. I'm going to answer it faster.
Cave. Come on, we're still early.
The original question was,
Okay.
tell me a place, and please don't fucking dodge. If the hammer doesn't work, if the red pill doesn't work, tell me a place when a million of men could go to learn about women, their behavior on a healthy environment, and a place where actually they donate women. Tell me where this place is. What is the Reddit? What is the place?
I said this earlier. I'll say it again. A friend of the channel, Playing with Fire, is a pickup artist channel where he hates the red pill, doesn't identify as red pill. It didn't go there and get the feedback if you're struggling with that. You know, I don't struggle with that, but it seems like you do, Fatty. So that'd be a place where you can go and talk about your issues.
So you want to say some
So wait, I answered the question.
Speaking of
What's
a
wrong with
safe
that?
place to talk about things, welcome, Melanie. Are you with us? I know I had you backstage for a little while. Are you with us?
I believe I am. Hello. How's it going?
Dude, there's
Wonderful.
meeting of
So
sassy
I
motherfuckers.
think you're still kind of new to this show, so I just want to explain the hot seat. It is a 10-minute seat. Now, if nobody else jumps backstage, then I will continue to extend your time until somebody does pop back there. But essentially, you have 10 minutes to direct your thought processes to the panel and do whatever it is you feel like doing in terms of argument. The panel will respond. They might interact with you. They might interact with each other, however it works. So I just want to make sure you had an understanding of that thought process there. And then also, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Lauren for gifting the membership. I think Live, Love, and Pray received that membership. Congratulations. Enjoy your lottery winnings. And also another quick shout out. There's over 100 of you watching. That means there better be 100 likes, subscribes, shares, whatever the case may be between all of the channels who are currently connected. So I hope everybody enjoys. Do your job as a viewer. It is free. And remember, you can super chat to boot people. You can super chat to extend people's time. As far as the hot seat is concerned, the 4 main panelists at the top of the screen will continue to stay on screen for the rest of the evening. And don't forget, we go into open
Yeah, get the
panel,
likes up and
East
super
around
chat
11:15
$50 to
PM
boot me.
BST. So like an hour and 15 minutes from now. So, all right, I leave it to you, Melanie. Go ahead and kick us off.
Hi. So I found that all to be an interesting discussion, by the way. I did try to watch the video at the beginning, but I just had trouble following it personally. I have really bad ADHD. It was just me. But
Every YouTuber does.
in general, like I noticed that a lot of red pillars say that men are constantly like in some form or another under attack, being degraded, stuff like that. Do the pro red pillars on this panel believe that men are constantly being degraded by a more feminist culture, or can we have feminism and men's rights at the same time?
You can have both.
No.
The problem is that feminists use that as a zero-sum game. If the men win, we are going to lose, and they suppress content either being on Instagram,
I gotta disagree
YouTube,
with Fatty on
whatever
that.
the platform is. You are never safe if you express your views about women, while women can openly express their views about men, even if they're extremely negative. They can do it even on mainstream. When like the Ozzy Osbourne wife started laughing about them cutting somebody dick and throwing it into the bushes, and everybody left in that studio. That's something that will never happen if it was a woman mutilation, and this happens on the mainstream. So yes, it both can coexist when feminists and women think it's a zero-sum game, where if the guys are informed about women are going to lose overall.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think both can coexist. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, that question was pointed at you.
Okay, so I would say yes, they both can coexist. However, you know, a lot of guys are upset about the mainstream media about the blue pill or whatever, and it's like, yeah, they're against us and they're against all men and all that other stuff. It's like, oh, so you telling me that life ain't fair, homie? Is that what you telling me, player? You telling that to a black dude from the hood? Life ain't fair? Man, you better get your shit together, bro. Like, you really want to get better at this shit, or you just want to come over here and complain? And I would argue that 80% of the guys in the manosphere, they just want to talk shit, go on Fresh and Fit After Hours or whatever podcast, or on Access Vegas and try to slam dunk on chicks that, you know, 15 minutes later they're gonna be sending them money via Cash App or going to OF and sending them bread. I don't even want to talk to them.
Was that a victim card?
Yeah, bro, you lost.
want me to go on
All
Fresh
right,
and Fit
so
Chicks
I'm
too.
gonna say this.
That's
Like,
real.
look, they can't coexist.
Yeah,
They cannot coexist.
Well, Glenn,
They are two opposing forces. It's like having God and the devil in the same room.
Glenn,
They can't coexist.
The question
Or
was,
God
you
and
know-
evolution in the same room? Is that what you're saying?
Oh God, John.
Well, hold on.
Next for show.
Glenn, the question was red pill and feminism. Is that the question, or is it?
That's what
patriarchy and
that's what.
feminism?
No, they said red pill and feminism, can they coexist? And
Well,
if
maybe they
okay,
could, but
okay,
but
so if you're looking at it
patriarchy
from
and feminism can't.
no,
for sure.
if I would throw patriarchy within the red pill because
Okay, then therefore it can't. Therefore, it
yeah,
can't.
because I would say even it could be. It doesn't have to be a good patriarchy. It can still be an evil patriarchy.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Well,
So
Yeah.
the way that a lot of the red pill guys do, they live in a very patriarchal structure, right? They run the show, women follow, right? That's
Right.
a patriarchal structure. So just because it's not a good patriarchal structure, in my opinion, it doesn't mean it's not a patriarchal structure. So
and when they say coexist, that means where everybody gets along.
they live in the same world. They're in the
Yeah,
same.
yeah, yeah.
No,
I-
they
It
can't.
depends. It
I-
depends on
I-
which aspect you're coming at. Because if you're coming at from like because I believe that I don't have a problem with women having the right to vote. Because if men lead, they're still going to vote better anyway. But once again, the problem today still is that men just aren't leading women.
That
so
goes
this
from
is why they
feminism
vote
as well.
badly. So it's not really a problem with women voting. It's a problem with men leading once again, and that's what the red pill community seeks to address. That we advocate for. Right? You just got to lead by example, and then women will want to do that example because it'll be the popular thing to do.
No, it's almost like saying if you build it, they will come, and that's the same.
But I'm not talking about the ideology of feminism.
No, I know, I know,
I know the
I
origins
know.
of that. I've talked to the ex high priestess.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like the whole thing is like, well, if men lead, women will follow. Well, it's almost like saying if you're just a good servant leader, then your wife will be in love with you and be a good submissive wife.
Or Glenn, just go pick somebody that won't cheat on you. But Viking.
But okay, so
every
the
man-
original
look, Viking.
original definition, real quick, we got to define that. I got to steel man the definition, right? The original definition of feminism, not the ideology like the first, second, third wave, the causes that they had, the idea that they hide behind. Once again, Glenn, you've spoken about this. Like, shouldn't we enforce the law equally? Right?
Well, yeah,
that's the thing.
No, so it's what you're saying. What they say it meant.
Yes,
because it's
So
never. It's always
under the actual definition. Just believing that women should be represented equal under the law. Women got that now. I'm technically a male feminist because I believe that's a good thing. They got equal representation under the law, and that's the way it should be. Just like any human being on this planet, all humans should have equal representation under the law. That's something that I believe.
I have no problem with that.
But
I have no, I think everything should be represented under the law.
It can coexist if they actually followed the terms.
I don't think that has to be feminism.
title.
I don't think that has to be considered feminism for everybody to be equally represented under the law.
That's
I
the
don't think
problem.
That's also, but what I'm saying is that's actually getting down to the core of what the thing actually is, rather like.
No, because do you think there's differences in the waves? Do you think there's differences in the waves? Because I don't think there's differences in the waves. I don't believe that.
There once again, there's differences in the causes of each wave because each wave had a different agenda or a variation of agendas. Because first wave had to do with getting the right to vote and also the prohibition of alcohol, right? And then the second wave was about divorce courts and stuff like that and protection for battered
how
women.
it always trickles to more and more and more, dude.
Well, see, I think the first wave, the goal was the same as the fourth wave. It's always been
fundamentally at the core, it was more or less misandry. It was the idea that women were superior to men, and therefore they should be in charge because men had been fucking it up for too long.
But Viking, let me ask you this: if every single man on Earth was red pill, let's say in the United States, every single man in the United States was red pilled, okay, full on red pilled, feminists wouldn't exist. Feminism would not exist at all whatsoever.
No, that's not true. That's not true because you know what? No, that's not true because I and this is probably going to piss off my friends that are red pill because I'll say this: red pill has nothing to do with eradicating feminism or suppressing feminism. It actually benefits from it.
Let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
You said, Glenn, you said earlier that you put patriarchy with the red pill.
Yes.
So
but
let's
I mean,
hold on.
again,
if every man obeyed the patriarchy, we were all patriarchal.
That doesn't make sense because they could still. It's female promiscuity that has to be first pushed back, and red pill doesn't push that back.
Glenn, I'm giving you a hypothetical here. If every man was an RP, patriarchal first, and we were all leaders, etc., we got all the same advice that Viking was given. We all had that. Okay, feminism couldn't exist under that type of patriarchy. They couldn't.
That's not true.
Tell me how it couldn't. How could
because
it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen for the same reason why we have the fracturing.
It's hypothetical.
In the hypothetical, it would not be true because you're not defining. There's one aspect that's very critical here that you're not seeing. There's two different types of patriarchies. Okay, period. So a red pill patriarchy. So hold on, let me finish. A red pill patriarchy is not going to be based on a religious belief set or belief tenet. It's not going to be like a biblical patriarchy. Now, if you said a biblical patriarchy, I would say, sure, maybe, most likely, kinda, but maybe not, because even then they had prostitution, they had women hoeing around too. So it would not get rid of feminism. It would suppress, even a biblical patriarchy will only suppress or push back feminism so much. It wouldn't get rid of it, period. And it
100%
definitely
agree.
wouldn't get rid of it.
Yep.
I
It
understand that.
definitely wouldn't get rid of it
Again,
under just a regular red pill patriarchy because
Yeah,
red
Glenn.
pill loves the women's promiscuity.
No,
So-
Red Pill doesn't love that. Red Pill doesn't love that. Red Pill is only the scriptures of reality. Okay, Red
Hold on.
Pill doesn't love
Hold
that.
on, hold on.
It's the people
AJ?
that use it.
AJ,
Well, it depends on what part of the manosphere you're talking about. Most of the
That's-
manosphere, most of the red pill is going
Where's
to be
AJ?
like, yeah, it's about getting sex.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
sir.
know.
So, like I said, it's a much smaller group that wants to do what Glenn's advocating for with the, or what the other brother wants to do, where he wants to be monogamous and all that good stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And be kosher, for lack of a better way of putting it, with the Bible, right? Getting right
Yeah.
with God. That's a good better way, but getting right with God. Right. And that's fine. But once again, that is a harder path. So most guys are going to
Yeah.
pick what we talked about before, the
Sure.
path of least resistance. And
Sure,
right
sure.
now, women are making it easier than ever.
Yeah.
So yeah, if everybody was like red pill aware, the thing is everybody is red pill aware. Everybody already knows
No,
the
they're
truth. I knew
not.
the truth for a long time, but I denied the truth. People
Not
lie to
everybody
we
is,
lie
though.
to ourselves.
yeah, we gaslight
I was
ourselves
told-
more than half the
my dad
time.
told me
But
that
did
you're
you-
lying to hoes and housewives and all that stuff.
Do
I
that.
was
You-
told, but I didn't believe it. I thought I could do it better. I was arrogant. I was
Or
human.
was it gonna happen to
most of
me?
humanity.
Man, though, Viking. That's not every man. Come on.
But-
we don't
But-
think it's
but
going to
I'm an
happen to
average
us half
guy
the
in that
time.
regard. I thought that just like every guy on the planet, we all think we got game. We all think we can do better. And that's why we all have a
Sure.
difference of opinion. The red pill tries to consolidate it based on shit that actually works.
I
But
understand that.
most guys only take a portion of it.
Right.
So I'm saying
Yeah.
that most people are already very red pill aware, but a lot of us try to cope and deny it. That's what leads to all the fractioning and all the disagreements and all the
Sure.
infighting. And that's why we're already red pilled, but we
but
can't
again-
be red pilled because of the very fact that on that idea of it's the fallibility of humanity.
Sure.
We're
Right, I mean,
simultaneously
the-
better
the
and worse than we
fallibility-
think we are.
Viking. Let me
The-
rephrase the question because I know that RP is kind of like all over the place with this type of ideology. Let's say you're, red pill. Everybody's aware of things outside of that, outside of the Christian, whatever your version of the RP. If that version existed, everybody was aware of it. Could feminism flourish through that? That's my question. Not exist, but could it flourish through it?
Well, I'd have a
Okay,
better
that's
question.
good.
Could patriarchy flourish?
Well, so here's the thing:
I
is
would say that
if
patriarchy.
if we look at, for example, Beaten Cheek said some troops. He dropped some truth right here. No
Where's
matter
that
what-
little punk ass at? He should be up here.
Sure. He said, no matter what, feminism is actual destruction of the patriarchal structure within the home, as in women can also lead and be logical as men, which is false on all accounts. The thing is, no matter what, because we live in a fallen, sinful world, as long as you have the rightful biblical patriarchy, there is gonna be some antagonism towards it because of sin. And so no matter what, there will never be the perfect patriarchy in the world. It'll
Yep.
never exist. There's always gonna be that push against it. There's always
100%.
gonna be all of the nonsense about feminism means freeing ourselves from
John-
this thing that is actually best for us. So.
Yeah, John, my original question wasn't like perfection because I know I speak in generalities, like etc. But I would figure you guys would.
Well, you have to know
understand
there's a delineation between.
I know. I'm not speaking on like the perfection of things. I'm speaking
Right,
on the
right, right.
generality of it. Generality.
Generality,
If
yeah.
People generally were red pilled. Vikings.
I would say
perspective,
red pill aware, they'll be better off.
Could,
That's better.
could feminism flourish through that? That was my question. I don't think it
No,
could.
yeah. I would say
it would be. I would say it could be suppressed, but it would always still flourish
Sure.
in the sense that
in a
men
small
are going to
form.
want sex, and the men will. There was porn. There was. You got to remember, there was prostitution houses in patriarchal structures.
Yeah, I understand that, but it didn't flourish to this degree. Look at today's society.
That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be where it's at now, but it would still. It wouldn't be where it's at now, but it would be suppressed.
Yeah, but it
but it
would
was
still
still-
to that. That was my point.
But
But what do you
It would
mean by
still
that's what
exist.
Jake's getting at. Like he's just saying that it wouldn't be as much. Like it would be like back at like it was before.
right?
Like
What
where it
do you
was
mean by
suppressed.
flourish? Like, what does it look like to flourish for feminism?
Like
to
for example, the sexual revolution, women going
Right.
in there and making their ideology mainstream. Could that happen
Right.
under a pure patriarchal red pill society? I don't think
Well,
it could.
Well,
Um,
it did happen because it was slowly worn away.
Yeah,
So
but
I
it
would
happened
say
throughout
yeah.
the years, and then men were
Yeah.
they embraced feminism. I'm saying if we
Right.
denied it completely and it was a sure thing, I don't think it could flourish.
You got to remember that. You got hold on. You got hold on real quick. You got to remember that we had a patriarchal system here, and it grew and it flourished and it grew. You know, it is what it is now under the patriarchal structure.
Sure.
Yeah, and then we are where we are now. So that all happened as well. So yes, feminism is flourishing now. So Glenn, I understand the point you're making, but Jake's also making his point by saying yes, and then eventually we ended up here where it's flourishing and we're all shot to shit. So now what?
Yeah.
I think if under your question, Jake, if more guys were pragmatic about things, they'd probably be a lot more like me. I'm kind of patriarchal in terms of me being the leader of my household, but not in terms of like biblical patriarchy. Like I said, I don't go along with what the Bible says the way that Glenn does, because I went all the way back before the start of history type shit. You know, like what we actually know archaeologically and stuff like that. So I have a very different opinion about God and religion in general, because I understand how religion was formed in the first place, not and multiple religions, not just the Abrahamic ones. So I have a broader perspective on this. So I think more guys, if they were red pilled like me, actually knowing the truth of these things, the historical facts, would probably be more pragmatic and be like, yeah, I don't need to be solely monogamous. So that means I'm gonna have multiple wives, probably multiple baby mamas,
but don't you
and
believe
I'm
that-
going to make a lot of money and I'm going to be very successful.
Yeah, but don't you believe that a lot of men having multiple baby mommies and etc. is bad for society as a whole?
Yeah, I would
I
agree.
don't know. I do believe that monogamy
We've already
did make
seen that with other
society
societies,
successful,
though.
but it also led to where we are now. So
Well, look at the homosexual, the LGBTQ. You're against that,
but
and
all
they
this
say,
all
well,
this stuff stemmed
Well,
from
hold
this
on,
is
hold on, let him
everything that we
finish. He's
created.
making
This is
We're having a meta conversation about the conversation, guys.
not necessarily. No, I'm giving you perspectives.
Yeah, I
on
wanted to hear what
Are you
Jake
saying
had
we're
to
talking
say.
about the dude that's playing the dude that's playing the dude?
No,
No, I
it's
want to hear what Jake
Exactly.
had to say because I disagree with him and I want to hear this.
This is
Never
this is
go
a
full
battle
retard.
of worldviews here. Okay, this is the battle of worldviews. I'm saying if you're stating like, okay, just get rich and you can have multiple baby mamas and do what you want, it's called hedonism, right? You can do what you want,
Right.
etc. If every man did that, if men decided we want to have sex with other men or do
you consider that
transgenders,
hedonistic, and I don't.
etc. But wouldn't you see that would kind of lead to? Because again, not everybody has.
If I'm
your-
creating successful families though, and being able to afford them,
No,
how is that
yeah,
hedonistic?
but that's not necessarily successful. If you're saying that you have multiple baby mamas, etc., you can't be there. Like if you're a sperm donor and you have fucking 400 kids, but you're the richest man in the world, can you actually be there for all those kids to actually
No.
make them into men?
But Andrew
not be a
Tate will say you
father.
don't need to be there for your kids. You just need
Yeah, and
some
he's wrong.
time
and
every
he's
once in a
wrong on
while.
that. And
Well,
he's
hold on,
wrong
real
that,
quick.
but
Grid
man,
wants me to play a video. So this is presented by Grid for Grid. And actually, this is the guy that I used to work with. This is the owner of First Form Supplement Company, the company that I was sponsored by many moons ago. And still the only supplement company that I would, recommend for anybody if they're looking for supplements. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
The volume all the way up.
Yeah. Beginning. There you go.
Why is it not playing? Do you guys not hear it?
I don't hear it.
Goddamn fucking Gestapo.
A badger gun doesn't make you
And I think that's where people get pissed, bro, because there's a lot of police officers, and to be completely honest, especially women police officers who fucking try to emasculate men. They try to make men feel like they're being dominated or they're being, they have power over them. And bro, the quickest way to escalate a situation is to do that to a grown man. And that's why that's why, in my opinion, women shouldn't be in the fucking field and police officers. I just don't think they should be. Every woman cop I've ever dealt with, every single one that I've ever been pulled over by, tried to make me feel like a fucking bitch.
No,
that's not a way to de-escalate a situation.
No, yeah, definitely not.
Especially when you know that if that person didn't have a badge or a gun, you could punch a hole through their fucking face and end their life. And they're talking to you like you're a fucking piece of shit. And that's where I do see police officers with the black men. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They talk to them like they're dog shit. They, you know, and like, dude, you know, there's a lot. I guess what I'm saying is there's fault on everybody, and we need to fix it because we need civility in society.
100%.
And it doesn't matter.
Yep, that's Andy. Andy's a G. His brother Sal's awesome too. But thank you, Grid, for that. Back to the video.
Fault. It's no one else's fault but yours. You mad at her because she's a strong, independent woman and she won't follow you because you say she's too alpha. Like, well, maybe you ain't man enough, homie. How about you work on that? And yeah, it is unfair. It is a slant. You know, I kind of, you know, I relate that to my Republican friends out there. Like, damn, mainstream media, like, it's a liberal slant. Yeah, yeah, get used to it. You know what I mean? Move accordingly. So, and it's a shame, but I do believe they can coexist. It's just to what Fatty was saying.
I don't think it coexist.
The Mano Swamp, shout out to Rich Cooper. He calls it the Mano Swamp, or the Manosphere's Red Pill world. We want to give men an opportunity to basically compete in today's globalized sexual marketplace, tech and everything. And when we are successful, and if the 2% of guys actually do the work and they're able to compete, yeah, the rest of the, it seems the rest of the world doesn't like it. It seems that women don't like it. You know, if you got a hardcore feminist woman versus a hardcore.
Literally, it's like water and oil. The two
he's
concepts
coping.
repel each other.
Yeah, but he's coping though. He's not.
Top tier man. That top tier man tends to win. I would say 8 times out of 10.
So
I
DL.
don't think they can coexist.
Oh,
I
really?
think that no, because I think the red pill movement is a reactionary movement to women getting the options and the abilities to like succeed in life. And so now men have to try and position a spotlight on themselves, try and victimize themselves, rather than looking internally and effectively addressing personal, you know, like shortcomings, right? So that's my opinion. I feel like the red pill, when the red pill goes, I feel
That would
like
be the
you know,
MRA
people
movement
come in
she's
its place.
talking about.
Pretty been
Alternative
in
trial.
the last like I don't know 10 to 15 years.
Good point.
That's a
you were gonna
he,
ask,
isn't it?
DL something. Maybe.
Sorry, and I'm trying to make sure my thing doesn't keep pretending to talk when I'm muted, so I'm dealing with my mic.
Following the rules.
Honestly, DL, you said you were an air traffic controller, and I just wanted to show you that, like, I respect that. I was going to do some lame thing where I pretended to be an aircraft on approach, requesting permission to land, but I don't think the audience cares. So,
I mean, you can do. I'm retired. So, I mean, if you're flying into Van Nuys, where I retired out of, you know, November 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Van Nuys, timing straight in 16, right? When time September 299 there you go.
You could land the question.
Oh yeah. And I did want to ask Fatty something after that. You said that it's feminism that particularly like attacks men. Do you never see like the manosphere attacking women, attacking feminism as well? Because to kind of add on to Neve's point, I also see it as a reactionary movement where I don't think a lot of these people want women to have progressive rights, especially in the 21st century.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's
Fatty,
kind of.
Yeah, sorry. Just to be clear, that was for Fatty.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead, Fatty.
And that's an opinion. The feminism is a reactionary movement. Like it's literally the most reactionary movement I literally say feminism is the biggest religion in the world right now.
What are they reacting to? What are they reacting to?
They're reacting to the fact that women were suppressed for a bunch of time. They weren't oppressed. They were suppressed. They didn't have the same rights as men, but now they have them. So
the red pill movement is a reaction to women getting rights, and a red pill.
No. It's not about
not having rights.
No, it's not.
It's justified.
It's not about that. It's about the fact that men didn't change, but women did. Men didn't change at all. Women want still the same thing with men. They want tall men, providers, protectors. They want the same type of men that their grandma had 1,000 years ago. But
Women are throwing a birthday party, and men are crying that they can't blow out the candles. That's literally.
Ask your question.
If I am wrong, why don't you let me commit a mistake instead of over talking me and interrupting me all the time?
Ask your question, Fatty.
Oh, okay, Melanie, I'm sorry.
But he didn't even finish his point. Oh no, it's fine. I'm interested in what Neve has to say.
You guys got it. Go ahead.
Assert yourself.
You don't think anything's changed as far as like the criteria for a man in a relationship in the past 50 years? You don't think it's changed at all?
What did you say?
A second ago, you said it hasn't changed what women are looking for in a relationship. You don't think it's changed at all, even in the last 50 years?
Absolutely not. They still want tall men. They still want men that are accomplished, men with money, men that are reliable, men that have a big dick, men that actually make them look like they want the same thing they had before.
If that's the case, why do a lot of red pillars espouse like how important having a really nice job and how much money is? Why would that matter if before, like back in the day, like when women could work, it didn't really matter at all?
If I could quickly jump in, why are most households now, do both the man and the woman have jobs, right? That seems to make it seem to me that women want to be in the workforce at least some of the time. Not all women just want men.
Because it's necessary. Because it's necessary. But that doesn't mean that the woman wants to come home and wants to say to the guy, hey, you do this and you go do that and you go do that. Women actually ate that shit.
It's not always necessary. There were female CEOs out there.
but that's not the point, because even female
the
CEOs
point.
want them. No, listen carefully. Even hyper successful women want men that they can look up to. They don't go to the bottom of the barrel and says, I'm a CEO, so I'm going to find a guy that can be a maid and complement my lifestyle. They want another CEO. This is what actually successful women do. They want somebody that is taller than them, stronger than them, emotionally more intelligent, makes more money even if he's $1. That's what women want. So even if
It's
women are
weird
better,
because
no,
when I
even
see a
if
broken man, I want him so badly. Like honestly, broken men at the bottom of the barrel, it's like I can save you.
Do-
I can
do
take
you
care
think
of
you
you.
are
Then
most women?
we
No,
can have
that's
a
fair.
family.
That's fair. The same way there's some men that like this ball step down and like fat woman, right? You can always find everything. But do you think that most
No, that's
women
relationship goals. That's not a
no,
fetish.
do you think that most women are like you? Do you think that most women want a man they can step on and they can look down on and say, "Oh, you bastard, go ahead and do something"? Do you think most women want that man?
Yeah, and I think that's really good news for men who aren't inherently alphas.
So you think women want men that are below them?
Sure, yeah, there are plenty of women who think for themselves.
No,
who
there's
don't-
not plenty.
You really think that
Majority.
you can speak for all?
No, no,
women?
that's not plenty.
It's hard to take these guys
So
seriously.
it's not. This
I mean,
is like
it's
really
so
bad
hard
faith.
to take her seriously, man. I'm
It is,
sorry,
it's
but,
really
like,
bad faith because one, she doesn't speak for all women, and this is the problem with women. Women tend to think that they can speak for all women.
Yeah.
I have never heard a guy say, as a man, I think like as if he's speaking for all men.
Yeah.
I
That's
never
what
do that.
it's
I will speak for my personal self, period. No one else. I can't speak for AJ. I can't speak for, Viking. I will speak for Glenn. That's it.
Well, here's the red pill truth about why women say that, right? Because let's
They're
get down to brass tacks
solipsistic.
and actually talk. No, it literally boils down to you interrupted me, right? Brain farted. Fuck.
Are you going down the line where
Boils down, hive mind,
Paul Benjamin goes with the good chimp versus the useful chimp?
Yeah. No, I don't think he's going there with it. It's not good chimp versus bad chimp because that's only when they're behaving like, according to the society. They want to appear to be a good chimp.
Women always gaslight men by instinct, part of how they've evolved. So they will gaslight you and say what they want. Why do they do this? Why do they do this? Evolutionary
Survival
psychology.
instinct.
It's so that way they can get the losers, the fakers, to out themselves and then
Yes.
pick the actual winners, or at least the guys that don't take down the facade, right? So that's why women do that. They're always going to try to convince you the opposite. Donovan Sharp has a rule about this. The more a woman tries to convince you of something, the more likely the opposite is true. This is a mantra in the red pill because this is what women do. They are very, very socially adept and they are very subversive because they're non-confrontational. Same reason why women that are moderators are going to be less aggressive about enforcing the rules is because, once again, they're non-confrontational. Men are willing to be more confrontational because we can typically back it up with a physical force. This is just one of those differences between men and women. So understanding that, when a woman says, I want a man I can dominate, they always tell you that because they want you to be like, yes, ma'am, and be like, yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, Viking, have you ever seen those videos of women that will talk shit to another man when she has other men backing her up, and she's more willing to be controversy towards this if she knows that other men are going to protect her? Like the attitude.
Women
goes
that
up
haven't
and
been
you see
taught
that-
to fight always think that they can take down men because they're
Sure.
obviously told that
Yeah.
they can, and then they
Yeah.
know that at the end of the day, yes, they will have people backing them up that will bail them out for their fucking mistakes. My sisters aren't like that because my sisters both learned how to fight just like both my little brothers. All the siblings got the smoke when it came to learning how to defend themselves against a full-grown adult to be able to survive in a real fighting situation. Run
Right.
first, defend yourself only if you have to and fight for your life. Right.
Yeah.
The basic rules like that, and then tactics and methodologies for how to do that. My sisters know how to fight a man, but they know to not put themselves in a situation where they have to fight a fucking man because they were taught, and they won't swing on a man or get in his face and yell at him on some, ghetto fucking bullshit like they're going to actually win. Right. They know better because I've let them punch me and saw how it did fucking nothing. I've let my sisters both attack me like I was an attack doll. And that included they could go no hold bar and kick me in the nuts if they wanted to, because I'm that fucking strong. I was unbeatable. Both my little brothers couldn't beat me. So I'm just like, see what it's like to go against an actual combat capable man.
Yeah.
You can't do anything to me, even if you try. You literally need a gun or a knife, and I'm so fucking fast, I'm just going to take it from you because you're too slow.
Yeah.
That's
And-
the reality.
Hey guys, I want to give Michelle an opportunity to chime in here. She popped up and she wanted to say a few things. Good evening, Michelle, and great topic and great production you put on. Michelle is like the producer of these Mod Mondays, by the way.
Yep, that's me. I find the
Good
weird
job.
people.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. I work hard on it. It's fun to do.
It's very noticeable that you do work hard on it.
Thank
Put
you.
a lot
I-
of thought in it.
Yeah, yeah. Like I do understand like Viking's criticism before about like maybe not having the red pill as adequately represented as he wanted. And to that I would say like, yo, the hot seat's open. Like you could definitely jump on. And the only thing I'll
Yeah,
say
but did
is,
you like reach out to any like real red pill content creators besides like DL? Or just like him? Like, because I mean,
I did directly reach out to DL, and the reason why was actually because the conversation with the girl that I was having, her boyfriend was actually a part of the Castle Club.
yeah,
And
yeah.
so what I wanted was like that direct, because like one of her questions was like, what does a good man in the red pill actually look like? And I'm like, oh, I'm not going to tell you. Like, I'd so much rather show you. And like DL kind of came to mind. And it's always like after the fact, I think of like better, like other people, not better, I don't want to say better, but like other people after the fact where I'm like, oh my God, like that person would be really great too. So like I'm totally for people like, you know, throwing their hats into Mod Monday and saying, this is me, this is what I represent. And I'll totally keep you in mind. I do the best I can. I did think of DL directly. Another thing that I think of, like with Fatty, is I think of who compliments who, because DL, as well as being like a red pill guy, he's kind of like a debate grounder. Like he's not very competitive.
Yeah, he's
So when I
not.
think
He's
of-
not combative. Like
Exactly.
intentionally combative. He's not
Right.
intentionally combative.
So when I
Yeah.
think of it from like a producer show standpoint, I need somebody who
Gonna bring the
might-
fireworks.
Yeah, who might at least kind of steel man them from a team effort, but be combative. And so that led me to Fatty. I also need somebody who is ready to engage with Mod Monday, who is ready to commit the time, who I can get in touch with, who is reliable. So like there's a lot of qualifications where it's like, yeah, I can't just like pull amazing red pillars out of my ass. I'm really sorry, I'm not there yet.
No, I get that. I get that. I just was wondering if you actually like try to reach out to some of the other content creators.
I mean,
not saying-
I reached
not
out to
saying
those
that,
two. Yeah, I
not
reached out
saying
to
that
them
like,
directly.
not saying that like DL or Fatty are bad.
Mhm.
I'm just saying like, I
What
would
about hitting
say
that door?
like yeah, I was like, there's. I mean, we obviously I could sound off like a bunch of people that I would have probably
Yeah.
been really better or really good for this.
And
I-
hey,
I
like,
would-
I'm so willing. Like, if there are reliable people that are willing to throw down on debate, and you know, like the biggest thing is like, you know, with Mod Monday, it gets contentious, and you know, you
Yeah.
can either hang or you can't. Like,
Well,
I don't agree.
I think the problem with these, like with a lot of this is like, and I'm glad that I caught what she said in the beginning.
Mhm.
You know, she's like, we're not, as Sarah said, but this is not trying to fix anything. This is not trying to, we're not trying to, you know, solve the world's problems.
Yeah,
It's
no.
basically like we're just trying to yell at each other and argue with each other for shits and giggles, basically, right? And she didn't say it like that, but like that's basically kind of like the sentiment. It's like, so this is not about fixing anything or right or wrong. It's about shitting on each other for the worldview that they have, right?
I mean, it's a debate panel, so you have to be ready to defend your worldview. So, I mean, yeah, people are going to be there to shit on it that are going to disagree with you.
But what I'm saying, like, it's not like I'm coming in good faith. I may have a disagreement on there, but I'm trying to work with you, trying to understand, you know.
I would
either
say it
world-
depends on the panelist. Like, I mean, it depends on who it is. Like, for instance, I feel like Jim Bob and Fatty, like those are two
Okay,
way,
yeah. Yeah.
drastic ends of this, and they had like the best, most good faith, good
But I
natured
think it's
debate
the
I had
individual.
seen.
Because
Yeah,
Jim Bob's a very, you know, very like honest individual. Like he comes in there always good faith and like,
right.
you know, I wouldn't say like Neve would be the best person that would have on there to be on the other side for the red pill or on the opposite side of the red pill. Like
Okay.
just based off of like one, obviously previous takes, but also some other things as well. And that's just my opinion. And to each his own. But like, okay, Princess, I thought he was a really good person for that side because he is like the Destiny Light, right? I
Yeah.
thought like that's great. I would have picked like, Jasmine Shavar would have been a perfect, another person that would be great for that position.
Mhm.
Just my
Yep.
opinion. I that's just was thinking because
Yeah, it's a lot to like kind of put together
orchestrate and
and
navigate.
and then it depends on like availability. Like sometimes we reach out to a lot of people, sometimes like the debate topic just doesn't work out and I got to pull something else out with a more willing panel. Like shit happens with these things. So I mean
Yeah.
it
No,
really
but, like,
just
you
does
guys
depend on who's
do a
there.
good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Michelle, if you don't mind me asking,
Yeah.
can you explain to me real quick what is Mod Monday?
Sure. Mod Monday is an open platform debate platform where there are 4 panelists that we center around a particular topic, and it is usually done via like video or something. There is a rotating hot seat that comes in like I want to say it's like 20 minutes after the panel kind of sits with the subject. And what the hot seat does is it opens it up to more worldviews. Things can take different directions. Different insights can come in. That hot seat panelists, can be there for 10 minutes. People can take away and add more time if they're willing to super chat. So this is also
that
a
all
revenue producing show. Go ahead.
that all happens on this channel on Mondays?
Yeah, it's the Raging Tomato Monday nights.
Oh, on the Raging Tomato
Correct.
Monday night. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
I'm surprised you guys are not getting accused of trying to create your own verbal combat, but
I mean, it's just
Yes.
another. It
Big
is
Mac
another
tea over
debate
here.
channel. We are what we are. It's another debate show.
Okay. Well, Viking Paradigm, if you want to show up on there and talk about evolution, I'd be happy to join you.
John.
I mean, you want to talk to me? Evolution, I think would be great. I would need
Oh,
to kind of
actually.
get directions on like who would oppose you because I'd be like, who am I polling? Like,
Well,
No, he wants to debate Viking. So
Well, the reason why is because I like where Viking said he stands, which is where he believes that there is a god, and then Viking said that evolution was his means of getting things done. I think that's a great position to stand on. In order for me to have my own position to stand on against it, like that's a pretty solid basis because we both have a foundation of truth. That would be a very interesting topic, whether or not we're actually fighting it out and duking it out to figure out who wins. I think that's more of a fighting with each other to find the truth type of thing, which I think would be more beneficial than just who wins.
Yeah.
I'd like to go on that. I've been getting into debating.
Oh, James, you
I
know
would
what?
say, sorry, I would say if one of the mods could drop the Raging Tomatoes Discord, like that's a good way to get in touch with me if you want to like propose a subject or a debate team or something, and we'll chew on it and plan it out. So.
And James, if you want to get a debate going, I know that you and I have disagreed on some things, but if you want to get a debate going and get Michelle to mod it, I am totally okay with that too.
I'm more of a backgrounder. It's Sarah who mods.
That's
like,
a
I'll like
perfect
co-mod
moderator.
if I have to, but
Yeah, that's the perfect moderator.
Yeah, I mean, Viking, I've been wanting to get you on my channel to do the same thing, but he's not, he kind of denies a lot of
I
debates.
don't really do debates. Like I get into a lot of debates and back and forth with people.
he
because
doesn't
I
mean to
try
get into
direct
debates,
them.
but he gets into all the debates.
Sure, yeah.
because I come in and I try to provide clarity and see
Because it comes in hot.
The thing is that I'll spoiler that the reason why I do this is to challenge my own viewpoints because I don't want to just assume I'm correct, and this is also why I don't like doing debates because I'm not really trying to convince other people to do what I'm doing.
Well, no, but that's the
But
exact
also,
reason for a debate is to challenge your own beliefs against
Yeah.
other people's logical
It's the
systems.
best
to see what
exercise
yours
for that.
stands. It's a great, Jake.
But
like,
see, the issue
the
for
best
me is I'm
exercise,
too
bro.
busy doing other shit, man. Like if you want to give me a laundry list, I can give you a laundry list. I got other stuff in the fire. I'm doing this right now for practice with my new studio. Okay. That's
So
more
he
or less
didn't
what
really
I'm
come
doing.
here to hang out with us at all. Like he didn't. This is not
He
because
didn't
he
wanna
wants to hang out and talk about.
practice
This
versus-
is all about nerds for this studio.
And
Got
now I can nerd out. So one of the things I learned about Yu-Gi-Oh when I played was card advantage. And that means that for every action that you do, you try to get a multiple benefit from it. So everything that I do has a multiple purpose. Otherwise, I don't do it. And this is how I've been able to save time. And I've also been able to get a lot of work in. The reason why I can articulate a lot of these points so well is because I practice in the Fresh and Fit Discord where I'm not on air. Now I'm on air. Now I'm doing a podcast. Now I'm writing a book. Now I'm actually helping the guys that I've been trying to help for years that are at the top, but they didn't want to hear me because I was a nobody. But now I've got some fucking clout. So now I'm able to get through and help them help others, right?
So,
and
so
in the
Viking,
process, now I'm helping
you
others
have-
myself.
Sorry, do you have a link for a follower or whatever? Because like I said, I disagree with you on some
Viking
points.
Paradigm everywhere.
Viking
Yeah, Viking
Paradigm on
Paradigm.
Not just
if you go-
everywhere.
If you
It's
go to my
everywhere.
profile on Discord, all my socials are in my Discord profile, and it's the best place to get a hold of me publicly right now.
Okay, I'll try to do that because as much as I disagree with you on some things, my goodness, you drop some truth bombs. I like following you. I like listening to what you got to say. So, I'm gonna give you a follow. I'm gonna listen to some shit. But dude, like, if we could have a conversation / debate about
John, you guys
anything
can
at
go on
all.
your date. You could do your date another time.
No, but I mean, if we could have a
Viking.
debate about anything at all, if
Viking,
Glenn was moderating or something, like I wouldn't mind. I'm not a skilled debater, but I would
Yeah,
still
Viking's
like to have
great,
a
bro.
clash of minds.
Yeah, Viking's great. This is why I want to get him on there. I've clashed
Clash
with
of
Viking
Minds is
multiple
cool.
times. Even on this panel right now, me and Viking fucking went at it a couple times there. He's always great to debate with, but the guy doesn't want to do a fucking actual like sit down debate with people. I think it would be good for the audience as well.
Because he ain't trying to waste time on you.
Yeah, but with
Like,
a mind
see,
like
the
that,
thing is
you
that
gotta
Men is
spread it
advantage of
around.
women that are 400 pounds. You can find
Wait,
everything.
little
Okay,
quick
one
explanation.
second. Let me actually ask you this, right? And let's be good faith. Do most men like fat women?
No.
Yes, some actually really do. I've met.
You see
some
what I'm
that
talking
do.
about?
No,
It's always
not-
some, because you know the answer. No. The answer is no. So you have a
Because
best
the
conversation.
majority of people aren't actually fat. And
Most men are being honest about
trying
it.
to-
Majority of
okay, so
people
let
how
me-
many women?
fat.
I have a question before I
Let me
answer.
say this
How
and
many
then
women?
let me say this and then you got it. If that's the case, the red pill is good because some women like to be a dog, like to be domesticated, like to be treated and bossed around and spanked and like if that's the case, if we're going to go by some women like dominant men, so the red pill is right. You are making your own point. Go ahead, you got it.
That is your opinion. I just want to know how many women you actually asked about this.
Your mama and your sister. You
So
got
zero.
it.
Got it.
Yes.
That's what I
Careful,
kind
Patty.
of figured.
You never know if
Melanie-
somebody's mama has passed or something like that. Always be
Yeah,
mindful of using.
my mom
stuff
died, by
like
the
that.
way. So.
Tell
Yes,
me it's zero women.
And
without
my
telling me
mama
it's zero
didn't give
women.
me milk since I was a kid. Yes. We all have problems.
So Melanie, before you have to go, you got like 20 seconds left. Runway 16, right? Clear the land. One time. So what I wanted to say is Fatty was onto some good talking points there. And that was some inside air traffic show stuff out there. If you guys wonder what the hell I just said. Melanie knows. That's a little bonus. But there is like when you talk about the red pill or manosphere, you hear hypergamy all the time, right? You hear like the hypergamous nature of women and this and that. Basically, women wanting to, if they have a choice, they would prefer to date financially at the level and up, right? Where men tend to say at their level and down. Professor Scott Galloway talks about this all the time. A bunch of other scholars talk about this all the time. I've spoken on my podcast. I've spoken to a fair amount of women, not a whole lot, not thousands or hundreds, but whenever I have an interview and I'm talking to a woman on my podcast, one of the things I'll ask, I was like, okay, here's the scenario. You're making $300,000 a year. You have everything you wanted. Your future is secure. You have vacation homes. You got the cars, the bags, and all that. And you meet a guy. This guy checks every box except for one, right? This guy is making the average salary of a man in America. This guy is making around, let's say $50,000, $60,000 a year. Would you date that guy? Would you marry that guy? Would you bring that man in your life? You love him and all that. He's perfect. He's everything, but the financial thing is not quite there. And I'm not gonna lie to you. I think I talked about 10 or 15 women. Every single one of them, all of them were very successful. Every single one of them said no. Their first initial response is, well, so long as he's ambitious. And he has a plan to get there. I'm like, no, he's making 60 grand a year. This is what he wants to do. This is all he's gonna do. He owns his house, right? He has no debt. He's done it the right way. He's just very bare bones guy. And they like, no, I'm not gonna take care of a man. And that is the problem with the feminist side of dating as a top tier woman, as an alpha woman. That hypergamy thing gets in the way. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. If I'm gonna make up numbers, and I'm just making up numbers here, guys, I don't have any stats in front of me. But I would argue that probably 75% of women, again, this is just me making up numbers. I would argue that 75% of women who are high earners like that will want a guy to be at least at her level financially.
Hey,
She's not
Glenn,
going to
did
go for that
DL
guy
just throw
who is
shade
a
at
low
Aaron
earner,
Clary right
although
there?
he checks all the other boxes. So I have seen that. Now the red pill is taking too far. I think they take it too far. Right? They're like, this is every
Somebody
woman.
needs to
Blah, blah,
teach
blah.
DL what happens when that timer goes off.
Hold on. I want him to finish. I want him to finish.
Yeah, she should get a say. She should.
Yeah.
I waste
So
her time with air
usually,
traffic show.
so usually the panel will kind of allow whoever's
Please,
on the
please,
hot seat the opportunity before they
All right. I don't want to watch. If you guys want to watch the rest of it, I'm not saying I don't want to watch the rest of it. I don't want to ruin the rest of it. I wanted to, remember I said in the beginning, I wanted to, watch a little bit in the beginning to kind of get a better, understanding of what the panelists' views are and their positions, and kind of observe some of the responses, and then just that's it. Because I don't want to spoil the rest of the video. If you guys want to watch the rest of it, I think you should go over there and watch the rest of it. That's their project, their baby, and if you're interested in the rest, figuring out what the rest of them said, go over there. I think from what we observed, that we could come up with a general consensus of what their opinions are. And yes, AJ, I do think there was throwing Cappy under the bus a little bit there.
But anybody that knows Cappy roasts him, so
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But I don't think he knows Cappy.
Yeah, we
Like,
roast
like-
Cappy on Masculine Geek all the time.
I tell Cappy he
D-
can fit in
D-
my pocket all the time.
I'm pretty sure DL knows who Cappy is.
Like I'm talking
gets
about
around.
nose Cappy as in like name recognition. I'm talking about nose Cappy as in nose Cappy.
But also Cappy's he's MGTOW too, so he's one of those bitter guys, you know. He's
Bitter or just bitter or just like
He's
grumpy old
pragmatic.
man. Bitter or
Yeah,
grumpy old
exactly.
man.
Him and Rich Cooper both. They're the grumpy old men of the manosphere.
His girlfriend pay him rent.
Yeah. That's the most funniest thing. He makes his girlfriend pay him rent.
Wait, hold on.
And the fact
Is
that
it
it
Rich-
is true. The
Is it
fact
Rich
that it's
Cooper a
true
red
is
pill guy?
ridiculous.
Isn't Rich Cooper a red pill guy? He's not Midtown, is he?
Rich Cooper is.
I'd say RP adjacent at best.
Yeah, he's.
But
ish.
he's a grumpy old man. He's always bitching about the Mano Swamp. So
He also contradicts himself on a lot of things, but that's
I'm not
here
going to
or
be
there.
leaking any red pill or Rich Cooper stuff.
He was one of the first guys that kind of got me into the space, to be perfectly honest.
Rich Cooper was the first guy that got
Yeah,
me into this
same-
space.
same here.
Because when
Yeah.
I was looking up how to become a millionaire the right way, one of his videos, Entrepreneurs and Cars, came up, and he said some shit that I half agreed with, half disagreed with, but it woke me up enough to where then told the algo. Then I got recommended Donovan Sharpstream, and the
Yeah,
rest is
same.
history because he was interviewing
Oh, I
Myron.
know who Rich Cooper is now. Now I got it.
I got Before the Train Wreck recommended me through some blue pill affair recovery bullshit. And now here I am.
Hey, Viking, when I first got my heart broken, I remember I was kind of looking at some stuff to kind of understand why women like leave men, etc. I went through a channel called Love Chat. Have you ever heard that?
That sounds really gay.
Total fucking blue pilled, hardcore, stupid channel that I remember running into. I don't know if you're aware of like there's channels out there that are like blue pilled, how to deal with relationship breakups channels.
Some of them I'm not too familiar with them. I try to stay away from that because that's a lot of like what I refer to typically as the Oprah Winfrey Dr. Phil or Big Mo and I lovingly refer to the dog shit advice.
absolute the most worst advice you could possibly give it. It's a lot of it's women.
Glenn
trying to
sees it
give
a lot
men
in
advice.
the Christian spaces too. There's a
Yes.
lot of overlap with
Yeah.
it.
Don't get me started.
But that shit
Yeah.
exists, man, and it's horrible for men. But I remember
Very,
that shit.
very bad for men. I mean, it's like one of the worst possible things that can happen, and you see it more and more every day. That's why.
But see, here's the problem with it.
But if you prayed
the problem with it is that it's some truth to it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
every
everything has
lie
an
has an
element.
element of truth
Women have
to it.
vaginas and men have penises. What
No, the fact like
the truth, that's the only truth. But other than that, there's no truth to it. The rest of it's bullshit. What are you talking about? There's
I'm talking about. I'm talking about. Okay, so like, look, let me explain it this way. Not if you are 100% alpha, you are not marriageable. You're not marriage material. Okay, you're not.
Is that
if you're-
something they presented though?
But we're all in agreement though that that's kind of a trope. The whole alpha beta.
No, nobody
Yeah,
said
that's the apex fallacy, Glenn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
apex fallacy.
listen, what I'm saying, if you are completely selfish, if you're that alpha guy, that's the alpha guy's not settling down. Why does he have to settle down?
Hold
Because
on,
multiple
that's
women-
one
Hold on,
archetype of the alpha
stop.
male,
Shut
though.
up. Shut the
one
fuck up. Let me
archetype,
finish
though.
my goddamn sentence. All right. Rolo himself have even written about this and has talked about this. It's like if you are 100% red or alpha male, you are going to be a horrible partner because you don't provide any of the comfort side. He even said it's like a 30, 80, 20. It's a split. You have to have a little bit of the beta qualities as well as the alpha qualities in order to be that guy. And he said he can't be 100% one way, or
Sure.
you're not gonna be a good mate. Period.
But that's not what they're
Well, because-
presenting, is
Yeah,
it?
but
Oh,
there's-
but that
hold
point
on,
out,
hold
they
on.
say, hold on,
Glenn's right.
let me
Glenn's
finish.
right, and I can explain why. Because this comes down to different situations. Because alpha and beta is always contextual. Remember, leader follower.
Right.
So in certain context, you may have to follow. If my girl knows something that I don't, and she can do it better than me, I will have to defer to her and follow her lead like a beta would
But
in
you
order
chose to do that.
get that thing done. But once again, everything else, I'm going to be the one taking the lead. So
Right.
once again, it's one of those contextual things. You can do quote beta things from alpha frame.
Yes.
And that's what a lot of guys get mixed up, is that it all comes down to the context and the nuances of the situation. And if you're one of those people that's TLDR, too long didn't read, and the details don't matter, and Viking, you're overthinking this, shut the fuck up, you're part of the problem. You're the uninformed voter. You're the low IQ individual. These nuances do matter and make all the fucking difference in what you do for your techniques to succeed
Yeah.
in life.
Yeah, 100%.
All nuance matters.
To give the TLDR of what Viking just said, stop being a binary thinker and stop fucking spurging out, you retards.
There you go. I would also say this, like Vikings 100% right. Like even in the context of a football game, the NFL players, which is artificial warfare, right? That's what sports is. It's a team sport. It's the greatest chess game on turf, is that you have to play your role. You're an offensive lineman. Your job is to protect the quarterback. You're a wide receiver. Your job is to fucking get open. You're a quarterback. Your job is to deliver the football. You're a running back, etc. Same thing with the defense. Everybody plays a role. However, within that team frame, whether you're defense or offense, there is a leader that calls the plays and has narratives. Same thing even with the coaching staff. The coaching staffs are the ones that call the plays, gives it, and the players are the ones that execute it. It all trickles down to hierarchies of things.
Yep.
Doesn't mean because you're listening to the coach that means you're a beta male. No, you're the alpha male within the team that you're leading, and then you have a higher up.
But I'm
There's
also
higher-
talking. I wasn't talking about necessarily following her lead. I was also talking about the comfort qualities. Like
yeah, and that's the thing, is that
that's
like,
a huge part of it. Is what I'm talking about. It's like, so some of those like the sectors that you guys were mentioning,
Mm-hmm.
they focus on guys like providing a lot of the comfort side of things, the safety, the things that make a woman feel more secure in the relationship is what I'm referring to. They'll tell you to like lean more on that, and rather than as Viking would say, like make her earn it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, and they won't tell you make her earn it. They'll just tell you learn her 5 love languages. What's your love language?
Well, no, I mean it's got to be a little bit of both, right?
That's well, there's no such thing as love languages. That's dumb. But what I'm getting at, it's literally that 70-30 or 80-20 split of those comfort qualities that those we call betas will have, and also a mixture of the alpha qualities that makes you the attractive, arousing, leader that she wants to follow and wants to bang, but also providing her enough comfort and security that she knows that she's your girl and she doesn't have to worry about you trading her in for the different model. You know what I'm saying? Like there has to be.
Yeah, it's not
Right.
it's not
I mean, I
like
understand the
as a
concept, but I
family
still screw with
man,
the fundamentals.
it's not enough for me to care. I actually have to demonstrate that I care
Yeah.
through action. It's like when parents try to like buy their children's love with gifts and stuff like that rather than spending time with them. That old trope. Right. I'm not that
Yes.
kind of dad. I'm not that kind of husband. I do have to do some of the beta things, be self-deprecating, be dorky, goofy with my son,
Sure.
and do those family type things.
Bro, that
I'm not,
ain't
you know,
beta,
I'm a
that's being a
Viking, but I'm
father.
not, like I said, I'm an asshole, right? But the thing is that I'm a benevolent dictator.
Ryan goes over these goals very well.
Hold on, you guys. AJ's trying to say something. He's barely been able to get in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
Ryan goes over both of these very well in his sidebar series when he discusses practical female psychology and Married Sex Life Primer, which is I think was done by Athel K, the Married Sex Life Primer, which is like the OG Married Red Pill, moderator. So if you guys want to learn about that more and how to navigate it, I highly recommend you watch Ryan Stone's sidebar series on those two books.
Yeah, Ryan Stone is great. Like I said, if you ever ask him a question and you try to get
Don't
him
lie
to
to him.
feel bad for you,
Don't
he
lie.
will fucking destroy you and he'll break your little heart.
And,
Yeah,
and that's
not
why I
what I'm
want
doing
to say with whatever Viking Paradigm was saying about being goofy with his kids or whatever you got to do to make sure your kids are raised right is not beta. Like that's alpha no matter what, no matter how much you debase yourself for the sake of your
That's what I'm
kids.
saying
That
because
is alpha as
I'm
fuck.
I'm
Like,
doing
that's what
a
you're supposed
beta
to do.
behavior
No,
from a
that's
quote alpha
incorrect.
frame.
It's not right. We're not addressing the actual issue here. You guys keep throwing these terms around, and they don't mean shit.
Well, they're
Okay,
placeholder
alpha,
terms.
alpha.
They don't mean shit to you because you don't know what they mean.
No, I know
Well, hold
exactly
on.
what they mean.
Oh, I
I know
get it.
exactly what alpha, beta, and omega mean. Okay, if you're an
Not
alpha,
in the
you're
context that
dominant.
it's being
Yes,
used
I
in.
Hold
do.
on, hold on, hold on.
Hey, let
Glenn,
me
I want
finish.
to I want to hear his
Yeah.
point here.
Yeah,
All
Go-
right,
go-
just hear me out, dude. I mean, I keep getting shut down. Just hear me out. All right. Look, alpha is dominant, supposedly. Wasn't even talked about to the 1970s, and that's after the guy diagnosed it in 1947, talking about fucking wolves. Okay, we're talking about a concept that's relatively new, and we're trying to compare it to being a husband or being a boyfriend. It's shit.
Right.
Okay, alpha is a dominant. Beta is supposed to be a subordinate, and omega is supposed to be a submissive. So you're telling me that for thousands of years, we had husbands and wives and kids and everything, okay? But the guy that took great care of his family in 1900, well, he wasn't quite alpha enough. I'm sorry, I'm calling. I'm raising the
Okay, so
bullshit
you're
flag,
one
absolutely.
again right now. See, absolutely, this is you're just proving that you're lacking of knowledge of how the concept is being utilized. No, stop. The reason why I'm saying that is because it's a container word for characteristics that
Yeah.
specific
But you're based on
behaviors.
David Beck.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I
We're
already, I
not.
already
Glenn-
defined
Glenn's
it.
right.
Glenn,
Hold on.
Glenn, I'll redefine it. Alpha is leadership characteristics, and beta are follower characteristics. It's
You
that
guys are
simple.
changing the definition. That's not
No,
the original
we're not.
definition.
We're
That's what
using-
it was.
But in the red
Vincent.
pill
Well-
sphere, that's how the terms are used.
I
just like how
understand. I understand that
hypergamy
part. I got
is
that.
usually supposed to be just about marrying up for money, but we refer to it as in women's nature of
Okay.
picking the best of the best in other
It's-
regards as
okay,
well.
let me ask a different way then. Do you identify yourself as like your main trait when you walk around? Are you saying I'm alpha?
No,
Is that-
Well, Vincent,
is that-
you
is that
You
you
what
have
you
again,
to-
are?
if you would have
But
listened to me in the beginning, I said you don't get to determine that. How
Exactly.
people
Yeah, it's
treat
people
you
around
determines
you.
that. How
Okay.
people.
Yeah.
Then why are we
Oh.
even worried about it?
Well,
Vincent-
Oh my God.
Vincent, you have to be determining this based on the definitions that are given by the red pill because that's what all the rest of the definitions are based off of. So, although you are giving some good definitions of what it used to be, it no longer applies, and now we got to move
No,
on.
that's
to
not
because
what
it's in the
necessarily.
red pill circle. That's what I'm
Vincent,
saying. In
you're-
the red pill circle, that's the definition. That's what you guys are trying to explain. to me.
Vincent, you would okay. Can you acknowledge that there's different archetypes of the alpha male, like archetypes of it?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, cool. So within the hierarchy of wherever you're at, you could be an alpha, and then you go to a different hierarchy. You're the beta now. There's different hierarchy. There. Well, okay. So for example, let's say you play college football and you are the top quarterback in the college football league, right? You get drafted into the NFL, and now all of a sudden you're starting back to the bottom. You become the beta when you reach to a different hierarchy. That's the point. You see that everywhere with every scenario. It doesn't mean that because you're an alpha, your alpha status is taken with you. There's different hierarchies within whatever a category leveling up in. Right.
Yeah,
That's
taking
the point
the
there. Vincent.
placeholder, as Glenn said, container words too literally because
Yeah.
they're meant to be used metaphorically as a container word to describe certain behaviors that are associated with leadership versus followership.
Yeah,
You can be
It's
a leader
quite
and not,
simple.
and not okay. But again, this is all I'm trying to say here. Okay, I'm just trying to make or give you guys a different perspective on how I'm seeing this. All right, I'm not saying that I'm necessarily right. I'm not saying that I'm necessarily wrong. But look, I can be a leader of my family and not be a beta or an alpha or whatever the fuck it is that I want to be labeled as or what other people want to label me as. Okay, I don't have to walk around and have people call me or tell me that I'm something for me to be a good father. Let me finish. I'll be done. I'll be
That's
done,
not the
right?
that's not the argument though.
But if we are just going to sit here and say, okay, in the red pill circles, when you go from one step to another step, you're an alpha here, but you become a beta here, then I don't know. I kind of see that setting yourself up for failure.
No, but it's
just,
hierarchies.
Just be a good husband, be a good man, Don't complain.
Well,
don't
that's
bitch.
what is alpha.
But that's
Yeah,
that's what I'm
just-
saying.
just-
That's
just
what I'm
do
saying.
it.
There
Just do it.
shouldn't
It'll
be a
just work.
label. There were good men and good husbands before we had these fucking labels.
Yeah, Vincent.
That's what I'm
again-
saying.
Again, the hierarchies and the archetypes of the male, they differ between whatever we're talking about in the concept.
Yeah,
we're
it
talking
breaks down
about
why
red
that
pill.
was.
Say that again, Viking.
What the red pill does is break down why good husbands used to be good husband and how we can reproduce that.
Yes.
Right.
So
And it
Vincent-
uses those terms to do so.
Yeah, and Vincent, like I argued with Glenn, I said Superman is a great archetype of an alpha male. Okay, Superman
Blue
is
pill alpha.
No,
He's a
well,
blue
hold
pill
on.
alpha. He's
No,
and he's blue.
No,
he's
no,
straight
he's
up
not.
blue,
No, he's
dude.
not. No, he's not.
He is.
Dude, Henry
Okay,
Cavill's
Lois, I'll do what you
so
tell me.
hot.
Even though I'm a
You're-
superhuman being and I'm a
bro.
god among men, Lois, I'll do exactly what you tell me to do.
No, he
Superman
doesn't.
is
Bro,
basically a
what are you
blue pill
talking
alpha.
about? No. Superman is a guy that has a wife. He has kids. He protects them. He protects the world. He does his duty to the world. He's the
Wait a minute, I'm confused.
truth,
Wait a minute.
justice, and
So
the
you
American
say
way.
blue
Dude,
pill and red pill is okay to utilize, but alpha is not okay to utilize.
Glenn, what we're talking about now is purple pill. You gotta
Yeah,
you gotta
I-
be
I'm-
you gotta be
well,
up on
dude,
the times,
let-
bro.
outside
Talking
of
about
these,
purple
I'm
pill.
talking
No,
about
I the
archetypes.
definitions is what I'm using, man. I mean, I'm trying to talk
I
your
know.
language here.
But
okay?
I'm talking about archetypes. Now, if you want to label it purple pill or whatever other color, I'm just talking about the alpha. I'm sorry, the
I
archetypes.
don't want to
of it.
label any pill. I don't want to even give it a name.
Well, the thing
Okay,
is,
so it's like this. It's like either you're a patriarch or you're not.
Look, here's what I'm saying. Okay, and I'm gonna use Disney as a.
Isn't that
another
better?
example.
If you don't want alpha or beta, it's either you're patriarch or you're not.
No,
Hold
you're
on,
either
hold
a
on.
man or you're a
Lufthansa,
bitch.
Lufthansa,
If you're
right?
not a
It's real
patriarch,
simple, dude.
if you're
You're
not a
either- you're either
patriarch,
a
listen,
man, you
listen.
take
If you're not a
responsibility, or you're
patriarch,
not.
that means you're not leading your family.
Well, look,
Fair
here's
enough.
the
Fair
thing.
enough. There you
Okay.
go. Okay,
Here's the
there you
thing. Mufasa, obvious patriarch of the entire tribe of the entire jungle, right?
He's the leader. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
what does he do? He plays pouncing with Simba. And that's why I'm trying to tell Viking Paradigm, hey, just because you're goofy with your kids doesn't mean that you're
Agreed.
no longer an alpha.
Yeah.
Like
No,
fucking
Viking never
Mufasa
made that
did that
point,
shit
though.
with Simba, and he's still.
But I
like
use that. I
the
use that
head
as
of
a
everything.
rudimentary example. Please, once again, we're taking these.
Yeah, he
things
didn't
too
make that point,
literally,
bro.
but we're trying to describe things utilizing metaphor and terminology. Once again, we got to understand how we're using the language here, gentlemen. So
Yeah,
when I'm
yeah.
talking about those concepts, I'm saying that there's certain times where it is alpha to do beta things. That's what I'm
Yes.
trying to say.
Yeah,
Right,
I think
and
he's-
would
he's
not
I'll use the other
Mufasa-
anecdotal example to give a more concrete thing rather than something that's more metaphorical. Of the first time I took my girl out, went to a park. She was walking up the stairs in front of me, leading the way, and I was looking at her ass. She caught me looking at her ass, and I didn't try to hide it. I smiled, and then she looked away and kept popping her cheeks. And then what did I do? I ran past her up the hill and just left her in the fucking dust. Just completely left her in dust. And I ran all the way up to the top, and I found a blue chicory flower, and I picked it for her. This is a wild flower. I won't get in trouble from the DNR or anything like that for,
Yeah.
and it's her favorite color. So, and I had it hidden behind my back kind of casually. And when she came up, I gave her the flower and said, "Here, I killed this for you." And she's all out of breath, and she's just like, "What the hell? Why'd you do that?" And I'm just like, "Here, I killed this for you."
But is
This is a
that
perfect
not
example.
exactly what I'm talking about? Where I'm saying Mufasa as a alpha head of his household, but he still is able to play with his kids and whatnot, and still be. I mean, you would consider it beta, where he lets Simba win the pouncing contest and such.
No, not at all.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Viking. It's
But
not
I don't think
beta at
Viking
all.
made that
You
point,
don't have
though.
beta
But that's
characteristics.
what the point that Rollo tries to illustrate in his books is about how it is so contextual that this is where a lot of guys get lost in the sauce, because these are the guys that will say, "Oh, you can never reward your woman," like what Glenn was talking about, that extreme of where you can't be all alpha, because then you're going to be like, "Well, you haven't done anything to earn that shit."
Right,
And so
okay.
you're gonna be, and you're going to be like, "Yeah, my woman doesn't deserve anything from me.
Right,
She has to give me
I agree with
everything."
that.
And that's a
I
one-sided
agree.
Would you say
relationship.
that's
That's a
beta
bad
trait to think
relationship.
that way?
I would. That's what I would say is that you're
Yeah,
not
I
really
would say that's
understanding the balance, because
Exactly.
in order for you to you have to utilize positive and negative reinforcement. There's
Right.
both work, and if utilized correctly, proportionally, fairly, you will get good results in all your relationships. This is just a fundamental fact of human interaction.
Yeah.
This was also part of my
I am
whole 100% alpha thing. Okay, like that whole concept of how you can't make it work a relationship if you're 100% alpha. You know, like you'd be treating your wife bad or your kids bad.
But
Or you were
no,
neglected
but that's
or-
not
So
being
that's-
100% alpha. That's just abuse, bro. That's beta male traits.
That's okay.
where
Again,
I'm
that's
kind of-
that was my point. That's
Yeah.
exactly my point. Like I'm saying that if being all alpha is bad, you know, like
I think
what-
it is.
what
I
they
think
were
being
saying.
100% alpha is a good thing, but I think Viking is taking
you
the.
guys are you guys are taking you guys are trying to make it what you
there's
want it to be.
extreme-
You're
there's
trying to make it
extremes on
seem like
both
it's all
sides.
good. It's not that. It's
It's
literally there's comfort traits that tend to be in beta male qualities. They really excel on those things. They provide comfort. They're the ones that she knows that they feel safe with them, right? They know that he's not going to be the guy that's going to go out and fuck a bunch of bitches, right? That's that guy. That's the guy that's going to be like, oh, hey, babe, let me do this for you. Oh, catering to them, all right?
Yeah.
The alpha guy is going to be like, I know I got other bitches. If he's 100% alpha, one, he's not settling down. He's the guy that says, why would I give all this up?
But that's
Right?
one version of the archetype, Glenn. That's the
No,
thing.
I'm talking about we're talking about sexual dynamics.
Okay, fair enough. fair
Okay,
enough.
we're not talking about moralistic values or anything like that. We're just talking about intersexual dynamics from an innate mating strategy nature.
Right.
Period.
Fair enough. I understand your point when you
Let's
say
not
full
put
alpha, but-
moralistic worldviews or anything. And that's why I'm saying even the 100% alpha is not a good mix. You don't want to be 100% anything. You want a good, healthy balance.
Yeah, there's extremes on both ends, and that's one of the things that a lot of guys get messed up in the red pill when they
I agree.
misinterpret the information and don't get proper guidance, like that guy that was in that video earlier,
Yep.
right? He was obviously just watching videos and he didn't actually get a mentor or a coach or anything like that. So he clearly
Mhm.
didn't know what the fuck to do. He was getting, he had a counselor, and obviously the counselor gave him some good advice, maybe, or maybe got from the video content. But clearly, with this weird sus things he was doing, he wasn't getting actually good advice. He was probably
Yeah.
just coping and half-assing it. And we can know this just because of the fruits of his labor, right? And that, once again, the medium is the message.
Yeah.
So
And-
at
and-
the end of the day, it's just all about what are the strategies that actually work.
Yeah, I think Viking's right. Like, it's the strategies of things to get to that level. However, if you say Genghis Khan, for example, I would say Genghis Khan was was an alpha male. 2% of Asia belongs in his DNA. That's a
Hey, don't
huge
talk
amount.
about my
he was-
ancestors
he was-
that
but at the
way.
same
He
time,
was an extreme, yeah.
he was an extreme. That's what I'm saying. So
And,
when you
and
say,
in terms of success as a human being, he is unparalleled in his
It's
success
unparalleled.
in terms of reproduction.
sure, yeah, that's my point. So when you shoot it that way, okay, I understand that perspective. But that's why I say there's different archetypes of the alpha, right?
I
Genghis Khan-
understand that. I got that, but that's not what. I mean, okay, I understand your point. I understand the point you're making, but can't we just simplify it? Okay, granted, I know I'm in a red
I
pill
think we-
circle.
I
I
think
got
we
that.
need-
I got that.
I
But
think we
can't
need
we
to
just simplify it by saying something like, okay, maybe you should reach down and grab a pair. Maybe
Reach
don't
down
be
and
a
what?
fucking coward. Reach down and grab a pair. Don't be a coward. Face your
Okay.
fears.
Okay.
Okay. Be a good man. Be
Right.
a good dad. Be a good husband. Like that's my
That's,
point.
that's
Like, why
not
do
what
we?
the red pill about though. The red
But
guys
how
have
is-
been
how
getting
is
told
it-
that from
how
the
is it
dawn of
not
time.
about
The
that?
red pill tells you how to do those things.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's how you
But
apply
isn't the
it,
red
right?
pill trying to tell men how to be better versions of themselves?
Well, to a degree, that's the
By
prescriptions.
understanding
Again,
how things actually work.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
No, the,
So
the
you
red
can-
pill
you-
telling people just facts about the world that is
And how
today
you
about
use it.
women being sluts and how to take advantage of it. That's all it does.
But hold on. There's
Yeah, the
different
red
degrees
pill's
of
just
how you
make-
use the
like telling you
RP.
about the Matrix.
How you
well-
use it is different.
It's different. So, for example, I could use it like Superman, okay, or I could use it like Batman, or I could use it like fucking the Joker, who's a criminally insane man that is also
Right.
alpha within that horrible hierarchy that he's in. So there's
Mhm.
different versions of that. The RP is not moral, bro. It's just the RP. That's it. It's not good or bad. It's just neutral.
It's
It
just
is what it is.
statements. Statements of fact is all it is.
Yeah.
So
Now
is a statement
again,
of fact that being a good husband is not a good thing?
no. That's
No,
not the
it's just-
claim at
No,
all.
that's advice.
It's
Now
just
you've
telling
gone
you
beyond.
what the world really is, just revealing it to you. Like Neo, had with the Matrix. You know,
Why do you
he
need
took the
someone to
red
tell
pill
you
and
that
he
though? Like,
seen
I'm still
what the
confused
world
about
was.
this.
Because not all men know how to
Look
do
at the
this
world we
stuff.
live in. It's a fucking gynocentric world, bro.
Is
apparently
it
we need
really hard
people-
for someone to see that it's a gynocentric
If
world?
you don't
I mean,
have,
did we,
Yeah, if
bro,
you don't have the knowledge.
people are born with no dads nowadays, right? Like we live in a
Yeah.
single women are fucking
maybe
raising
maybe that's a part of
Even
my
if you
problem.
have a
That's
dad,
probably the thing that I just
you
don't
don't have
seem
that
to get.
knowledge
Some of this
sometimes.
stuff just seems so common sense. It's like,
but it's
why
not.
do I need
That's-
someone to
that's-
tell me this?
Yeah, to some people, yes, it would seem like common sense. To
I
others,
mean, like,
you
okay,
have to
yeah,
be red
it's
pill first.
sometimes it's kind of hard to talk to a chick because she's hot and she makes you nervous. Okay, well, stop being a bitch and go fucking talk to her.
Well,
How is that not? It's something
it's just,
that everyone thinks.
Vincent. Here's the thing: is I had enough courage, and I said, "Hello, my name's John Smith," and it was all kinds of SA accusations because I said, "Hello, my name is John Smith," and I had to go
Yeah.
and learn why that was all of a sudden an SA accusation. That's a big thing that happened. And it was
Yeah.
a real thing. And then all of a sudden I got red pilled and it was like, oh shit. Okay. So now I know I got to up my game. I got to maximize and minimize. And I got to actually be approachable and attractive so that when I say, hi, my name is
And
John
Vincent-
Smith, I'm not accused of such things.
Vincent,
anymore.
you do realize that we're all being raised in a blue-pilled equality society, like
Yeah,
from
right.
Disney,
Feminist
Disney
society.
fairy
Of course,
tales
yeah,
and the
yeah.
Disney movies and fucking everything that we're growing up with.
Dude,
we're
if
taught that
you
men
haven't
and
checked
women
out
are
my
equal.
channel, you don't know me. Obviously, you haven't checked out my channel. That's literally what I talk about.
Sure.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It's
Great.
all of my topics.
Yeah,
Okay,
See, that's funny.
Good,
John
good.
Smith
who
was
the
just
fuck
told.
doesn't see
John
that?
Smith was
If
just
you go to
told, just
Netflix
do it.
right now,
A lot of
every
people
single show
don't.
that you see on Netflix is like women
But-
lead. I mean,
but
like
Vincent, a lot of
everything's
people-
women centric now. Who
But a
cares?
lot of
See,
people don't see
but
that. This is
Vincent,
why we
Vincent,
need people. We need to have these
what
conversations.
John
bro.
Smith is saying is that he was told, just like you said, to just do it, but he wasn't told all the prerequisites that would get him the best outcome when
Yeah.
he did it,
Right.
which
right.
is what you're kind of trying to glaze over. Can you simplify it? Well, yeah, he had it simplified for him, but because he didn't have the actual details, he got accusations.
You got
He
fucked
got
up.
screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was really freaking
mean-
annoying.
So she actually pressed charges against you because you just said hi.
She didn't press charges, but I was kicked out of the bar by the bouncers because of it. And it's all because I said, okay, so this is all in the exact same night that this happened. Number one, I sat down at a table by myself, ordered a drink by myself, had my drink by myself next to the dance floor. On the dance floor, the dude spun this chick around so many times that she almost fell. I caught her like a fucking hero, like Gaston. Okay. I caught her and I pulled her back up and I said, are you okay? And then she said, don't touch me. That was her response. Not a fucking thank you. It was don't touch me.
Did you drop her then? I would have dropped her.
Should've
Like,
just dropped
No,
her on
no,
her
at,
ass, dude.
at that point, I had already lifted her back up to her guy, and I said, "Are you okay?" And she said, "Don't touch me." So then I told myself, "I'm gonna get the fuck out of here." That's kind of really freaking annoying. So I went to the bar and I said, "I need to cash out," and they said, "You only bought one drink, and it's a $10 minimum. You need to buy at least another 2 drinks." And I said, "Okay, give me another beer, and then get a beer for whoever. I don't care." Whoever's closest, get them a beer.
Yeah.
So then the bartender gets a beer for the lady that's closest to me, not attractive at all, by the way, gets her a beer and says, "Oh, that's courtesy of whoever." Right. And she points to me, and that lady looks at me and says, "Just because you bought me a drink doesn't mean I'm going to talk to you." And I said, "Lady, I'm trying to cash the fuck out. I care nothing about you at all."
Look at
This
the
has
natural
nothing
reaction
to
of
do with that.
of these women, bro. The natural reaction is you're a predator.
It's not even over yet. That was only
Well,
number 2 of 5. That's only number 2 of 5
that's
in the
right, it's 5
exact
things.
same night.
5. Good
In
day.
the exact same night, I had 5 of these encounters, and so I told that lady, I'm just trying to cash out. This means nothing. In fact, give me that fucking beer. I'll chug it then. So then I grabbed the beer from her. I chugged it. I chugged mine. I cashed out. I started to walk outside. I opened the door, and as the lady walks in, she says, "Oh, you think I can't open a door for myself?" And then I said, "Fuck you." And then I walked out. And then as I was walking out on my phone, I started ordering on the app for the fucking lift or whatever, right? My lift was showing up. I was waiting. There was 2 lifts that showed up at the same time. Mine was obviously one behind them because I could see the make and model and the license plate number. So I knew that mine was behind them. But as the ladies were walking out of the bar, they were stumbling around and whatnot. So I opened the door for them as a gentleman and said, "Hey, I think this one's yours." And as they were getting in, two of them said, "Hey, fuck off, and don't think that you can join us," and all kinds of other slurs and all kinds of other nonsense. And I was like, "Okay, well, fuck you." I slammed the door shut on them, went back to my left, got inside, and guess who's there? A fucking woman driving me home who was saying some shit to me about all kinds of other nonsense, sexist stuff. And so I was like, fucking at this point, 5 times in one night, I am done. I am never doing this shit again. This is complete bullshit. The fact that I can't go out for one drink and be polite to people and get shit on this much, like that has to mean something. And that's when I got red pilled, is after that whole situation happened.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck everyone. Fuck all of that.
I mean, that's an
That is some
absolute
bullshit.
horrific story. Like that's insane. Like I'm not even going to remotely try to, make any comments.
Well, in their
John, I
defense,
have
guess-
one question, John.
in
I have
their
one
defense,
question.
I guess it was in the middle of the Me Too movement. So in their defense, I guess
There's no defense to that.
I
It's
have
still
one
not
question.
exact
I have
outside.
one question. Did you wear really bad cologne that night?
No.
I'm
well,
just
what I did-
wondering if you didn't have the tactical soap pheromone shit, that would be
time for some sponsorship.
Okay. So in my defense, that soap did not exist yet. So what I was wearing was regular Dawn soap, and so
That
that,
was
might be
it.
the downfall.
That's the problem.
Woman,
That's the problem.
How do you wear
No.
Dawn soap, dude?
You know what?
The
If
problem
you
is I
would
smell
just
like
have,
shit.
if
smelled
you
like your
just would have
grandpa.
listened to this amazing commercial, you would have had a better luck.
This episode was brought to you by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company, a game changer in men's grooming. Crafted with natural pheromones, it's designed to elevate your alpha status, masculinity, attractiveness, and charisma. Each bar is meticulously formulated to invigorate your sense and leave you feeling confident and irresistible. Unleash your true potential with Tactical Soap and command attention wherever you go. Order now by using the link in the description of this video.
That's really good soap, by the way. Really good soap. But are we talking about kind of like the man versus bear phenomenon bullshit, right? That's kind of where we're
Not
discussing the.
Am I the bear?
I'm just saying that.
No. I feel like we're discussing.
Don't say that,
No.
Glenn. You don't know what that actually means.
I feel like
I
we're
don't wanna
discussing
know then.
Occam's razor, and we need to know whether or not all these women are just like horrifically mean, or if John stinks.
Well, first of all, the Occam's razor would be that I had zero pheromones from Tactical Soap.
my bad.
But
Yeah.
but the other side of that would be that they were so terrified by the Me Too movement that when I saw
political
them
shit, yeah.
saying you can't buy me a drink, and they were clinging to each other away from me as if I was some terrifying arch villain of a Disney movie, it was kind of like, okay, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here then. Like, this is terrifying to me too.
And
you
Like,
know?
I don't want to dox you, but like, where the fuck?
Hold on. No. Here's the thing. This is a common thing during the Me Too movement. There was a lot of cases on that, and I'll tell you this: women are acceptable to the Democratic propaganda that's being pushed with the Me Too movement and all
Very
that fucking
gullible.
garbage, the
Very gullible.
abortion shit, all that garbage, bro. Here's the thing: this is why the Democratic Party wants women to vote, is because women vote off of these feelings, these emotions that they feel like a man is threatening, etc. The bear man situation is a
That's why
prime
I said that.
example.
Yeah, it's a
Prime example of that. And real quick, prime example. This is why Kamala Harris is literally sponsoring herself as I'm a woman, vote for me, and women will vote. Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, and she put to get registered to vote on her website. She had 300,000 new registered voters because of her. And those registered voters, they're not going to vote for Trump. They're going to vote
Sad.
for Kamala Harris. Why? Because they can look at that fucking debate and not care about it. They just see a woman and that's how they vote. This is the problem with women, is that they're so acceptable to propaganda that specifically the Democratic Party pushes. And this is why I say vote Trump 2024, because this is the shit that we need to avoid, bro. This is why the Me Too movement fucking got steam, is because the Democratic Party takes advantage of women's emotions.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
and here's the
Chris
thing though that I
Pashka, as
think
always, when you lie, women buy.
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
because of what the concept that Rollo talks about is about how men and women process
Yes.
emotions, right? Whereas it's instinct for both of us first, but then with women it goes emotion then reason, which is why women will often get upset about stuff, calm down, and regret it later.
Yeah.
Whereas men, we usually will, basically the difference between why women will cry at the funeral, and then if a man's going to cry, he'll cry after the funeral, right? Because we process in a different order. That's a neurological thing. So this is what he's talking about, is that, yeah, they've realized that women will vote on emotion. That's why the last debate, all the points that Kamala was making were speaking to emotion, not to actual cognitive
And she
arguments.
lied. She lied so
she
much.
just
dude.
Yeah, it
once
doesn't
again,
matter.
what did I
Though.
say?
She could lie.
When
It
you
doesn't
lie,
matter.
women buy.
It didn't
So
even
an
matter.
emotion,
When you lie, women buy.
people
Shit, dude,
will
that's
buy
Here's-
the lie.
Here's the one benefit though that I got from that experience that night was two benefits, I guess. One, I built a solid wall around everything, around all emotion and everything. I built a solid wall because it was like I'll never be caught in that type of embarrassing situation ever again. That, which is a great positive that I would recommend to everyone, is build that solid wall. The second thing was when my now wife, when I was talking to her, she saw that I was letting down the wall a little bit. She saw that I was kind of a dick and an asshole to everyone else except for her, and that intrigued her. That like made her more curious about stuff. And then within a few weeks, she was within the wall, and everyone else was still outside of it. And she could see that, and she knew that she was somehow special, that I treated her different, that I respected her, and all this other stuff. Like that was I think a deciding factor for her, or at least it helped her realize that there was something different about how I treated her. And that, I think, is something that maybe men could learn about, is, hey, actually it's a good idea to build a wall around all the bitches and then only let it down for maybe the one or two that you're actually considering, and see how it goes, but keep the wall up for everyone else at all times, because you can't afford to let it down,
John, if I may ask John, I mean, you don't have to tell me, but are you between the ages of 20 and 30?
Nah, dude, I'm fucking 34. I'm a fucking old man at this point.
So all right, so 34. All right, so
But I met her when I was 32, so
this situation that happened, were you in your 20s?
I was, I think, 28 at the
28?
time.
Okay, all right. So, and the reason why I ask is like, I mean, and I can't speak for other men, but just me personally. I mean, I've always had a wall, like always. I mean, for that I can remember.
Yeah.
Now I'm not a jerk. I'm not a complete asshole. I'm polite
no,
and respectful.
I never had a
okay?
wall before that. I never had a wall before.
I don't ever like go too far. It's like, hello, ma'am. How are you doing, sir? Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. I mean, but I never, it's not like, hey, why don't you tell me about what you think about this? I don't have those conversations with people, generally speaking. All right.
Yeah.
So like, is that normal, or is that?
Well, okay. So the thing with me was, I grew up very Christian and maintained that throughout college. So whenever it was that I was hitting on a girl, it was always very respectful in public, in front of all of her friends, which was very terrifying. But saying, hey, can I get a coffee with you sometime? Maybe bring your friends along. It's going to be a public place. All this stuff, right?
Yeah, I know what John's talking about.
Yeah, well, there was never. I mean, I think from what you're saying, what I would say is the typical male experience of hitting on a woman.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah, I have not experienced, because I was always trying to be above board. So,
I guess it just.
which is why
I just never thought about it like that. I've never had.
Well, that's the thing why I was so upset, because women were accusing me of things when I always tried to be above board, and I'm just saying, hey, I'm trying to cash out, and they're saying, you trying to buy a drink to talk to me? And it was like, okay, well, fuck you then. Like, like it was such a huge contrast to my norm at that point.
I know what John's talking about, because I grew up Christian, and I was like that too, very polite to women and.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Someone knows what I'm talking
was
about.
trying to be
yes,
polite
no,
and
man.
ask
Yeah,
them in a
that's
nice
what we're
way,
talking,
and not do like the whole like edgy talk, like that they tell you you're supposed to do. Like, I'm trying to avoid anything sexual, or it could even be.
Yeah, yeah.
Who told you? Who told you? Who told you like edgy talk? What are you talking about?
That's what a lot of depending on who you what you're talking about, as far as red pillars, they'll tell you that stuff. Not y'all red pillars. I'm not saying they're all like that, but there's a lot of the the people like Fresh and Fit and stuff. I think ain't they like considered red pill?
Okay, but okay. Here's
they do have-
okay. Let me clear this up. In this conversation, when we say red pillars, all right, or those red pill guys, please be expected to say exactly who you're talking about, because I hate when people say those red pill guys. Well, then who?
Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah,
Who are you talking
We don't want to play
about?
the game of telephone and be like, "Well, I
Like-
heard a friend of a friend told me that a friend of a
Right.
friend heard so and so say such and such."
Because that to me is it's just a cope, is an easy way to to dismiss or discredit, or like just to vaguely say something that you may have heard that may not even been anything from a red pill guy, but you just think they're red pill, right?
Yeah.
Like
Right.
it's not a good look.
Well, I mean, was it Casper calling me Wild MGTOW the other day? And I looked it up, and I'm nothing like Wild MGTOW. So I was like, okay, thanks, Casper. When I read it, I was like, yeah, that's not me at all, man. I was like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, and you know what, Vincent?
He was talking
I
about
just-
the archetype again.
I guess.
Oh,
I mean,
you pissed him off. Now he's coming on. You asked for it.
You just
You're
seem
the
like
one that
somebody,
said it, dude. You're the one that called the angry
You
man.
should have
did
just
it.
kept quiet. Now
Yeah.
you're gonna have to hear it.
Oh, he's got to face it, not me. I didn't do a fucking.
coming
Oh
in.
no, he's
These
gonna
people
explain
came
it.
on and fucking said it, not me, dude.
Oh,
He's
watch
gonna own up
this.
to it.
What, Casper? We're ready
Vincent,
for you.
Vincent, the thing is, Vincent, I disagree with you on a lot, but I respect the way you present your ideas. And some of the times I find myself agreeing with you, and I'm like, hey, that kind of makes sense, is all I'm saying.
You
But
disagree with me a
most of the
lot?
time,
like, on-
most
like
of the
what,
time, I
on my
do disagree.
fundamentals or what? Like on my fundamentals or just me as a human being?
I would say mostly on your fundamentals. I would say on the extrapolation of your fundamentals. There's always several ways that it could go, and you always go the opposite way of where I would go, is what I would say.
Like okay, like if given a
Then I
particular
always
per-
want you on the panel because that way you'll always keep me honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's not like I hate you for it. It's more like combating our logic to see where it leads us. So
There's no
I don't
reason for
mind it.
someone that doesn't agree with you to not be able to have a conversation with you because
Right,
everyone
right.
has the ability to teach someone else something. There's not something that I can't learn from you just because I don't agree with you fundamentally. That's just doesn't
Right,
make
and
sense.
that's why I
Right.
prefer conversations like this over the adversarial debates because it allows for a more
Yes.
free flow of
Yeah.
ideas, and what we're exercising more in is critical thinking.
Right.
Yeah.
I know I'm trying not to assume that I'm right all the time. Like I said, that's why I don't advocate and just tell people, yeah, do what I do. A lot of times people ask me like, oh, how do I do this, Viking? Or how would you do this? And I'll tell them that. But other than that, I'm like, I don't like to tell people what to do. I don't like to give
Yeah.
prescriptions. 'Cause I
But the
understand, like,
problem,
I'm not
Viking,
other people. I have
the problem-
different life experiences.
the problem, Viking, is that you are always right because you have a panning camera. So, I mean, how are we supposed to argue?
Oh wait,
with you?
no.
Yeah.
Viking said
He has the best equipment. He's right.
Viking said Yu-Gi-Oh earlier, and that's just
Yu-Gi-Oh.
amateur hour. Yu-Gi-Oh, that's just amateur hour because MTG is the pros. Okay, I'm just
Bro,
I-
get
I-
with Pokemon,
Vincent-
bro.
Vincent,
Fuck
I will-
Yu-Gi-Oh. It's all about
you-
Pokemon.
So you're aware I was a Magic the Gathering and a Yu-Gi-Oh judge for so I worked for Wizards of the Coast, Upper Deck Entertainment with a company called Legion Events in
Before
4
they went
states in the
woke?
Midwest. And because they already had the Magic judge covered, I was heavily engaged in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene. So yeah, I got Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I actually gifted Myron a $600 first edition LOB polymerization when I visited the studio in 2022.
That's Blue Eyes White Dragon, right?
Legend of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, yes.
Do you have
okay.
do you have a
First
set
set.
of Moxes by chance that you would like to gift?
I
me?
do not.
Just-
I
I'm just
don't have
asking.
that.
I'm
I don't have
asking.
I don't have magic cards anymore. I sold all my Magic Gathering
Oh,
cards when I
dude.
was homeless
Dude,
for to
I
my
had-
brother-in-law for like $300.
Dude, I had a whole set of Moxes in the court, and I had them in a box. like a little white box. And some douchebag Marine came in and stole it. No shit. With
Oh,
like
shit.
dual lands and everything, like original alpha, beta dual lands and mocks.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of money if you can find somebody willing to spend it.
Dude, they stole it, man. Oh my god.
Unfortunate. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I
It
said,
is
I
what
had to
it
get
is.
rid of a lot of this stuff that would be very valuable. Some of the cards I sold back in the day, they would be worth like thousands of dollars now.
Oh
Like
yeah,
the
most
first,
definitely.
like the
Especially
first
if you got
edition,
alpha, beta,
Blue
third
Eyes
edition,
and
or
stuff like that. All the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
editions from Yu-Gi-Oh from the early sets, because that's when I played. I played during the beatdown era, and then because I was so good and unbiased, the store owner recruited me for judging and running his tournaments, and then I started judging at all the tournaments and was going to the Yu-Gi-Oh Mall tour in Minneapolis and stuff like that too. So yeah,
Hey,
like I said,
Viking,
it wasn't just amateur hour. I was actually kind of a pro at this shit.
Viking, before every match, would you say it's time to duel? And would you do that?
All right, real quick,
Wow.
before you guys nerd out anymore, before you guys continue nerding out, John Smith, our panelist here, is confirmed every panelist is a freaking geek.
Except for Michelle, she has not said anything about.
I've
any
been
of it
waiting
at all.
for Michelle to hop in
course
here,
not. She's
and
well.
we got
Gotcha,
Angry
yeah.
Casper in the building, ready to address
It's not
incident.
even my name.
All
It's
I'm
not
saying
even-
is she ain't a geek. She
Pharaoh.
ain't
He's-
said
he's-
anything
he's a-
about
he's
this.
a
She
Pharaoh
ain't-
Okay, I'm
MGTOW
sorry,
today.
Pharaoh MGTOW. My bad.
Pharaoh MGTOW. Am I Pharaoh MGTOW now, Casper?
No, you're not. So there's like please no one interrupt me. I'll land my planes at the end for fuck's sake. So one of the first videos that started all of this, in my humble opinion, was a dude named Barbarossa who made a video called Wild MGTOW. Or what do you call it? How Tupac became a Pharaoh MGTOW. And it follows his story because you can see his story like in his music, if that makes sense. So he quite deviously kind of used some of his songs, and he uses like my mom's a queen and she was a crack addict, fucking whatever, you know. And well, girls don't like me because I'm nice. So he's in his blue pill stage, and then he kind of decides to say bitches ain't nothing but hoes and tricks, or whatever the fuck he said. So he goes to a Pharaoh MGTOW state. Now Barbarossa was using this, and I'm going to give if nobody interrupts me, I'll give you something new at the end, okay? So what Barbarossa did is he used Dune to kind of as a vehicle and in a way to capture the audience to listen. And he was comparing what did they call Quasatara? The fucking witches, okay? So you have witches in there who control the knowledge, and knowledge in this regard would have been the red pill. But then you get these wild bitches who will just wake up. So he swapped genders here. So you'll get these men, I'll jump ahead, who will just see that something doesn't make sense. So they start seeking answers. They go their own way. Like, this is so old, before anything went mainstream. That's why he called it MGTOW, because there wasn't black pill yet. Like, there was red pill, there was MGTOW, and then there was PUAs, and there was fucking who was the originals? The men's rights activists, right? So it's a very old term. Like, so you are a wild MGTOW because you're seeing something that doesn't make sense. That's why you are here. Because like in the real world, without absorbing any of the fucking YouTube bullshit or a series of books, not you, I'm using you as a placeholder, a young boy will see what the fuck is going, like something's going wrong. And then they'll find Fresh and Fit or fucking Tate or whoever, right? And then they'll enter into the space. And they might enter into the space like I think Viking did through Rich Cooper, or they might enter through the space through Baba, like I did, well, not him, or like through Stardust, doesn't matter. Or they might enter through the space through fucking Torsha or Pearl. And then they'll have a different viewpoint, they'll have a different harbor that they entered in, right? So I wasn't meaning like you're a wild MGTOW. Like I did link the video, and I'm gonna fucking, when I mute myself, I'll find it and I'll relink it so you can watch it. Like that was the other option if you don't want to listen to me talk. But here's an interesting new concept that I've got. Like that was all cool back in the day because we had wild spice that you had to find, like your divorced fucking parent, or a story in some bullshit movie, whatever, or a song that you, like you hear Snuff Corey. That's a black pill. You know that song? Or anyone here? But yeah, like here's a new interesting concept that I've got, because before it was all wild spice, right? And now you're gonna get like different things, like different sources. Because if you have a look here, like even on this panel, you can see correlations, like everyone's a fucking geek, or they're fucking military, or they're fucking divorced, or they're fucking, I don't know, so the Concord got blown the fuck up because gamers are actually winning.
Or they're all the above.
Yeah. I see what you did there.
Yeah, I'm not none of those, but okay.
But what was your entry point, Jake? Like, what was your? This is why quite often people will ask in the older spaces or MGTOW spaces, like, what was your red pill?
My red pill?
Like, yeah.
Personally? Yeah. So my red pill, I think I probably got to the red pill similar to most men in the red pill,
Yeah.
where we, I was in a relationship and the woman, left me after a while, and I couldn't understand why. Not only did she leave me, she replaced me right away. And I wanted to understand why that was the case. And I had to go through a lot of trials and errors before reaching kind of the psychological perspective of the woman until I kind of entered the space, or entered it before I made my YouTube channel. But that's how I entered it. And I think the vast majority of men enter it that way. I know
Correct.
Viking enter it differently, and you guys enter it differently.
I'm
but
an outlier.
Yeah, he's an outlier. But I think I entered it the same way that the vast majority of men.
Yeah, correct. That's sorry, I wasn't meaning to interrupt. I guess I'm
No. Go on. I mean, just
but like this is what I'm getting at. Like when Rollo, for example, I don't hate anyone, by the way. I'm Christian, like through and through. Okay, you don't have to fucking understand it. Who cares?
That means he hates Muslims. You have to
No, I
be.
don't. Actually.
But you have to hate
Serbian
them.
Orthodox. We don't hate anyone, bro. Like statistically, we're the least racist people in Europe. You can go look it up. Like I actually don't care what color somebody's on the outside. It
I
doesn't
will
bother me.
debate you on this on Glenn's channel. Just
All
like
right.
No, we're not
right,
doing
let-
blood sports here. We're
let
not
him
doing
finish,
blood
let him
sports here.
finish.
Glenn said we're not doing blood sports here, right? Like otherwise, Vincent is like, I've seen this on fucking Fresh and Fit. I'm bored.
Yeah, no, I'm messing with you, man. Don't worry about
I
it.
know. I'm talking at the audience. I've seen you before. It's another, but yeah, like well, the problems that I have, like with Rollo when he says, and is like, this is, what did he say? Like every time fucking election comes on.
Yeah, this happens every 4 years. Like
Yeah,
the red pill is the enemy. The trad cons hate us. Everybody hates us. They'll pile on, and then after the election, they'll like become our friends again. And
Yeah, but that's never gonna happen again. This is where he makes a mistake. Like this has gone so mainstream that it's not even funny anymore. Because every time this cycle would have happened, the shit got saturated. Okay, and this shit once it gets set, like once Jake goes, "Fuck this, something is wrong," and he enters the red pill, and no, I'm using it as a thing. Okay, let's say he entered the red pill in 2016. Okay, and he goes, "What the fuck is wrong? Like, why did this happen?" Because he's inquisitive. He's not gonna get the fuck back up. It's always in the back of his mind. Because sex is always in the back of a man's mind, right?
Yeah.
Same as
And you
like,
can't unsee it. You can't unsee it.
yeah, you can't see it, which is, and I have elephant memory, okay? Whatever. I'm like a lot of IT people won't forget, which is why another reason why this wild spice fucking
Right.
shop is spewing shit out. Like computer geeks will self-select, will have good memory, right? So that's one of the reasons why a lot of people will be here. Or like freaks, sorry, Michelle, they'll end up getting into this shit because they're bugs running.
Why did you say sorry, Michelle?
She's a freak. Is that what you
Because
said?
I'm a feminist. Because AJ fucking said it. We're all feminists. I'm going to have shit in my thing, and all you Americans.
Michelle, take it straight from me.
Now she knows I don't mean malice. Like I'm not talking.
Wait, did you call her a freak though? A freak?
Yeah, he did.
He's a self-proclaimed freak.
Okay.
Okay.
What is that?
He
what do you mean
basically
freak?
said she's the freak of the week. You know.
Wait, what do you mean by
wrong with it. I
freak?
don't-
Like, does she have a second head on her shoulder? Like,
Don't
what do you mean?
worry about what she
Don't
be
worry about
doing.
Because I'm just
Oh,
If
doing
she
it.
wants to tell
I know
you-
what she's doing. Okay, I get you there. I get you there. Yeah.
Fucking
All
busting
right.
my nuts. But I'm just saying, like,
Gotcha.
like,
I thought
just
you
like
meant she's-
Destiny fucking ended up finding
Gotcha.
this shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Like this going to or fucking Andrew Tate with his bullshit as how he made his money. That was his awakening, right? If I'm just saying, but anyway, you guys are having a wonderful conversation. I don't want to derail it. but
Angry,
this-
you better not. You are not leaving, you feral MGTOW son of
No,
a bitch.
Yeah, you
Bro,
better
but-
stay on here.
You got some good points here that I think some of us can address. But
Yeah,
but
please.
here,
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong or upgrade me. Like fuck. Like I'm not here to like a lot of
Upgrade.
time, this is why I hate that. Yeah, upgrade. New knowledge. Like
Yeah.
that's why I'm
I
guessing
have an
Viking goes
upgrade
from
idea.
spot to spot. Yeah, go for it.
I have an upgrade idea for everyone actually. Instead of being I guess totally I guess enveloped by this red pill MGTOW idea, is there not an upgrade of someone who has accepted the facts of the red pill, but then has overcome and taken charge and become the actual normal human being male that they were supposed to be? Like what would you
I think
call
everybody
that?
I think everybody's on pursuit of that. Like, and so I would
They
say
try,
my
many fail.
perfect version of men, like this is from my worldview, would be a biblical patriarchist.
So just
I
Christian.
can agree with that.
No,
So
it's not just
outside of red pill.
no, it's not just Christian. That's a mistake.
No, I would say it's
Okay,
just
okay, okay.
Christian, like perfect
No,
world Christianity.
No,
you
it's
would allow
not.
Hindus in that world?
No,
Hindus
listen,
and
stop
Satanists?
interrupting me, you little child, and listen.
Just saying.
We
don't
have
want the Muslims in
Christian.
there.
Stop it. We have Christians now who are not that way. You have evangelicals. You have the egalitarians. That all the Protestants, like all the major churches, are like heavily egalitarian. They are not patriarchal. So stop thinking Christian automatically means patriarchal, because it should, but it doesn't, because that's not reality.
But we're talking about your
So-
perspective. Your perspective is Christianity, and it is Christianity.
No,
the
I
religion
said,
itself is
I said,
patriarchal.
what did I say? I said biblical patriarchist.
Okay,
Right,
yeah,
right,
fair enough.
right. So if he's describing biblical patriarchy the way that it ought to be described, and as the way that the Bible describes it,
Yeah.
it is different. It seems to align with red pill ideas, because those ideas just
agree with that.
fall into it. But it's not the Christian patriarchy's fault that red pill ideas fall into it. But the Christian patriarchy would entail, I guess, all of that, and promote it in such a way that would be a positive effect for everyone.
Right. No, yeah, I get you there. I think I would go different with Glenn. I would say a Christian patriarchy, not a biblical. Now, actually, the Bible is.
Well, no,
is-
you would
is-
have
is
to
Christianity
say
here.
biblical. You would have to say biblical patriarchy.
Okay, but Christianity,
otherwise it
like
could be
people,
just based on doctrine, and there's many doctrines.
Yeah, like if
Yeah.
someone said, "Hey, are you red pilled?" and I said, "No, but I'm biblical patriarchied," that should be a thing. That should be a term
Yeah,
now that applies.
Yeah, no, I get you there, dude. But at the same time, okay, so for example, is there any religion that reads the Bible that's not Christianity?
Well, every religion can read,
You could say
can read the Bible
Catholicism.
without.
No,
without-
well, or perhaps like a lot of these like Jehovah Witness. A lot of people tend to say that a lot of these Mormons is another example. That's why when you say biblical, they all read from the Bible. However,
well, right. But
I'm talking
however,
about like Orthodox Christianity, the core of it.
however, when you talk about Western culture, what are you talking about? Are you talking about Jehovah's Witness culture?
Well, I didn't say Western culture.
No,
I
but
said-
that's my point. Is that when you talk about Western culture, you're talking
I didn't
about
talk about that
Christianity.
though.
Well, no, but that's my point. Is that when you're talking about a Christian culture that involves this type of thinking, it's going to be Christian biblical based. It's not Jehovah's Witness. The same way that when someone says,
right.
"Oh, Western culture is not Jehovah's Witness culture based,"
Yeah, but
yeah.
that's a subgenre within the Christianity.
No,
or
it's
within-
not. It's not even close to
well, that-
Christianity. is the
yeah, I
problem.
agree with that, but I'm saying that from other people's perspective, that's what they would call it, right?
Sure, sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying like a true Christian patriarchy. That's what I would say. In a perfect world, that's what it would be. Not
Right.
perfect,
But-
not
but-
perfect. Nothing's
but
perfect.
when
We
someone-
can never be
but-
perfect until God is the governor of us.
Sure.
Right?
But when someone says Western culture, does that not entail the idea of
Yeah,
Christianity?
they would, but let's look at Western culture. We have LGBTQ. It's actually worse
no.
than the East
Well,
right now.
well,
at this
well, right,
point.
but
Western
but
culture doesn't
originally,
mean that anymore. Yeah, you
but
can't.
originally,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's a bad
originally.
example. If you're going to compare that, look at the East. They totally reject LGBTQ. They reject feminism.
Yeah,
They're-
I agree.
When it
I
comes to that
agree.
category, they're far along ahead than the Western culture.
Yeah,
That's why I say we
I
need a
agree
Christian-
with you on
Christian
all of that.
patriarchy, not Muslim or Quran patriarchy. None of that bullshit.
No
That's garbage.
biblical
But-
patriarchy.
But
And
how it
I'll
started.
end it here, because if you're a biblical patriarchist, that means you are applying the scriptures that require men to be men in a patriarchal structure and
Right.
to love their wives like Christ loved the church, and also realize that she is the weaker vessel, so you're supposed to have patience and grace with her.
Right.
All those amazing scriptures, that's what is applied as
okay,
man.
Glenn,
But,
what's the difference
however,
between that
it's
and
not
Christian
applied-
patriarchy?
It's
Because
not-
most Christians don't apply it.
Well, to Jake's point,
Yeah, but
it is
you're saying
currently
biblical.
not
That's more of
applied-
an umbrella than
Yeah.
Christianity.
To Jake's point, it is currently not applied now. To Glenn Lawrence's point, that's what's supposed to be applied. And so when someone says Western culture, what I think in my head is what is supposed to be applied, not
Sure.
not
The
not what
aughts.
is currently applied.
The aughts, which is what I'm talking about. The
Right,
ought
right.
would
Okay,
be
okay,
Christian
okay.
patriarchy.
Yeah.
So that's my point. I think I want to ask Glenn, what's the difference between a biblical patriarchy and a Christian patriarchy? Because I don't know why. I think it's just different terminology
They would-
on that.
they would hopefully
I'm talking
be the
about
same.
Christianity. In other words, I don't want the Muslims or the Hindus or the Satanists or any of those other religions, etc., to kind of bleed into this patriarchy. That's what I mean by Christianity.
They would essentially be the same. A Christian patriarchy and a biblical patriarchy are supposed to be the same.
Yeah, because the Bible is strictly Christianity, but that's why I would call it Christianity, because we follow Jesus Christ. I just want to make it
Right.
clear
Well,
that Jesus
here's the
is
problem.
one, not
Yes, but here's the thing. You have to be. I'm speaking in reality. I'm not speaking what like we would
No,
like to
I
make
asked
it.
you for the odds. Remember, in a
No,
perfect
I
world,
know,
the
but
odds.
this is. I'm looking at realistic odds.
Yeah,
realistic.
Glenn, none of this is realistic. We're talking.
No, it
about
is.
the
It
odds.
is. It is realistic. Like we could realistically, the churches could realistically apply
Okay, so what's the
patriarchal
difference between
theology.
Christianity, patriarchy, and biblical patriarchy?
I would say biblical patriarchy is anything that was preached from 1980 and to Jesus' time.
And what about
Christianity
Christianity?
patriarchy would be anything from 1984 to now.
Okay, so you're, bro.
And time out. What
that's
makes
a really
you-
unfair. Why is that? Why that's really an
what
unfair
makes you make
judgment there.
that distinction is, I guess, would be
Because
my
that's
question.
when the church decided that, and I say
That they were
collectively.
Christians?
No, stop interrupting me for the fuck's sake. Take. That's when they decided to reject biblical or patriarchal theology that was originally taught, like from even Westminster's catechism taught it. Like all the churches before, for the majority of them, except for the Methodists and the Anabaptists and a few other ones, were
Right,
teaching patriarchal theology.
Right.
Now
Yeah, that's
we
the
have
Christian-
since 1984 until now they have abandoned patriarchal theology and they have adopted complementarianism and egalitarianism.
Right. So
that
I
is-
read up on
Let's
this.
assume. Okay, so I'm going to assume. Okay, that's all correct. But wouldn't you
No,
say
no,
the terminology?
first of all, Jake, first of all, it is correct. I read up on this
okay,
history.
that's fine.
It is
I'm-
correct.
I mean,
I'm
you
gonna
could
say
even
that's correct.
even
Okay,
if you
fine.
read even if you
Bro,
read
that's not my argument. That's not my
even
argument.
but I'm saying even if you read Rachel's book, you would know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, dude, I get you there, but I'm talking about the terminology of biblical. Why would you say biblical rather than Christianity? Because again, this
Because
this
there's
shoots out
so
to
many
Christianity.
again there's how
Right.
many denominations of Christianity?
Right.
3 real ones, really. It's
Okay, and guess what? None of them are the same.
yeah, I understand that, but why would you
Okay, so that's why I would say
why would you
biblical.
categorize that as biblical rather than
Because
again,
if you just apply it from a biblical sense without anybody's interpretation, any doctrinal
all
interpretation,
Christians, all 3 of them are Christianity.
Well, just let him finish.
That's
Just
the
let him
thing.
finish.
It's all-
Just let him
that-
finish.
That's what Glenn is trying to. It's a more defined distinction because all those Christians that are bad actors or misinformed are under that umbrella of Christianity.
Right,
but
right,
they're
right,
more or
right.
less excluded by the biblical definition because it narrows it down to what it actually says in the Bible rather than the spin and the interpretation that was tacked on in the 80s in order to let
Exactly.
women into
Yeah,
the
but
church.
I would also argue, I get you there, but I would also argue that these guys use the Bible to confirm that type of biasy. It's still the same category here. So I don't
they
understand
use
why would
use
you
the
come-
Bible.
Hold on.
They
Why
use
would
the
you?
Bible to confirm the type
Yeah,
of
different
accuracy
interpretations
that was
of that, the
preached for
Bible
the
of that.
last 3,000 years. That they just use the Bible to confirm that, and it's only in the last 200 years that all of a sudden it changed. Like
No,
that,
no,
that,
it's
that
not
should
my-
make you question some things.
I know, but I'm talking
No,
about the
that's
terminology,
when
guys.
they basically let women lead in the church. That's what Glenn's defining.
I get you there. I'm asking about the terminology, guys. Again, if you're going to say Christian
terminology is to
patriarchy-
draw the
hold on.
distinction.
If
Hold
you're
on,
gonna-
hold on,
If
let
you're
him
gonna, if you're gonna describe that Christian patriarchy is Christianity's allowing women to be equal in the church, that's bullshit. That's not the case. Okay. Glenn is saying that it's modern day time. Christian patriarchy is modern day time. That's stupid. It's a stupid take. I'm
Why is
saying
that?
Christianity. Well, because let me explain.
go
Christianity
ahead.
before Christianity as a whole is a patriarchal structure. Christianity is a patriarchal structure. The Bible is just the word of how we get it, but Christianity is the term that we're using to follow Jesus Christ. This is
Then
why
if that's the case, hold on. If
Jesus
that's the case,
Christ-
hold on. If you're right,
Well, I'm not
then why
done.
is there? Well, if you're right, then why is there female pastors?
Well, that's what I'm
it
saying.
is-
So this
Because
is
they're wrong.
Well, can I answer the question? Let me
Yeah.
answer the
This
question.
is the problem is that Jake,
That's
you're not
heresy.
understanding the terminology.
Yeah.
The distinction of the term is to delineate the line when they allowed female pastors.
I
which
understand
is
that,
a
but-
rejection
Can
of
you guys,
biblical patriarchy.
does anybody see the comment that I have highlighted?
Does anyone read the Bible? Is my question.
Yeah, that's a good question. Does anyone read the Bible?
Well, only
Denominations-
11%
hold on,
read
hold
it.
on.
Only
Glenn, I'll read it,
11% read it every day or once a week.
Glenn, I'll read it. Biblical patriarchy is the tradition set forth by Christ. Denominations of Christianity started to break away from it in modernity, going against the strict ecclesia.
So
Okay,
if you were
and
going to
that's-
say
that's
what is the
terminology.
difference? What is the difference between the two? Right there, it's clear. Biblical patriarchy was what was originally the thing. What was taught, what Christ taught, what Jesus verified it, all that. Bomb. All right. What we have now is what our church fathers or other, theologians have decided to change or give
By
their
interpreting
interpretation.
the Bible, yeah. By
Yeah,
interpreting the
based
Bible.
on being influenced by the political
pussy.
aspect.
Sure, and they're interpreting the
being
Bible
influenced.
incorrectly. I would
Although
say-
it might not be 100% perfect.
Sure, I'm
It
not
still
asking
falls
for that.
under that. It has
The
enough.
Catholic Church has said that gay marriage is okay and transgenders
It's
are
a
all
horrible
fine
thing,
and all of
yes.
that.
And this is the
And it's
modern
like-
day. This is the modern day. And again, I'm not arguing about the biblical that we should call it Christianity patriarchy or biblical patriarchy. I think we're on the same page. I'm asking why do you put the biblical perspective rather than say Christianity? Because Christianity comes from the Bible. Christianity is a higher form of saying we're Christians, and the Bible can be interpreted in many different ways.
Because
That's why we have different
yes, the
subgenres
Bible
of
could be
Christianity.
interpreted in many different ways.
Yeah.
But the original text is still the same.
Yeah, and
Technically, the people took on the term Christian because it was given to people.
Yes,
by
yes, we know from
outside
Emperor
of-
Nero's time. As
So
Atticus
so wait,
was the historian that scribed it all.
But wait, his question is why do we say biblical term instead of Christian term? And I think it's kind of a moot point that it kind of makes no sense.
Because
We say
again-
biblical because biblical means Christian.
No,
And-
because a lot of people who might believe in like the biblical ideology will not actually qualify as a Christian. To be Christian, you have to believe that Jesus Christ was born of a virgin, was fully God,
Your
fully
Lord and
man,
Savior.
died
Right.
for our sins, was
Yeah.
our Lord and Savior,
Right.
and rose again in 3 days, and ascended and is coming back soon, and your salvation is through him.
Right.
So
And
technically,
you-
those are the qualifiers, not anything about the Bible. Not people who look at
Right.
the Bible and say it's a good
you are-
idea.
But you are supposed to be a disciple of him, are you not? And
Yeah,
what
but
would
that's
you
why
be
we
a
call it
disciple of?
Christianity. She's right on that.
No, she's
don't-
100% correct. She's
so then why
100%
not call
correct.
it Christianity patriarchy rather than
Because
biblical?
there's differences in in
Yeah,
quote
but you're thinking
unquote.
worldly. I'm thinking spiritually,
it's
bro.
it's a matter of word usage. Biblical refers to the book itself,
Christianity
rather
refers to
than the
following
faith
Jesus
as a
Christ.
whole.
That's the way to go.
I literally said it's literally going right over your head. It's literally to specify this thing.
I know that, but
get
can you
to the
understand
most
from a
specific
Christian?
I think
way
you
you
might have
can
too much
say it.
respect, my friend.
Viking. Can you understand from a Christian's point of view? Is that regardless of the Bible, we follow Jesus, right?
It sounds to me like you're hurt that
And
so many of the brothers
we
have
don't
fallen.
follow.
False.
You know how many
With-
Christians
with-
don't follow the Bible?
With
And they don't even know the Bible.
I'm talking about the actual.
Most Christians don't actually have to read the Bible.
I'm not
to-
talking about
to be
most Christians.
Christian.
I'm talking
Oh
about
my goodness.
the
False
Christian
to all of you. False to all of you. In the beginning, this is John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word was God, and the Word was with God. The
And who's
Word
God?
was there at the beginning. The Word,
and who's God?
meaning the Scripture. The Word
who's
is
God?
the Scripture.
Who's
which
God?
means no.
Who
you
is
can't-
God?
You cannot follow God without the Word.
But
you
who is
cannot
God?
say you cannot
is
say
God?
I am Christian, but I do
Who
not.
is God?
I know,
God-
I know,
God is
John,
God
and that's
the
something
Father,
that's
God
upset
the
me as
Son,
a
God the
child when I
Holy Spirit.
realized.
But what I'm saying is you
But you're
cannot
missing my
say
point.
to
It's
yourself,
going over your head
I-
here. Who is God?
You cannot say to yourself, I am Christian, but I do not follow the Word. I follow
Nobody
Christianity
said that.
instead.
Nobody's making that argument. Nobody's
But
making
no,
that
but
argument.
That's
the
what I'm
argument
saying.
you
That's
were
how
making-
a lot of these non-denominational churches allow
the
people into
argument
their
you were
church.
making was
they're
why
different
should we follow
interpretations of the
Word
Bible. Yes,
instead-
wrong interpretations of the Bible. This is why modern day time takes biblical
Wrong
scripture and
interpretations of the
interpretates it
Bible.
incorrectly. Yes. So Christianity, if you follow Jesus, you follow the
Okay,
word.
dude. I'll also have a debate with you
That's why I
on
would say-
correct interpretations of the Bible.
Then-
I'll do this on Glenn's channel as well. I'll debate you on correct
Okay,
interpretations.
so then
of the
we'll
Bible.
have a debate on whether it's Christianity patriarchy. We'll talk about patriarchy. Let's do an
No,
actual
I
debate on
just
patriarchy
want to
through
talk
the Bible.
about.
No,
I
no,
just
no, no,
wanna-
no, no. You
I
want to
just
have a
wanna talk
fucking
about
debate?
the
Hold on.
correct.
You want to challenge me to a debate? That's fine.
Got to see
We'll
this
have a
debate.
debate. We'll
I
have a
want
fucking
to-
debate. We'll have a debate on Glenn's channel about patriarchal Christianity. And we'll go that way.
I was saying I want to have a
No.
debate with you on the correct interpretation of the Bible when it
and
comes
again,
to John
I'm not.
1:1.
That's not my argument. I don't care about that. That's not my
Okay,
argument.
well that's not my argument either. Then
Then why are you challenging me to a fucking debate then?
Because I was trying. I made a claim that John 1:1 said, "In the beginning was the Word. The Word was God. The Word was with God."
And I said, "Who is God?"
And okay, so time
Answer the
out
question.
real quick. Time out real quick. Just pause yourself for a second. My point was that
I didn't
if
get my
you're
question
trying to
answered,
say,
but okay.
if you're trying to say that Christians follow and believe the Word of God, then there it is. It's in John 1:1. They believe in Jesus. They believe all the things that He said. They believe in His
Christ.
teachings.
Christ,
and you're, and you're trying to say,
yeah, exactly. What am I trying to say?
you were trying to say that there were things outside of that that all of a sudden we're all disagreeing about, and that's gonna.
No, what are those things? What did I say? Yeah, exactly, my friend. Yeah, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
You kept
Again,
asking what the point of not calling it Christianity and calling it biblical instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, my point is that just like
If it's
Michelle mentioned earlier,
Biblical gets it more specific.
Just
than
like
saying
Michelle
Christianity.
mentioned earlier, which you agreed with. Again, Michelle, can you repeat that for the audience really quick?
Look, if it's biblical, it's Christianity. That's
Michelle, can you repeat it for the audience really quick? Because
No, there's like scholarly biblical, and then there was like actual Christianity, which is the belief that Jesus Christ was born of a virgin, is fully God, is fully man, is our Savior, lived a sinless life, was crucified, died for our sins, purchased our salvation, rose again in 3 days, ascended into heaven, and is coming back. Like full thing.
Yeah,
that's the creed. That's the creed. Yeah.
So again, that's the core aspect of Christianity.
Right.
And I get you. A lot of Christians fall short on it. They fall short. I get it. That's been
Right.
happening.
I don't think you can fall short on the bare that part. I mean, that's pretty fundamental. You got to
No,
be able to
but-
accept that.
But
Like,
people have been falling short for years, bro, since the get.
Yeah, there's
I'm
cultural
talking about-
Christians that'll
They
just
believe it.
kind of take
I'm
it all out.
talking about,
Even
I'm talking about
Thomas
the
Jefferson.
like, because she pretty much mentioned like the salvation aspect,
Yeah, it's
right?
the salvation.
So like,
Well, that's what it's all
you
about,
gotta be,
right?
that's basic. Like, you can't not be a Christian and not get that. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying?
know, but that's my point about Christian patriarchy, is that following Jesus Christ under how he sees how men should lead and women should follow.
Jake,
That's the
Jake,
thing. It's
Jake,
Christianity. When you
Jake,
say biblical,
if-
the Bible can be interpreted in very different ways.
That's
that
why we
most of
have.
the
You're
time
just proving
are
my
fucking
point.
Wrong. I'm not proving
That's
your
why you're.
point.
Yes,
bro.
you are, because there's how many different
When saying that I'm proving
denominations.
Your point doesn't actually make it.
Yes,
correct.
you're proving my point. There's
I
there's
already agree
multiple
with that. I
interpretations.
already agree with
Okay, then
that,
so you
bro.
can't say it's Christian when there's how many different denominations of Christian?
Just read the
Yes.
Bible for what it says.
I know that, but Christianity is the
that's
core
not
of
a very
Jesus
good
Christ.
What I'm trying to say is like, okay, look, here's a perfect thing. You don't even have to be a Christian to follow biblical patriarchy.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm saying.
So then that right there, it's inclusive. You don't have to.
Okay.
You don't have to be a Christian
In a
to
perfect
even.
world,
You don't
in a
even have to be. Stop. You talk a lot. I let you talk. My turn. You don't have to be a Christian to accept biblical patriarchy as the structure.
So Glenn,
period.
in a perfect world, not everybody should be Christian, is what you're saying.
No,
Not
I didn't say
everybody-
that. I mean, I'm a realist that we
did.
don't live in a perfect world.
But
No,
that
I
wasn't
didn't.
the question. In a
No,
perfect world,
that's. We're not playing
Christian
hypothetical. This
patriarchy-
is reality. In a real world, you could actually apply biblical patriarchy into society, and it doesn't have to be Christian. Period.
Yeah, but that's not my question. What is what's best for society? That was the
Biblical
question.
patriarchy. End of story.
Christianity patriarchy, because everybody's a Christian within a patriarchal structure.
Yeah.
In a
Wait,
perfect
time
world,
out.
that
Yeah.
is what it is. It's
Yeah,
not
time out,
Muslim.
time
It's
out,
not
Glenn.
Hinduism. We already have that right now, bro. Look at the West. It's all fucking diverse and fucking.
So wait,
quality.
Jake,
This is how we
Jake.
get from that, Glenn. Hold on. This is how we get from that, Glenn. This is why when you say Christianity is the religion.
Okay, yes. In a
patriarchy is-
perfect world, if I could snap my fingers, every woman would be this way. There'll be no faggots and none of that shit. Yeah,
Great.
but that's not
Yes,
fucking
and that's
reality, Jake.
Yeah, but that's not my
Glenn
point.
plays in reality,
Like
Jake.
this.
He doesn't deal with hypotheticals.
No, I
That's just
know
his
Well, no,
thing.
but Jake's
No,
point.
but that was
Jake's
the question.
Jake's point is that, hey, Glenn, if we all followed you, would we all be in a better world, right?
No, you would be
You're
going to
saying.
hell. I ain't Jesus.
Why?
That's my point. In a
That's
perfect
Jake's
world,
point.
we follow Christian patriarchy.
I disagree with him, but I get it.
No,
That's
I'm
my
saying that you just follow the biblical
Follow
theology.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Yes, which is what? The biblical theology.
Christian
No,
patriarchy.
Chris. Again, you're fucking hanging up on terms, and if you can keep on not getting it, because what we call Christianity today is not what they would
Not-
call Christianity yesterday. They would call this
Absolutely.
blasphemous.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Glenn, but I can see Jake's point of view, and he's making a point, and it makes sense. And as much as I disagree with it, there is a debatable point there.
What? That in a perfect world, that's ridiculous.
Oh, and yeah,
That's-
no. You're right. In a perfect world, it would be a Christian biblical point of view. But his whole point was that the Christian biblical point of view is not exactly as we see it, as we're seeing it right now. So,
And it is what? It is biblical patriarchy, the theology that they have rejected. The same damn thing that I've been talking about.
right.
I mean, you can
right.
so
But
it's called the terminology is biblical patriarchy.
Right.
Period. I didn't make up the fucking term. You want to make up a new term for it? That's fine. I didn't make it up. But the term still is biblical patriarchy. I don't care. I mean, that's what the leftists like to do. They like to make up new words and make them mean other things. I'm just saying, I'm using the terms that they have already been defined by theologians. So, I mean,
So what does Jake say it is?
he says he's calling it biblical patriarchy. He's calling biblical patriarchy something else. And I'm
He's
saying
calling
this is what
he's
it is.
calling-
Well, I want to hear what he says it is. If you don't,
Jake-
mind.
Again, we're wrapped up in terminology. My main question was, in a perfect world, I would say Christianity. Everybody was Christian. Everybody followed
The
patriarchy.
problem is, if it was a perfect world, we wouldn't need to have this argument,
That
or
was
it
the
wouldn't be
fucking-
needed anything.
Yeah, that's the fucking debate.
That's
we're
not the
having,
point,
Glenn.
though. That's not the point, though.
Glenn, I understand non-perfect world. Yeah, we already live in the non-perfect world. It's
No, but
already
I'm saying
there.
like if it
So-
was a
so-
perfect world, we wouldn't even need terminology for it.
Oh, okay, great. Yes, in a perfect world. So thank you. Thank you for making my point.
But it would
So
still
again,
be. It would still
Christian-
be.
so
It
therefore,
would still be what I said. It was biblical patriarchy.
Christian, again, Christian patriarchy, perfect world, heaven. This is what it would be. Okay,
Right.
it's not Bible. Bible is just the book. The word of Christ is the main one. Jesus Christ, Jesus and God, our Father, our Son, Holy Spirit, etc. That's the main thing. This is why we call it
So
Christianity.
your Christ is perfect
We follow
world, and perfect
That's-
world is Christ's world. So
That's my point. So that's why I said we should call it Christian patriarchy because we follow Jesus. That's what it would be. The term. It's terminology. It's not the theoretical aspect. I'm arguing the terminology of that. I would say Christian patriarchy is what we need to aim for. It's never going to happen. I understand that. However, that's
Right.
what we should call it. That's
Wow.
what we should call it.
I can agree with your
Wow.
goal at least.
Why
I
are we
can
arguing
agree with your
over
goal.
terminology?
Do you guys understand where I'm coming from with this?
I think I do. I think I do. I understand your goal at least. You
Well,
said
again, it's
Christian
not- it's-
patriarchy is what we should aim for. I can agree with that. And let's go with that. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, man. But
Just-
that's all. That's all.
But the
it
real
was.
term is called biblical patriarchy, and it's
All
already
right, fair enough. Fair enough. But
Just
nevertheless,
all Glenn wants to don't argue with like
Wait, okay, hold on, wait,
terminology.
so that entire 15-minute
that entire 30-minute was nothing.
was about the term biblical patriarchy. Are you fucking
Right.
kidding me?
yes, dude,
It
so
wa- it-
you guys
it
have
needed-
tried multiple times, but you guys kept attacking me where I'm trying to explain my fucking point
It
of view.
needed
where I agree with
No,
you
because
guys.
here's the thing. Again, you can't say that in a perfect world.
I can't say
um,
it. I just did.
No, I'm saying in a perfect world. Well, that's not reality. That's nothing. That's
Yeah.
like saying
Neither
like
is-
that's like. But no, what I'm saying is that we have seen when we applied
Yeah.
biblical patriarchy here in our early years of this nation, it was that. It was they were running off of a biblical patriarchal structure.
And
Yep.
and you saw the latest Andrew Wilson debate, right? Where they spent an hour and a half trying to go over definitions, and he was like, "I'm
Yeah.
not giving this up. We need to figure this shit out." Like
That's very
let's-
important.
let's-
Yeah, it's very important.
That was
I
that,
understand.
that was the one he was talking to the Muslims, right? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
would just not give it up. He would not yield and say, "Yes, this is the definition." And yeah, I mean that was a big part. It should have taken an hour and a half. It should have taken more until he
it
yielded.
went off
and
rails so
said-
fast. Like
I
like
agree
from
with
the
that.
very beginning, it went off the rails.
But I agree with
It
that
should
debate
have.
because Glenn did not. I'm sorry, Glenn. Andrew Wilson did not fucking break down on that. Like, no, you
did
don't
not,
have to do whataboutism, etc. We're talking about this definition of things. He does the same thing with Destiny. We have to define that shit.
Yes,
And-
yes,
and that was
exactly,
my point.
exactly.
And I'm glad me and Glenn
that's
fucking
why I
shouted
was
out.
asking about the video we were watching. That's exactly why I was asking my question. I mean, if they're not going to define what actually red pill really was, there's no
Right.
point in
Yes,
there's
exactly.
no point in having the fucking debate. There's no point in even having the
but this is
goddamn
why
discussion.
you have to go 30 minutes, 40 minutes to define that shit because it matters. These people, I get it. You
Yeah,
gotta fucking go through
so
the bridge. to do that.
frustrating.
It is frustrating, but you got to do it. You got to do it.
Yeah,
It's necessary,
you
bro.
do, you do.
It's necessary, bro.
Because if you don't get those definitions across, then everyone can talk about whatever the hell
Yeah.
shit they want, and it makes no
Exactly.
sense anymore.
And the thing is, you need to be aggressive with this shit because if you just cater to them and just allow them to do that, they're gonna dictate that debate, and you don't want
Yeah.
to do that.
Well, see, this is why the problem is like this. Okay, so right now, if you try to break it down, what is biblical patriarchy? Well, the egalitarians will say there's no such thing as men and women are equal. It could be equal leadership, equal
Right.
authority, right? That's their version. And then you have the complementarians. They'll say, well, biblical patriarchy means that men are responsible, but they don't have any of the authority, right? Or if they do have the authority, they're only allowed to use the authority to serve their wife and children.
Right.
I
Well,
would-
so
I
basically
would-
be a slave. So then if you
Glenn?
ask, then the biblical patriarchists will be like, no, it's the original doctrine that's said right in the Bible. Blam. That's it. That's
Glenn-
why I would go back
Glenn,
to
what
biblical
what I
patriarchy.
would say is Glenn, the complementarianism is equal to the biblical patriarchy. I mean, how is it different in any way? It's exactly the same.
John, the way that Glenn just explained it is literally the complementarianism is gynocentrism.
But
in a way, it kind of
but
is.
it's-
You
but it's
adapt
not.
to whatever society is to a degree.
If,
that's what I'm
if the men
saying.
have all the responsibility but no authority, that is slavery. That is
Yes.
the definition of
But,
gynocentrism.
but that's not complementarianism. So
But-
you've just described something that doesn't exist.
That's what I'm
just
saying
went
with
off of
Christian.
what Glenn
with-
said.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying with Christian patriarchy. There's no compromise, zero compromise. That's what it is, and that's what it should be. And you don't compromise on that.
So you're again. I'm talking about what it is. No, if you ask each different denomination, you are going to get a different version of it, and none
Right.
of it's going to be the same. That is what I'm saying
But-
is the problem. What would and whatever version it is supposed to be, I'm saying it could be. I think it's biblical patriarchy. That was what originally was
Right.
preached. And then, well, this person from this denomination will be like, no, it's not going to be that. It's going to be this. So that's why I say it can't be.
So
It can't be like it can't. The umbrella term cannot be Christian because Christians all have their own interpretation.
Right.
If you say
So
biblical,
if-
then you're literally reading it word for word without trying to interpret it
I
or
see your
something
argument.
else.
I see your argument there.
No.
Like, okay, only read the Bible, therefore there's no interpretation. I would argue that people read it and give their own interpretation. This is why I say Christianity.
No, that's the problem right now with the Protestant church.
But I think that's the problem with the Protestant church because they're interpreting the Bible differently. This is why we have a bunch of maggots in the church.
So then why would you tell everybody to interpret it to themselves?
I'm
But-
not saying that.
But my
saying
thing
that at
is
all.
my thing is what if complementarianism? What if all of those people agree with whatever you call biblical patriarchy? Like what they say is exactly the same as what you say. Then there's not three things. There's only two things.
And we
Right?
don't
Yeah,
want-
Jake is wrong and Glenn is right. I know.
No, he's saying that he's asking you.
Well,
the
that's
question,
how I
Glenn.
feel about it. Is complementarianism is it leans towards the whole
No,
biblical
what
patriarchy.
what complementarianism does, it gives the illusion, like it's everything about except the authority.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was all about,
So then it's not patriarchy, although it leans closer to patriarchy, but it resembles patriarchy, but it's not patriarchy because it doesn't give you the authority.
that. Well, no.
Yeah.
What you're saying is that in complementarianism, men and women, both as humans, have equal value but different roles. But then you're saying, oh, in biblical patriarchy, men have different values and different roles. And so
Absolutely not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That's
I'm
what it
saying
seems-
no. So
To
what
my
it is in
understanding,
let me
that's what
explain
it
it. In complementarianism, men have women have equal value, different positions, different roles, right?
Okay. At
But-
this point, I would agree with
let me
you,
finish.
and that sounds like
Okay, but
complementarianism at this
no,
point.
let me finish. If you let me finish my damn sentence,
Well, I'm
I'll just
trying to
finish.
let you finish,
Okay,
but I just wanted
you're
to let
interrupting
you
me.
know where I stand.
So men have different stations, right? Men have the responsibility of the family in complementarianism,
Right.
right? But the
Right.
authority is to be a servant leader. Happy wife, happy life mentality. That's what they teach. Yes,
I don't know about
because
that.
you have soft complementarians, and then you'll have like hard complementarians, which would be basically more closer to biblical patriarchists. But it comes down to complementarians are basically you're a cop with no gun. So you have the responsibility of keeping the streets safe, but you don't have any authority to enforce the rules to keep the streets safe.
And you believe that's how it should be.
No,
When it comes
that's
to-
what I'm saying. That's what it is.
I disagree.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's the wrong way of going about
I
it.
mean-
and taking away our guns here in the United States, you think it's a compliment that there's shooters now in schools, etc. So therefore, the answer would be to compliment to take away the guns. That's not going to
No, you're missing the point. When
No,
you guys-
no, no,
I'll pull up.
Glenn is
I'll pull up
making-
Ryan. I'll pull up Ryan Rand, and he'll probably explain it so much better. Like,
Yeah, Glenn is making a very good point. I think if I were to debate Glenn on this, I would have to take a week to study and get some
Right.
verses together about it. But he's making a very good point about it. But I still disagree because I know for sure scripture.
You're
does
hanging up
not-
on the word complementary. And
Well,
it's
well,
not, it's not the
Because
issue.
it kind of sounds like it.
I
That's-
know
that's
for
the
sure
thing.
the
men
scripture
are-
does not say to submit to the women. I know for sure that
I know it doesn't, but complementary. Where do you think like servant leader comes from?
But well, I also know that servant leader comes from scripture.
No,
I
it
know
does
that
not.
it
The term servant leader never came from scripture.
Well, okay, so Jesus serving his disciples by washing their feet, that wasn't a
There's
servant
nothing in
leader.
the Bible that says servant leader. Be a servant.
Yeah,
leader.
But
What would you
however,
describe
the
that,
the example given by Christ himself, he was serving.
It's more.
those
It's
under
more
him.
a benevolent leader.
Okay, benevolent. Sure. So if you want to change the term, that's fine. But then
But
we
that's
got
no. That's what I'm saying.
saying.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not changing the term. I would say that would be exactly what the scriptures define that leadership as is more benevolent. Servant leader. So servant leaders meaning as according to the complementarians, then I could read it to you where it says your authority is not exercised for your own desires or anything, but to serve your wife and children. So that means you don't get to determine the leadership and the direction that your household goes if it doesn't please your wife and children.
Right.
Well, yeah, it's
and
compromise.
what
Then
does,
that's not leading. That is being a bitch.
what does Matthew 20:26 say? Not so with you. Instead, whoever wants to become great among you must be your servant. Servant is what it says.
Yes. But who determines the service that you are providing?
Hold on. Mark 10.
No, I'm asking
42.
you, answer this question. Who determines the service that you provide?
Well, it depends on your heart then. It would
No,
depend
I'm
on
asking you, who determines the service that you
it depends
provide?
on God who judges your heart in that situation. And if your heart
Okay,
is
so
a
then-
servant heart,
So who do you serve? Who are you supposed to serve?
you're supposed to serve Jesus. Or you well, okay.
No,
let me
no,
rephrase
I'm-
that.
okay,
You're
listen.
supposed to serve others as if you were serving Jesus, is what I meant to say.
No, not you're missing. In a marriage, servant leadership, okay, is in a marriage. I'm talking about in a marriage. Don't go in a broader scope. I'm talking about in servant leadership within a marriage. Who are you supposed to serve?
If you are
If
trying
the theology is correct, tell me who are you
if,
supposed to serve?
if you are trying to compare how Jesus was acting towards those around him, this is a secluded situation, okay? So if that's
just
the
asking-
situation,
I'm asking you 4 simple questions. All right.
Okay.
When it comes to servant leadership in a marriage, you have to answer these questions. Okay. What is the service to be provided? I'm talking about in a relationship. Don't go any further than that. In a relationship, what is the service to be provided?
okay. So in that case, I would use other scripture that was given
I'm asking you a question. Just answer the
well,
question.
yeah, I'm giving you the answer. I would use other scriptures given by Christ himself as he was treating those around him, which in essence would be the church, which in essence would be his bride, which means that I can say I can look at Christ and see how he treated his wife. If I can see that, then I know how to treat my wife. So number 1, not so with you. Instead, whoever wants to become great among you must be your servant. Then I can look
Okay,
at Mark.
again,
10.
You're not answering the question. So
How am I not answering?
because I'm asking you, what is the service to be provided? So you want to be, you're gonna, whoever you want to lead. You want to lead, so you're going to be the servant. Okay, then what is the job that you're doing as the servant? What are you doing as the servant?
As the servant, that's what I'm telling you.
What are the duties? What is going to be the actions, the active action that you are doing as the servant?
So you're telling me that every time that Christ, speaking of the bride, was saying, I must serve the bride, I must wash the feet of the bride, I must die for the bride.
No.
You're
Who
telling
told-
me that doesn't count?
Did Christ determine the service that he was going to provide the bride, or did the bride tell the Christ what he needed to provide?
No, the Christ said, "This is what I'm doing for the bride."
Okay,
and that's
so then the
that.
bride doesn't have the authority over the
That wasn't the question.
That is part of the question. You missed the first one. I'm trying to help you out here.
The question
Hear me
you
out.
gave me
I
was
said, what service is to be provided. If you uphold the servant leadership model, I'm asking you, what is that service?
Then let me just lay it down in the simplest
I'm
terms.
talking about in a marriage.
The
Simple as
simplest
that.
terms. The simplest terms in marriage. Lay down your life for your bride. That's the simplest terms I can give, meaning everything.
Okay,
Your
so you already
entire
answered it.
life,
You said
you lay
to,
it down.
my next question was to whom? Okay, and then who makes those decisions on what services to be provided?
I'm a little
And then
confused.
who decides whether or not the man is doing good at being a servant leader? Who determines that?
Christ.
Okay. So at this point now, Glenn, we would have to get into a very serious, like hour-long debate about this.
Because I'm telling you, this is why the servant leadership and complementarianism removes the authority. Because I'm just asking you these basic questions.
I disagree. I don't think it
let
removes.
me finish my sentence. And the reason why I'll explain it, because what services is to be provided. Well, we already know the husbands are supposed to protect and provide and be the priest of their homes, right? And be the provider, the priest, the leader of their homes, right? All those things, right? So to whom is that service to be provided to? Your wife and your kids,
The
right?
bride, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
who determines, who makes the decision on what services that is going to be provided? Well, the husband, because Jesus came down here because he decided, God decided that he was going to send his son, and Jesus said, "This is what I'm here to provide." What happened when Peter says, "Christ, no, you will not die on the cross." When Jesus said, "I'm going to be crucified," what did Peter say? "No, Christ, it's not going to happen." What did Christ say? "Get behind me, Satan. You don't tell me what the fuck I'm doing. I'm telling you what I'm doing. I'm telling you what services I'm provided." Okay, so then when Jesus was washing the feet, Peter said, "Oh no, Lord, you can't, not my feet. No." What did Jesus say? Then depart from me.
Right.
Depart from me. So Jesus determined what he was providing. Jesus determined to whom he was providing it to. Jesus determined how he was providing it. And Jesus determined whether or not he was doing a good job at providing it. None of it had to do with the woman. So when we have the servant leader model, this is why the servant leader model doesn't work, is because when you ask to answer these questions, it goes, well, yeah, happy wife, happy life is the thing that we tend to hear more of in the church. That's the problem with the complementarianism, is that it says they remove the teeth of the authority that comes with. It's like you're a rent-a-cop. You are a cop wearing a cop uniform, but you don't have the badge or the authority.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that because maybe this is anecdotal, but my church had very much heavy teeth when it came to complementarianism. So it was very much.
I would encourage you to read "It's Good to Be a Man." I would encourage you to look.
Well, I'm just saying, perhaps.
I would even encourage you to look at Del Rock's work. They all. This has been a theology that's been talked about since 1980s.
What I'm saying is, I think if my church had quote unquote weak teeth when it came to complementarianism, then maybe it led more into what you're talking about. But we always called it complementarianism. So maybe I align more with you than I think I do. It's just a different title, and I never knew it. But what I'm saying is, if you want to have a semi-formal, just not really a debate, but just us yelling at each other about.
We're just having a conversation. We're having a
conversation.
That's
what I was gonna say. If we were just
the reason why I say biblical patriarchy is the best, the patriarchal structure, is because if it's in that sense, husbands are loving their wife like Christ loved the church. They're not lower in station. Okay, everything is it would be right.
And I 100% agree. My only thing is, why is that different than complementarianism? Is my only thing. And I'm willing.
In order to understand that, you have to go and read what John Piper did in 1980.
I'll give you a simplified version. If
I'm writing this down. I need to read what?
Because I would have to say it's like reclaiming biblical masculinity and biblical womanhood. He really redefined everything the best he could, because what he was dealing with was he had the feminists in one movement like smash the patriarchy. They didn't like the word patriarchy, and they tried to make complementarianism really be patriarchy, but it really wasn't, because it gave the illusion that it is patriarchy, but without it being patriarchy.
Right, which is bullshit. But okay, so you said read John Piper from what? From what? What was
I think
the year?
it's called it's like 1984, I believe. It's
I'm gonna look
the
that up.
Recovering Biblical Masculinity and Womanhood.
Okay. And I really don't think we disagree on anything about biblical masculinity. I think we disagree on definitions, which is kind of bullshit, because we're just picking words and then saying what it means, and then it turns out that we're saying that it means the same thing.
Well, it
that's
got to
what
do with
feels like to me.
implementation. Because the thing is that what Glenn's describing is basically the feminists kind of shoehorning in the 50-50 ideal into the church.
That would be egalitarianism, which is originally known as egalitarianism, which is originally known as biblical feminists.
Yeah,
that's basically when they made men equal to women, it made the women be able to say no and not respect the man's leadership.
Right.
And
That is not complementarianism, and it is furthermore not what Glenn is saying, which is biblical patriarchy. And
well, that's not how it started, but how it's going now is that's where you now have a lot of these modern churches where on Mother's Day they're praising women and telling men they're not doing enough. On Father's Day they're telling them you're just not doing enough.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's their interpretation of what they believe Jesus wanted. But yeah, I'm just saying I think it is a little bit of a like definition stuff. We spend a lot of time on that. But at the end of the day, Glenn, I think all three of us can agree like
you're wrong,
much
yes.
On 90 no, not that I'm wrong. That we can agree on like 99% of everything on that. I think it's terminology.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying the terminology of like compliment wise,
I think like what it's supposed to be and what it is where we're differing from.
Yeah, I think so.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Because I'd say like I would say like, yeah, we are, God designed us, men and women, to be complements to one another.
Yeah, but
right?
the
But
compliment side of things is more of like where I get like you have to compromise to a degree with people.
No,
but
I wouldn't say compromise, but I said compliment.
But I feel like
I'm
me and
telling
Glenn
him.
agree on like 99% of things.
Yeah.
It's just the lyrical terms that are
That's what I
used.
said. I said that's why I just mentioned like you're thinking of the terminology of what it should be. I'm talking about the terminology of what it is.
Well, yeah, right.
And I keep on going back to
I
that.
think we're landing on the same place, and then we
hold
just
on.
use a different definition. So
Yeah, Glenn is jabbing on you though, to be honest with that.
No, I'm not.
you totally jabbed him right there, bro.
Well, no, I did not. I said that you're saying that what it should be. And I agree.
No,
That's what it should be. I'm saying what it really is. How it's being exercised and executed now.
Yeah, it's like the difference between how the laws and the like divorce court and stuff like that are worded equally, but they're enforced unequally.
Unequally. Yeah, no, I totally get
Sure.
you there. I totally get you there. But I think
but one thing I really disagree with Glenn on is the idea of servant leadership. I think the Bible is very explicit on servant leadership. Maybe when I say servant leadership, it's coming up with a different definition for him, but for me, it's something that is biblically described.
I'm
And
not saying that men are not supposed to serve their wives. Actually, it's very clearly
Okay,
that it
it's
says.
just from a
But what
previous-
I'm saying, when you say servant leader, I'm talking about the way that it is being taught today.
Yeah, I'm not
The way
talking
that
about
it's
a Mitch.
taught now.
I'm
not
I'm
saying
definitely not talking about a
the way
Mitch.
that it's. I'm not saying that men are not supposed to serve their wives. They are. It tells you to love your wife as Christ loved the church, to wash her. To when you're washing something, you're serving them, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so
And
Glenn,
also-
you and I agree then. You and I agree.
But no, I don't ever use that term because I know what that term like it means to people today. If you say, "Yeah, I'm a servant leader," they're gonna be like, "Oh, so you're."
It does. Yeah.
So there's a
Well,
condemnation.
that's how politicians should be, right, Glenn? Like we vote in our politicians to serve the people, but they tend to use it and abuse it to serve themselves
Right.
within political structures. And I'm just saying that we do need servant leaders. Going back to John Smith, is anybody that's a leader outside, like even within their home, but as a leader of
I
men
would
in
say
a
that I would
political
rather them be a
structure.
benevolent leader.
Yeah, but they do serve the public. That's what a political figure
You're
should
still-
do.
every
Obviously,
king
and I
serves his
understand-
people. Every
Yes.
every good king serves his
Should.
people.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
should.
yeah.
And
So
I-
every good king, I said
and-
good king. Every good king serves his people. Every good husband serves his wife to a degree, right?
Yes.
But it's
And-
not like pedestalizing. So what
Right,
what
right,
happens
right.
when you do servant leader today, right? In the way that it's being taught in these churches, right, is that you're pedestalizing them.
Right. And Glenn, wouldn't you agree that nowadays there are no servants as politicians? This is why I think Donald Trump is so popular, specifically.
Donald Trump ain't no servant either.
No, well, he did serve the people. Like, look at 2016 when he was pushing a lot of the agendas that people wanted. He was
Yes,
serving or
but
trying
he-
to, and he got demonized for that. Obviously,
I'm
he
not
got
I'm not
demonized.
saying that he
But-
didn't do
but-
something that served in people's best interest, but
That's
he
the point.
also
That's the
served
point.
in his best interest.
Yeah, but Glenn, the point is that he wasn't doing that the same degree as these politicians, these lifetime politicians. He was there for 4 years, bro. Dude, everything he did didn't serve him. He's a billionaire. He didn't have to do
Well,
any of that.
yeah,
He already had the
exactly.
money.
He
already
didn't.
had
He
all
didn't
that.
have. He already had
He didn't have
made
to
his
do that.
money, not in that career. And these career
Exactly.
politicians, yeah, they had to make some probably dirty deals behind the scenes.
Yes.
Right. That's how it works. You know, and you
That's how it
scratch my
works.
back, quid pro quo, like Biden himself said about, yeah.
There's so many that Biden said. That's why I'm saying, like, when Trump came in there, he did serve the people. This is why he got so popular. He was a populist, and this is why people fucking.
I like
got
this
behind
one right
him.
here. Trump wants his slaves alive. The Dems want us dead. I mean, that's the best way to look at it. That's the best. Thank you. That was perfect.
Nah, they
just
both,
real
both
quick.
don't serve
I'm
Satan,
gonna
you know?
hop off. Viking Paradigm. Love seeing it again. Love seeing your panoramic camera. I sent you a message about that. Michelle, good to see you on. Great to have a woman's perspective on here. James, I'm going to see you on later tonight. I gotta go, Glenn.
All
I
right,
love
take it
you.
easy.
And I stripped for you earlier, so I won't do it again.
I know.
but,
I got the pictures.
Horrible.
Yep. And
Thanks,
yeah,
John.
you
Have a
should
good
take
night.
Thank you, Glenn. You can send me your PayPal's. And yep, I'll see you again.
Okay, John. Take it easy, bro.
Yep. Have a good night.
Oh, never a dull moment with him.
Never a dull moment, bro.
Love it. I love it. Even though we could get spirited in debate. See, like this is not debating. This is like I look at this as having a spirited conversation.
Yeah, but it does get intense. So there is a debate aspect to it. And that's what I love. That's what I love
I'm
about
saying.
it.
But
Yeah.
because the whole premise isn't adversarial from the beginning, because the debate
Yeah.
is going in like you're going to clash the ideas deliberately
You're
together. to
intentionally doing
see-
it.
Sure.
to let the
Sure.
audience decide which one I was able to argue
Has the better
points
worldview. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and it gives you food for thought. That's the point. But in a regular conversation that can
Yeah.
free flow, then you're able to have those debates. But sometimes, right, when you're in those conversations, things spin out of control, and then friendships are ended, bridges are burned. But
Yeah.
more mature individuals usually are able to at least agree to disagree and be amicable, right?
Yeah.
Not you understand what is one of the biggest things that's lacking today is people just don't have fucking manners anymore. Like it's that's fucking simple. Basic manners are lacking.
Bro, and look, I'll tell you this. I've gone toe to toe with Glenn on multiple occasions on these open panels. Multiple occasions. I think me and Glenn have debated or have these discussions multiple
You
times.
always come looking to
And-
start some shit with me.
Well, not necessarily, Glenn. Me and you
No,
agree on like 99% of
You're
shit. What are you
mad
talking
that I
about?
was called your white daddy, and then ever since then, you like want to fight me.
Fuck out of here. I was fighting you before that shit. All right. But yeah, I love Glenn, and this is why I like fucking getting on and tangling with Glenn a lot, because it's always good faith. That's all it is. I'm not here to fucking rag on him or like speak easy, which is something else that went on. But it's never personal. Every time me and Glenn attack our
I always
worldviews-
look at it as it's a way to try to edify one another. We're trying to,
Yeah.
and that's if you're gonna have a spirited debate about something like this, like
Yeah.
you have
And,
two individuals coming in good faith, and
Yeah.
they're doing so to edify.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why when Viking Paradigm mentioned like, oh, Gaston is the blue pill or a blue pilled alpha, I was like, okay, remind me of that again. And I was like, okay, now I get his point because I've read that before. I understand that part. But it's true. I was like, all right, I'll take the L on that. However, if I were to actually study that and actually get an argument together, then I'll come back and fucking, go after that point of view if I wanted to. But at the end of the day, I understand where Viking was coming with that particular perspective. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'll take the L on that, and the chat will give you the W. But that's just all it is, dude. I don't really care if I get the L or not, or the W or not. Doesn't fucking matter. The point is to look at perspectives that you never saw prior before. And I never saw that from Gaston, so I'll get you there.
The lesson that I was trying to take away from it is, once again, the lesson of not suffering the cost of hubris. Right, on both sides, because both those guys were suffering from hubris. They were both arrogant as fuck, and it led to a lot of bullshit for them. And one of them managed to pull out the W, and I had to kill the other one to get it. Right, it literally came to that. And if like see me as an actual trained hunter, right? My dad trained me to hunt wet-tailed deer with a bow, so from like a very young age. And if I was a hunter and I came across a beast like that could actually talk, I'm going to try to have a conversation if possible. Right? I'm still going to be like fighting for my life, but I'm going to be like, wait, you can talk? Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, I've never met a beast that can talk, right? I've killed a lot of beasts, but this one can talk. How does this happen, right? So once again, I'm going to be thinking more logically like it, but obviously in this case, like Gaston's thinking like, oh, he's trying to steal my girl, and he's like, this animal somehow brainwashed my fucking perfect woman into like going to this fucking castle, and like, what the hell's happening? Like magic mirrors and stuff like that. Like he was like freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, and I was thinking in my head, like, this is all Satanism. He's a beast. It's all witchcraft. He should be dead. Go in there and destroy this fucking beast. I don't care what your motive is. Kill him. That's my point of view, because, again, it's all Satanism and the magic and shit like that. And Belle's attracted to that because women naturally are attracted to all that dark shit and the bestiality.
But once again, the beast was a victim of a witch because he was an arrogant prick, right?
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
So he did something wrong, but it was like he just turned away an old woman in a snowstorm, which is a pretty like fucking like harsh thing to do.
That is a dick move.
But the thing is, she's a witch, so she didn't really need it.
And imagine, remember, she was a woman that got denied by his kindness and said, "Fuck you, I'm going to turn you into a beast." What a bitch that witch was.
And that's what I'm saying. Like
I think it's like the witch was like, he was like, hey, she was like, I want to holler at you. I want you to marry me. He's like, bitch. Fuck.
I knew you were going to say something stupid.
And then she's like, oh, really? You're not going to? Fine then. You're gonna be a hairy monster.
But see, that's the thing too. Is like, so technically speaking, like the beast wasn't like witchcraft. He was a victim.
Have a good one.
James, have a good one, bro.
Have a good one, bro. Go on, Viking.
I was saying that the beast wasn't a practitioner of witchcraft. He was a victim of it, technically, even though he was a prick.
Yeah.
Well, he should have just digged her down properly. Then he probably wouldn't have been in
Jesus, bro. Okay.
Michelle, this link that I'm about to pull back up. You care to talk about it?
Oh yeah. I was just kind of like deep diving one day about like the church authority thing kind of reminded me of it. Because like it kind of goes into the question of like where the authority comes from. And basically what happened is this priest was baptizing people wrong. And instead of saying, I baptize you, he was saying, we baptize you. And the diocese determined that all those baptisms that he made in his career where he said that were invalid. And then I guess like the story goes on further where he pulled like his baptism of himself, like, 40 years earlier, like from like old recording. No, like another priest, his family priest baptized him.
Oh, okay.
And they said, we baptize you. So then they escalated it to the diocese again, and they're like, hey, you can't actually like say this, because if you do, like the theology like crumbles all of these priests and everybody that they baptized. So they had to walk it back. And I just thought it was really interesting because it kind of goes into like the authority and where it comes from, and like how if you're citing, oh, I baptize you as in like the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and I have the authority through the church to do that as a priest, versus we as a congregation baptize you, wouldn't. So I don't know, just interesting to me.
Well, yeah,
This shit
baptism is
doesn't
supposed to
even
be a
matter,
personal
dude.
thing, but I still think that it's
Actually
more about the act and not necessarily even
Yeah.
the words.
Right, but you have
Sorry,
to
I
understand, like that. I mean, Christians, especially Orthodox and Catholics, they go back to like their traditions being the same,
Yeah,
and
I
that you
understand.
see the active, you know, I guess.
Hypocrisy, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand how that they're trying to stick to the letter so that way they don't fall victim to that erosion of the faith and the manipulation
Mhm.
because the devil is in the details.
Right, and then when
Yeah,
you
but
go
like,
into it, it's like, oh, you actually crumble underneath that. You shoot
Hey,
yourself in
Michelle,
the
you're
foot.
sounding like a robot, bro.
Oh shit, sorry. But yeah, I think it's interesting, like when they actually try to, you know,
Is
uphold
it
that.
Breaking up, right?
Oh,
you
shit.
you were breaking up, Jake. She wasn't.
Am I
You lagged
good?
out for a minute there. I think you're good now.
Oh, okay. I think it's me.
Who's a
All right, my
robot?
bad.
Everybody a robot? So
Am I good?
You didn't mess up at all. But when Jake
Okay.
said it, I saw his camera froze up for like 3 seconds.
All right. But yeah, like they try to make it like so traditional into the letter, but when they do, like their own doctrine kind of cripples them. So I find it interesting as like, you know, being on the outside looking in and being like, that's funny. So
Yeah, that's why, like I said, I'm always, even when these sort of conversations happen, I'm always like kind of grateful I left organized religion. You know, because like I said, I dealt with that shit for a long time. I looked into like not just a lot of Christian religions, and I'm just like, man, it's just a fucking mess. I just want to believe in God, you know, and Christ as my savior, because you know I was saved, I was baptized correctly. You know, my mom actually performed the baptism for me with the blessing of a local Catholic church. So we did that shit. So, that's something that I know that, I followed through with, and then I became a reverend. And so in terms of like faith, I did all the, what you would call the quote, right or traditional things. So, but every time I was involved with these churches, I just saw that the corruption was impossible to function within the church. I would either have to submit and not like understand, like, actually, because commit blasphemies against the Lord in his own house, right? It's just
Mhm.
like I
I
couldn't
mean,
do it
what you just
because
said
I believe.
technically was blasphemy about like you just want to believe in God and not wanting. Technically, that's it.
Do you know
Well,
what's
no,
funny?
because
Let me
they
jump
were
in for a
trying,
second.
they were preaching the agape love and saying that basically you just had to put up with everything.
Mhm.
Like there was no self-sovereignty at all. It was, you would, like he was saying, like Ben was saying, like that servant leader thing, they had, like the church that I was in had taken that to the extreme where basically you were just supposed to submit because it was the right thing to do. It didn't matter to the church, to the, whatever cause, and it was all, it ended up being all about manipulation behind the scenes. And because I was a little kid and I could understand the conversations, a lot of people would speak freely around me thinking I was too stupid to understand.
Yep, computer geek.
So I was able to get very red-pilled about organized religion from the inside at a very young age, and saw the hypocrisy for what it was, the whitewashed sepulchres full of dead man's bones. And that was very disturbing for me. So like I said, I delved into the actual religious texts, going back to the biblical truths. My mom read the Bible to me like 3 different times by the time I was before I could even read. So because when I was a kid, she was just reading this stuff to me like all the time, as well as other books. So I even before I could read, I knew the Bible inside and out, and I just basically continued to delve into the scripture. And like I said, I followed through and became, understood all that stuff. And I just stayed true to the faith and found out that no matter where I went, I was around people that could not stay true to the faith of the word of God in the book itself. They kept coming up with their own interpretation, and then they would claim they didn't have doctrine. And they would always come up with all these ever elaborate excuses about why they would not follow what was actually in the book. And then I would often find out most of these motherfuckers hadn't even read it. Right,
Viking,
like Ben talked about, and it was frustrating as fuck. So, like I said, I just am like, no, you're all just a den of fucking blasphemers. I'm out. I will be the blasphemer myself. And if God showed me the truth and wanted me to walk this path, I will walk this path as he wants me to. And I have. And I found it. I lost my way and found him and came back to prodigal son. Imagine that. The Bible's always fucking right about shit like that. It's ridiculous.
Viking, would you describe, and I want to ask you and Michelle, Viking, would you consider yourself a Christian as and Michelle, both of y'all? Like, do you consider you guys Christianity, following Jesus, etc.? Whoever wants to answer first.
You can go ahead, Viking.
I would consider myself a Christian. Like I said, I'm a Christian reverend.
Okay.
Right? So that means I'm not Catholic and all that stuff, right?
Right.
And I'm not necessarily Orthodox either, but I'm very well educated
Protestant.
on it, although I'm not fluent in all that stuff now because that's in my past. I learned the lessons that the Lord wanted me to learn, and now I'm here. And what do I preach? Truth.
Right.
It doesn't, and I don't have to preach it from the book because the word is now written on my heart because I did that diligence. So just like in that movie, The Book of Eli, doesn't matter if you get the book from me, the shit's in my head now, and I understand the truth. So I'm able to function even in the red pill paradigm as a Viking, right? And having pagan roots of my own ancestry, which I understand those as well. I've had lots of discussions with pagans as well, as Wiccas. You know, I was actually just commenting on X the other day because Rachel Wilson encountered a former Fresh and Fit employee by the name of Xena, and Xena the Witch, who's one of Sneaker's exes, and she basically said some blasphemous stuff. Did you see the tweet, Glenn?
No, I didn't see the tweet, but I know.
Oh yeah, she told her to find God, and then she said some blasphemous shit to her. She's like, "See, I told you witches were real," and I'm just like, "Yeah, she's not really a witch. She showed us her altar. She's just got like a Harry Potter wand and some Christmas lights. She doesn't even understand Wicca and everything. She's just an anime nerd girl in Miami, and she's just a 304, and she doesn't want to be a 304.
Right.
It's sad, really. That's
Michelle,
what I said.
Michelle, would you consider yourself a Christian as well?
So my religious background is that I grew up very, very Pentecostal Christian. My father was in church leadership, and I deconstructed like more in my early 20s. I am no longer Christian.
Oh, okay. You're no longer. So then my question would be directly to Viking. Viking, I know that you have a relationship that's open on your end. I'm sorry. Yeah, open on your end and closed on her end. How would you justify your ideology of doing that with Christian values?
I can't.
How does that work?
I can't.
At all? Like,
like I said, that's part of organized religion, and I don't really think that's what the Lord wanted us to do, based on what I've seen, based on the actual creation and being honest about reality, how men and women actually act. I think monogamy has its merits, but I also understand that even in the Bible, there was multiple instances of powerful men having multiple women and multiple children, and for a damn good reason.
And the New Testament, Jesus
not everybody
says,
can
don't
do that. That is the natural order of the creation, in my opinion.
Right.
So you could say that's a cop out if you want, but once
it's
again,
not a cop out.
but I'm just saying, like, theoretically, I'm not saying that
Yeah.
you're saying that, but I'm just saying I've contemplated this before. So it's just like how I parse it is just like, why am I going to try to justify it? Because that's just going to make me look like guilty of something. I'm just like, no, this is how I choose to live my life. And I understand that I could be wrong, but I will be judged by the Lord at the end if I am wrong. I don't know if once again, I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I got this shit figured out. So I'm proceeding forward on the path that I continue to have before me.
I think you're very good on it. I think that you know that what you're doing, your relationship status, what you're doing right now, is technically goes against Jesus' wishes. You can acknowledge that at least, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, according to what's in the Bible, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
It's actually pretty. Sorry.
No, go on, Michelle.
It's actually really common that I noticed in the lifestyle that people who haven't been in it for like a long time are very knowledgeable religious wise as far as doctrine. It's ironically been some of the most like deepest religious discussions that I've had with people. In the lifestyle. It's wild.
I mean, like one of the most unanswered questions that I think that I understand. Okay, let me clarify this.
You're doing the mic thing again, Glenn.
Oh, okay. How about now? Is it better now?
Yeah,
Are we good? All right. So when it revolves around marriage and monogamy, this is one of the most confusing things that I can't say. I have my own arguments for both sides, but like I can't say for a matter of fact that polygamy or whatever the one, the multiple husband or multiple wives is a sin. And here's the reason why: because if God's the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow, does God bless you while you sin? You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's a deep question, Glenn.
because if we're saying God blesses us in the midst of us sinning, then that's a huge. But that's told that we're not. We don't get blessed when we're sinning. That the consequence of sin is death, right? So when I see stories like Ruth and Rachel and Leah, right, and see that they both married the same guy, the sisters, the ugly sister and then the hot sister, right? So they're there, polygyny, right? And on top of that, he ends up getting once their wives were unable to like start, continue to reproduce children or whatever. I think it's Leah. Leah gave her husband her maidservant and gave her maidservant to her husband, to bang out, have some more babies. And it said the Lord blessed her.
Who are you talking about exactly? Who's the man?
Rachel and Leah. I think it's
Jacob.
Jacob.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Okay.
So
Jacob.
it's like, wait a minute. So she was blessed for giving her husband another woman. That would be that would be a sin. So why would God bless her if it was a sin? Let me give you through the whole thing so you understand. Because then we also see in Leviticus, I think.
Leviticus, that's Old
Is
Testament.
where we start, yes, where we see the laws. And now the laws came from God through Moses. So God was giving them laws on how to manage more than one wife.
Yeah.
Which was, why would he do that? If it's a sin, this is where it confuses me, that if it's a sin, why would he tell him, okay, look, you can have more than one wife, but you have to do it this way. You would think God would be so black and white with it, be like, no, it's a sin. No, you only have one wife. Right. But he gives them laws on how to manage it, which throws me off, right? But then we see in the New Testament, right? They're referencing monogamy, but they do not frown upon or throw away.
They call it adultery, right? Like
no, they don't even. I don't even know if they call it adultery because they don't even really reference polygyny. They just say if you're going to be a deacon, you have to be a man of one, a husband of one wife.
One
so
wife.
It's like, yeah. So it's like, okay, but could you be a Christian and have multiple wives and not be a deacon? Is with the question. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like that. Yeah. That's something that I've been studying and I've been trying to look into it where it's clearly in scripture. And then I'm not talking about like commentaries because it doesn't, and I would say like, well, historically, knowing that the Romans were involved in that time of Paul's writing, right? That, that the Romans were more romantic and they were pushing more the monogamous, in for their society. So was that more of the question would be, would that be more of a Roman influence into, what was being taught, like culture-wise? Since they were influencing the culture, with these things part of the culture that were being influenced? Yeah. And so, because again, if God's the same yesterday, today, tomorrow, then he would still be blessing a woman, I guess, theoretically today, if she gave her husband another woman to have babies with, right? Like, Like that's the part that's confusing me. Now, for me, the reason why I say polygamy is actually against God's will or a sin today would be this. God says, obey the laws of the land, right? Render to Caesar's what is Caesar's, right? He says he puts those people in authority above us. So we have to obey them. Well, the law says it's illegal. So if I actually did it, it would be sinful to God because I'll be breaking the law and that would not be pleasing to God. So therefore, then don't do it. That would be my like that's my
Yeah,
go
but
back.
that's
That's
a
my
weak
go
argument.
to.
That's
No,
a
it's
weak
not
argument,
because
though.
it
kind of is.
it works though for America because it's
Yeah,
against the law.
Yeah,
so
but there's a lot of bad
have to
laws.
obey the
That's
laws. So it's a
there's
sin.
there's a lot of bad laws though. That's the thing. But here's the thing, Glenn. I have a friend of mine that has throughout his whole life he's had his main girlfriend and another chick, a girlfriend. And he told me a lot of men should live that way. He used the same exact argument as you.
What did
And
you
I
say?
told-
Wait, I'm sorry. That first part.
Yeah, like he had two girlfriends for most of his
Okay.
life, right?
Yeah.
He had his main wife that he had kids with, or one child now, and he
Yeah.
has an extra girlfriend, and this girl usually knows that he has another girl, etc. And I asked him this. I said, look, if everybody, he's actually my co-host, one of my co-hosts that comes on VealPod, and I asked him this.
Do I know him?
OJ, yeah, I think he was on a panel with us a few times, OJ. But anyways, the point is, he asked me, I asked him, I said, dude, well, at the same time, if everybody, I feel like monogamy is best for society as a whole. Monogamy is the best thing as a society
Absolutely.
to grow. Okay, so my argument to him when he said, yeah, if you look at statistics, there's more women being born more so than men.
Can I
so
jump in?
therefore,
Yes.
This,
Yeah, go
this
for
is
it.
so
Let Jake land his plane real quick though.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
intercepted. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, real quick, I'll shoot it back to you. But his argument was there's more women being born than men are, which is true statistical wise. So he said, yeah, so therefore, like the higher esh of men could juggle more women. In fact, even men, modern day men, average men, should thrive to want to have multiple women to provide for them, because at the end of the day, there's more women out there that want higher, better quality dudes that these dudes could juggle, to a degree. That was his argument. But my argument was, I don't think that's good for society as a whole.
Hold on
Because-
real quick. Before you pass it, I just want to give a shout out to Jess White
Yeah.
for gifting those 5 memberships. Salute to you, ma'am. You guys know who Jess White is, right? She is the woman that single-handedly bringing back the bow to the patriarchy.
Yep.
You guys don't know what it looks like. Kind of looks like this.
It's all about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman bow to the patriarchy.
To the patriarchy and men. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you the bow.
It's all about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman will bow to the patriarchy.
Here we go. The bow to the patriarchy. There's the one.
And now what's the two?
It's all about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman will bow to the patriarchy. It's all about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman bow to the patriarchy.
Let's give her some love. Everybody put it up in the chat for Jess.
Shout out to Jess, man. Shout out to Jess.
Were you able to land your plane there, Jake, or no?
Oh, yeah. Real quick, that was his argument on that. My argument is just that I don't think it's best for society to kind of have that mentality as a whole. That
So
was
like
my
the
point.
question is always brought up is like, is it a sin though? That's the
Right.
thing
And I
that's
think
what
it is, because again, Jesus is thinking more as a societal point of view. I don't think that's good as a society to grow if every man wants to have multiple women. And I get the argument of
I don't
there's
think
more
it's
women
about
being
every
born.
man that wants to have multiple women. I think it's like, I don't know, because like you also know like that in the Old Testament, you got, if let's say you're married, right? And you had a brother, right? But let's say your brother's wife or your brother dies and doesn't give his wife a son.
Yeah, it goes
You
to the
you gotta handle business, or she gets to go step on your nuts in front of all the people. And I'm just like, and it's also it blows my mind is that Jesus, or not Jesus, God kind of refers to himself as a a polygamist in the sense when he says like when he's divorced, he's like he says he's spiritually basically issuing Jerusalem a letter of divorce, and he's also talking about Judah too, like as if he was this guy that had two women, you know, like, and I know it's like more of a like I guess like a visual for them to understand, but I just why would he present himself in this visual as a, you know what I'm saying, like,
yeah,
that's why I always like it's something I don't have the answer to, so I always like lean I would say suggest lean towards caution and say, you know what, in the beginning was this one man, one woman, right? Jesus also references it in Matthew. Yeah, we see it in Genesis, we see it in Matthew, and you know that's the safe route to stick with, right? You know, like the other one, I don't know, and I'm not confident enough to say that it's worth even giving it a shot.
Yeah,
But-
I
but
think God
it's
blessed a lot of
question
these men that were also flawed. David, King Solomon,
like,
who had
that's the thing
multiple
that-
wives.
But it
And-
kills me. It's like when he's when he's getting on David about
But they
you know,
all
having an affair
failed.
with Bathsheba. No, but when he was getting on with David about having with Bathsheba, he was like, bro, I fucking gave you Saul's wives. You had Saul's wives, your wives, and you needed his wife? What the fuck's wrong with you, you selfish
But
ass?
He's a selfish asshole. But the thing is, everybody falls. Like Solomon was an example. David's another example. You see a lot of these guys with women that had multiple women, and their kingdoms always fall. Look at
it was when he started coveting another man's wife.
Yeah, sure. But even in the Bible, it says that women will tear down these kingdoms. So you need to watch out for these women that will tear them down, just like men. I'm not saying you, Viking, but there's men that have these women that want to do these things, and their careers are destroyed. You know, it's not necessarily a good idea for even if you are a high value dude, to the point where your kingdom could still get torn down by these ladies.
Oh, I'm
and
not
it's
high value
biblical.
at all. I'm just a man. I'm just a normal man.
Yeah, I know, I know.
I'm just saying. I think that's one topic.
Right.
That
But I'm
I
saying
am
Jesus
not
is pretty
very.
clear that you shouldn't do that shit because it's not good for society as a whole. It's really not.
Well, I want to.
It's a little bit just the
Yeah,
time-
Angry
before
Viking
my
wanted to
point
get in.
was completely
Yeah.
irrelevant, and then
Yes, please go ahead.
when you mentioned your friend before, there's this whole argument that happened a long time ago, and I'm going to take it out of the theology for all the people who don't really care. And it goes along the lines of like, we can either make like apes and live in caves, or we can make like humans and go to Mars. So this is like the strongest argument that I would have against, I don't know, doing that kind of thing, because you're eliminating gene pool now when you go into genetics. I hate soft science fucks because they forget shit. Like, or they'll go, more women are born, blah, blah, blah. It's like, if you go back in history, you'll realize that the attrition rate for males was so high, you had to have men looking after more than one chick. And this is where the whole war brides and all the rest of it comes
Right.
in.
Yeah.
So this is
Right.
like, if you go really, really, really deep, then you can go, oh, this has happened before and it will happen again. The whole meme that I was doing.
Yeah, yeah.
Fucking thing. Okay. Like I was trying to prepare a soft landing. Okay. But like right now we have an opportunity to communicate, and Oppenheimer didn't build a fucking nuclear bomb. Okay. He needed a whole bunch of, he needed a math freak. Okay, he needed this guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, and he goes boom. And now if you fast forward this insanity, you're not gonna get a math freak. Okay, you're not gonna get this guy, that guy. You're gonna get just a whole bunch of alpha chads who do nothing but fuck bitches.
Yeah.
And then we're going back to caves. This is why the government's afraid. They can suck my dick. Okay, I don't care. Like, I'm just speaking the truth. Like,
right.
So yeah, I just wanted to wrench, like, when you run into those people who start speaking, or like, back in those days there was X amount of-" bro, we don't know what the fuck happened. Okay, hey, maybe the earth got polluted and all the males spent. Like, who cares? Okay, like, we gotta move forward.
But that was my
argument. I'm not arguing. Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, that was my argument though, that it's not good as a society going forward.
Yeah,
is
I
that
agree
mentality? That was
100%.
my argument. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm not trying to give advice. I'm not recommending
Yeah.
everybody does what I do, and I'm
And
not
Viking
trying to
doesn't do that.
either
But you
discourage or
have a-
justify my actions by the Bible. I could very well could be just sinning right now and being a complete asshole to God. I don't know, but I'm not going to try to justify or excuse my actions. I'm making informed choices and decisions.
if you're not doing it from the evil, like if you don't have malice, then who cares? Like not how well. Okay, there is egregious fucking shit.
But I
Don't
think
break my argument.
Vikings acknowledge that he can't really debate that point of view, and he's going about it because I think Viking's a good man, and I understand that.
that's
But
why I'm
however, Viking
saying the
still
same
is
thing.
kind of juggling with that a little bit in his
Yeah.
perspective. When
Well,
it
and
comes
it's
to
not
Jesus.
like I'm deliberately like going out there,
No, you're
banging
not.
hoes in the nightclub. I
Right,
did
right.
it one time. That was that one time for the one time. But
talking about now, yeah.
The point is that like, sorry, my mouth is full. My girl made me eggs, right? I was hungry.
What's in
so-
your mouth?
Yeah, 3-star
I'm
Michelin
kidding.
chef eggs. That
You know
Merry
what?
Christmas.
Don't ask, don't tell. Never mind.
No, I know a 3-star Michelin chef. He taught me how to make really good scrambled eggs, and I taught my girl how to make them. And I told her I'm hungry, and and
That's
"Oh,
why
you
the
want some
camera's
eggs?"
off. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm eating eggs.
Yeah, it's not a food channel; it's a man channel. Yeah. What's a
Nice,
food channel?
Viking. He's got food. I don't have food. Where's the girl fucking give me food?
But
that's all I wanted to say.
the
That's
thing
it.
that I wanted to say is that I'm not going out there just like trying to bang random women or going on
Right.
dating apps or doing any of that stuff. My girl just knows that if there's another woman that is interested in me, because the thing is, I've always had women interested in me. My girl's known this from the start. That's why she was interested in me. I've had to beat girls off with a stick damn near.
Right.
And, I know that sounds like I'm flexing, I'm capping.
No,
but,
that's
guys are
willpower,
going,
though, Viking. A lot of men
You
don't
know,
have that. Would
I
you
know,
tell
and that's
men-
why, like I said, I'm an outlier in a lot of these situations. But the thing is that my girl's always known this. We've had talks about this. She's okay with this, right?
Right.
She's even okay if like I end up finding a woman and fall in love and having more babies with her. She's cool with this, and she might
Okay,
if she
can I
found
ask
if she
you-
found
can I
a
ask
girl,
you a
she might
question,
be cool
Viking?
with that as well.
Just to blow your mind, okay? Don't ever take. If I ask you a question that's provocative, just fucking take it, okay? It's not personal. I'm just saying this is a discretion, okay? Cool, thank you. So here's a question for you. So let's say you have 3 chicks, okay? And you have 3 sets of babies, and you're working 9x, okay? And there's 2 dudes who are, because of negative Matthew effect, which I'm gonna beat into Glenn Lawrence said one day, but I think he knows, okay? That's more for the rest of the people. Like, you now sell it to me as a perfect Christian. Why should I work to the best of my ability if I'm not going to procreate and have kids? Like, this is what the government's mind is blowing right now. Like, what are these insults?
They want less kids. Yeah, they want less people. Yeah.
So, but no, I'm talking about the work. I'm not even talking about the society. I'm not talking
Okay,
about
okay, fair enough, fair
anything
enough.
else. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say you, Jake. Okay, fuck Viking, because obviously it's a whatever. I don't know the guy. Okay. Like,
Angry? You need to land your plane soon.
land a plane. So Jake, if you have 3 wives, okay, and 9 kids, and there's 2 men who in feudalism land now don't have kids, sell it to them that they should work just as hard as if they had the whole family unit and all the rest of the butterflies. And I'm going to mute myself. I just like making people think. That's all.
I'm sorry, I kind of don't really understand the question. So you're saying that if I have
so
3
you're
wives,
you have 3 chicks and 2
Yeah.
dudes don't have chicks, and they're going to work only as they're going to do a cappy. Okay, they're going to do an Aaron Clary. They're going to live a minimalist lifestyle.
Sure.
And the
Okay.
society is going to suffer. So now you can shame them and say, "Fuck you, society's suffering. Help us." But they're going to turn around and say, "Fuck you, not my kids."
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't blame them for that
Okay,
because
so
they're not going
that's
to take
it.
care of them. Yeah, it's a biological nature for men to not take care of children that aren't their biological
Yeah,
DNA.
and they're going to be lazy because work sucks. Cappy
Sure.
already sold
Yes. Why would they, why would they do that? Yeah, I understand that point. Yeah.
So this is
Real
where I-
quick. Are you done?
Yeah. I was just a point that might spark a.
No, right on, bro. Right on.
Yeah, anyway.
I want to throw it to AJ, but before I do that, I want to welcome Jess, the lady who is leading the bowing to the patriarchy, to the panel. How you doing, Jess?
Hello, Glenn. Hello, everyone.
Did you enjoy your nap?
Greetings.
Yes and no, it was short lived.
Oh, because when I went over there, James said like you were out.
Yeah, I had to. And
Oh,
I'm glad
good.
that I did because my daughter's teething, so she screams nonstop and stuff. So
Oh
I
my
have to take
gosh.
opportunity when I can.
That's
Don't you hate it? They don't come with an off switch.
She like it's only in the last couple of weeks. It's this one tooth that's really getting to her. she's been pretty good with the others, but she has 2 teeth come through at once.
You ever thought like, a little bit of Jack Daniels or Jameson? I'm just telling you. I'm telling you, it works wonders.
Yes, I know.
Little nipple in the gut. I'm just saying.
But yeah, she has 2 of them come through at once. So she's coming on to the 6th one. So she's had them come through 2 at once, and then another 2, and then now there's a 3rd set of 2 coming through at once.
Poor thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, apparently I was the same. Like, so she probably
got it from
complained
my
for
mama.
it.
She got it from my mama.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. AJ, you had some thoughts to this that you were being very polite and just waiting your turn.
Yeah, I wanted everyone to get their point in. So it's actually something I learned from one of the guys I supervised when I worked for the company that contracted the Amtrak. He was a Amtrak electrician from the Caribbean, actually. And I actually kind of enjoyed learning about his culture a little bit. And I think it correlates to everything that we've been talking about here, where you're allowed to have that multiple wives and take care of your family at the same time. So the way that he did it, because I think he's from like Kitness or one of those islands over there. And it's about like every 20 years you have a new family. So like you're 0 to 20, you're in your family of origin. 20 to 40, you have your first family. Divorce happens, whatever, or you find someone else. 40 to 60, have another family. 60 to 80, have your final family, or one more, and then 80 to death, have your last family for real. So I think that's something that we don't talk about a lot here. It's another idea, cultural shifts that might be beneficial to society as a whole, because you're sticking with one family, you're meaning that monogamous side of it, but yet you're able to fulfill that male need of multiple wives at the same time. You just got to span it out over the years.
I gotta jump in here. I know another one, AJ. This was my favorite. I want to see if anyone can fucking tell me the culture. This is my favorite, okay? When you're do I go from young man or a young woman? I'll go from a young man. So when you're a young man, okay, so let's say, I don't know. Fuck, their ages are way different. I'm gonna make it legal. So when you're 18 to 30, you get a MILF, okay? So she teaches you how to be a man, okay? And then when you have kids with them and she fucks off, then you get a young one and you teach her how to be a woman, okay? Then when she grows up and you fuck off, she gets a... Yeah, anyway, I'm done.
You're giving us the Vincent advice. I got you.
This feels like a cycle.
It's not
here.
as bad. It's not like this actually happened in... Oh, fuck, was it Greece? I don't know if it was Greece. Was it Spartans? It was one of them. And they actually did this. Like, this was a big part of their culture. Like, a young man will have you'll have 2 families, not 4.
Right.
4 is not as palatable for today's world, I think.
Right. I mean, I can't say it's wrong, because the stripper I talked about before, I was 23 and she was 25. So she was technically older than me.
That's a big, that's not even, you're technically the same age at that point.
I'm
though.
talking like 20.
But, I mean, she did
Like,
teach
as
me a
far
lot
as
about
knowledge.
fucking, so.
Yeah, yeah, but she's a whore teaching you how whores are. Let's be honest. But I get you there. You do need that. I totally understand that. But as
There's
a young man,
something
I
to be
think
said about skill set, man.
What was that, Michelle?
There's something to be said about skill set.
Yeah, definitely. No, I totally get you there. Totally get you there. But I do believe that men with the higher skill set, 35 years old, you have your life in order, can teach women that are younger. This is why women are more attracted to older men than they are to younger men. And men that are older, or men in general, are attracted to younger women. It's kind of the natural aspect of
Let
what we're attracted to.
me throw a question up there to you guys.
Oh, I had a question. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna. Okay, so go ahead, Michelle.
All right. It was like a thought. You guys are totally gonna hate it, and I'm ready for it.
All right, here's the DGen question.
Ready to fucking trash
You
on
guys
this
are
thing.
gonna fucking hate it. And I'm not speaking from like a stability.
Jake, go ahead and mute yourself
I want
now.
to get triggered. Go.
Everybody mute yourself now.
I'm not speaking from a stability standpoint. I'm not speaking from a morality standpoint. I am strictly speaking about the numbers. And I know it's something that like Pearly Things mentions. It's a common red pill talking point about how not all men get the privilege of reproducing. I think it's somewhere between like 33 and 40%. But for women, it's like 80%. So I want to point out when you calculate infertility and especially in like age of women, we can't really go too much higher as far as more women having more kids, but we could theoretically give them more men to have more kids with, and more men could reproduce. I'm just saying, that's all.
Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but like,
I
there's
see your
a lot of
point. I see your point, but most women don't even want multiple partners or multiple men.
Here's the thing.
Totally, yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
It's not even that they don't want just multiple partners.
Sorry, what?
It's not even that they just don't want multiple partners in that sense.
Well, they don't want to.
Also, it's also that imagine the dysfunction that would be. I don't think it would even hold. I think like your situation is such a unique.
Yeah, I wasn't speaking to stability at all or morality or any of it. Yeah.
I'm thinking of the stability and everything. Sure, like I don't even know if you would be able to get the numbers up because the
I'm
other
just
guy's
saying it's the
gonna.
only way to get like more people having more children.
But
like,
I don't
if,
think
like,
I don't think the population issue is the problem. I think we've always had men reproduce at 40% throughout history. I think
we do have a population problem, though, Glenn.
no, we do
Here in
have
the
a
United States,
population problem. The only thing that's different is that women weren't killing the babies then.
No,
well, they still were.
more
Yeah, they
babies
still
went
were.
out
but-
Nowhere near at the rate that they're doing it now. Let's be real.
Yeah, but they were still killing
that's
babies.
never
even
60
before
million,
abortion.
we would have 60 million more. We would have 60 million more people here today if abortion wasn't legalized.
There's
yeah,
also
but-
a lot more single child homes as well than ever before.
This is true.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I wonder how. I mean, is not 60 million a lot of people? Like, I think that would probably
Yeah, definitely.
balance out like the at least the reproduction or what is it called, replication rate.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
we go.
The replacement
see-
rate.
but
The
see,
replacement
that's where I
Replacement
gotta
rate.
make up
Yeah.
for everybody
I
who's
think
slacking.
I think it's more that women should be having bigger families instead of like one or two. Because most
I
women
agree.
only want
right,
one
but
or
they
two
can't afford
Yeah.
it. But if you bring in more men and more
Yeah, but that's an
providers-
excuse. That's a
Yeah, but-
bullshit excuse.
That is
Michelle,
an excuse.
stop it. You're coping.
Hey, I'm
That's
just
a
saying, I'm just
bullshit
saying.
excuse.
I'm
What,
just-
throughout
I have a
history- no,
genius plan.
no, but throughout history, there's
Oh,
always
God.
been problems with poverty and shit. I'm not saying it's a good idea to
Always.
go having kids if you're poor, but I'm just saying throughout history, we've always had children when there's been poverty and things like that.
Yeah.
Money
The-
is not the fucking problem when it
Yeah.
comes to
And
having,
by the way,
having a
Jess,
family.
poor people have
but
the
see-
most babies. By the way, the
Yes,
most
that is
poverty
true.
have the most babies. Okay, look
But
at
don't
third
we
world
want more
countries.
rich
They're
people
So
and
falling
money
out.
is not the thing, and people saying that they need more money to
They-
start
they
families.
made a
that's
documentary
bullshit
on this called
excuse to not
Idiocracy.
take responsibility.
Yeah, they did.
It's
Yeah.
it's more resources, right?
Well, again, if you look at women that have a lot of resources, they tend to have least amount of babies, believe it or not. So that whole excuse
Yeah.
saying that, oh, I don't have enough money to raise a kid, that's bullshit. Because if you
It
look
is,
at the
it's bullshit.
statistics, the vast majority of women that have a bunch of money, they're having less kids than the poor women.
Because they're
That
more
makes no fucking sense.
selfish.
Yes,
Because it's
yeah.
the more money you got, the more vain you are, the more selfish you are as a woman.
Yes. And by the way, a lot of these women think more of like, oh, I'm making this money to be independent from a man, to where when men make money, they make a bunch of money to make to provide for their opposite partner. Like that's how men think compared to women do.
Yes. Men
if
should
they're-
think
if they're
about money
straight-
with men should think about money with families, but all these women saying that about money with families is bullshit.
It's
absolute bullshit.
Trying to get
Men
more dudes to
that
have more
have
kids as well.
partners are gay, Jake. I think the blonde is getting to
You're
you.
right. You're right. My bad. I meant men with wives and girlfriends. Yeah, my bad. Partners that insinuates that you're a homosexual. My bad, Glenn. My bad. Thank you for correction on that.
You're very welcome. I'm here for
Thank
you.
Glenn. Thank you, Glenn. I am not going to argue with that, but I will tell you this. Yeah, Jess, you're totally right on that. That yeah, a lot of these women, when they make more money, they tend to be less oriented towards family. That is just the fact. Michelle, I'm sure you've ran into a lot of feminist women, like in your perspective of things. Have you?
Oh no, I
noticed-
hate women. I avoid them like the plague.
but okay, but have you spoken to women in your personal life? Because I've had this conversation with Kat, And do you run into a lot of women that have this mentality, like feminism, where you live? Is it rampant? Like, do you see a lot of this mentality within the local women in your society over there?
I don't know.
In the down under. In the down under.
I
She just
suppose so.
avoids-
Yeah, I just like avoid people though. Like,
Oh, okay.
like
I hear
really,
it a lot.
I never talked feminism more than I ever have than when I got into this space. Like, it was never a subject where like we would sit.
You know,
down
it's
and
funny
discuss
about you say that,
feminism
Michelle,
ever.
because like it was never talked about before because it would just was, but we didn't. We didn't have a terminology for it. It just was. It just kind of was like it just. That's what it.
It is what it was. Yeah.
Yeah,
it just- it didn't
I
need a term.
suppose. Yeah, I suppose I could just be very unaware of it, and it's just like when I'm here, it's so highlighted, and I'm
Well,
just
now
like,
that you're
oh,
a
I
little
see
bit,
it.
now that you're aware of it, have you seen that within your own community? I think Jess has told me that she's seen it. I've seen it rapidly.
Mhm.
Well,
Is
I
there
can tell
any?
you stories that you would blow your mind. Like here, I'm gonna
Yeah,
dox
I don't.
myself.
I don't know
Okay,
if I
but-
necessarily see the problem as like, oh, that's feminism. I see like a lot of attitude problems. I see a lot of
Well,
disrespect.
that's feminism.
I see.
That's
I
a-
know. And I don't attribute, it as that. I'm like,
Most women
like, fix
don't.
that bitch's attitude problem.
Most women
Um,
will say they're not a feminist, but then they'll go on to say feminist points.
Yeah, that's the point, that a lot of these women, even right wing, like even if you look at the right wing, like Lord Chen and a lot of these like
All the
right wing women,
Tradcons.
Yeah, they're all-
just
they're-
only. You know the difference between them and a feminist?
what is it?
Their stance on abortion.
Yes, that's a big one as well.
I
Well,
make
that's
the
the
argument all
only
the time
one.
that we're all feminists, whether we like it or not.
Yeah. No,
Nah, I
to some
disagree with
degree.
that.
No, it's true. We have been indoctrinated. We have grown up. You have grew up your entire life in a feminist, gynocentric society. So
Yeah, like Andrew Wilson said,
yeah,
it's in the air we
we're
breathe,
all
the water
some
we drink.
form.
Sure.
To some degree, we're all some form of feminist.
Sure.
I hear it more from women than I do from men that they need more money to have a family.
Yeah, that's the big one. Like a lot of these guys, like they might, they might submit subconsciously to that stuff, but when you really question them, they're thinking, well, yeah, you're right. Fuck. Men are a lot more acceptable to that truth, that ideology than women are. Again, it goes back to how they vote, right? Women will not succumb to that at all because they think of it as slavery, to where men don't do that. Like men deep down inside just don't say it. They won't say it. Like, oh, my woman's going to get mad. I'm just not going to say it. But if you get them in a room by themselves, they'll fucking give you the full truth. A lot of these guys are actually not feminists. They just do it because they cater or adjust to the better society of what's going to give me a headache. I don't want to get the headache from these
What
chicks.
they do is they take the road
Of least resistance.
resistance. Like,
Yeah,
like,
that's sneaky
I
fucker
like
game.
pussy.
And
I
that's what
like
it
my
is.
wife's pussy, and I don't like it when she doesn't let me have any.
Exactly.
So
Hey,
I'm
you know
gonna
the truth,
do
right?
what's
Hey,
gonna do. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to keep that access open.
Yeah,
Yeah.
aka the sneaky fucker game.
Or happy wife, happy life.
Yeah. And that's
I
what I'm
think,
saying.
I think
I've
most
seen-
guys in this space are guilty of it at one point, and now that we found the space, we try to avoid it as much as possible. And we
definitely.
still slip up into it from time to time, but that's because we're all, like I said, we're all feminists one way or another, as much as we don't want to admit to it.
Yeah, but I think when you're so much aware of it, because I'm very anti-feminist to the highest degree that I could be. But I've met a lot of men that will complain about their wives, and then when I take them backstage and I talk to them about it, they have the same complaints. They're like, "Yeah, you're right. Yes, Donald Trump and XYZ." They agree with everything that I say. But however, when they're in public and they're talking to their wives and they have other people, they will not say the truth. I mean, that's just the reality of it, but they know about it. These women,
So,
on the
like,
other
one
hand,
of the things
will
that I-
fight you tooth
So
and
one of
nail.
the things that I find the hardest to deal with when it comes to men
Mhm.
is that they are like they want to be like super anti-feminist, and I get that.
Sure. Yeah.
But then they mistake grace as feminism. And
Yes, that can happen. I've
I
had
have
that
a
happen to
real
me,
hard
actually.
yeah, I have a real hard time with that because God tells us in the Bible, the scripture tells us to be, to be gracious or
Yeah.
to live in harmony and with our wife, knowing that like they're the weaker vessel. So we gotta have to have a level of grace with them It's like they're not our eye to eye peers, and I think this is part of the problem with all this, like all these different like
We know there's
egalitarians. Like,
When it's also Glenn, it's also the same when women are a bit reserved, like that whole standoffish of I'm too good for you, don't talk to me thing.
Oh,
A lot of the time it's that, but sometimes it's also a lot of these decent women will also still be nervous and shy when you approach them. And a lot
Yeah,
of guys
and-
can mistake it for that as well, and put them into a feminist bucket with that as well.
Yeah, what I'm referring to is like, okay,
I know what you're referring to as well, but I just thought
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah, no, that's a
because
good
I've
point that you
noticed that a
made.
lot as well.
and it's like we don't realize that we're supposed to show them grace. Like I agree that men and women need to be, be accountable for their actions, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're equal. Since we're not equal in station, right? That means if I'm a general and I do something wrong that's against the uniform code of military justice, they should throw the fucking book at me. Like they
Never
should
do.
not give me no fucking, ounce of grace, right? Because I'm the standard, right? But the private, the E1 that's just going in doesn't know much. He's barely learning, right? Should they throw the book at him? Depending on the infraction, possibly in the severity of it, but not right out the gate. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, so
yeah.
I don't think,
like in practice.
but we don't necessarily see that when we see these situations that involving women. We just want it's like it's almost like nailing them to the cross, to the sense like, no, crucify them. You see those 304, those hoes, crucify those hoes. It's like, wait a minute. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but I'm just saying we need to have some grace here. Where's the grace?
Here's a question for you, Glenn. Who used to do this job? Because it's not a man's job. I know you know the answer. I can say
The
it out
father.
loud.
Well, it was the
Not
father's
the
job.
No, you're a feminist.
No, to raise their
No,
daughters
it's
correctly.
woman's job. Yeah, it's woman's job to police women's bad behavior. And
Oh,
here's
okay.
a-
Police.
here's
Yeah.
a-
Okay. My bad. My
here's
bad.
a funny
No, he is
question
right
for-
about that. Women
No,
will
he is.
only respect their fathers as much as the mother.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, look,
Hold on, AJ. Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
The mother
AJ,
undermines that. The respect there for the father is gone.
AJ, where's that shameless plug at?
Oh, I got a shameless plug right now. Because we're talking about grace, and Wraith actually talked about it a little bit on Saturday on the Dragon Ship, and I talk about it a little bit in my book that's upcoming with emotional durability, and I'm not calling it grace, I'm calling it like controlled vulnerability. That's like the times that you're allowed to show a little bit of signs of vulnerability, but you're not sitting there crying out to your wife. Same thing goes for her. You want to give her some grace. You want to give any of your male friends a little bit of grace, but when they start fucking up, then you start pulling back any signs of grace or vulnerability with them, and you kind of stone them out.
Hey, AJ, do you have a channel? Is it the Viking?
It's right there underneath my name. It says Arm Details.
Yes, he is the detailer. He will detail your car, or he'll teach you how to do it correctly.
The Viking detailer, right?
Yeah, that's my
Yes.
moniker. I go by on the Dragon Ship.
I call him my lucky charm.
The Viking cleaner. What the fuck?
Little
am I getting at?
midget.
No, Arm Details. ARM Details is my actual YouTube channel.
You guys do realize that most of the time the reason why women say they need more money to have kids or they don't have enough money to have kids is because of the lifestyle that they live. They don't want to give it up.
Yeah.
They don't want to stop
100%.
going out. They don't want to stop buying clothes and all these other
Well,
things.
especially if they've already
they
grown
do.
accustomed to it.
Most of it is around that.
Like, ask yourself who would be like, you know what? I want to downgrade my life because I don't have to. I just want to downgrade. Most people don't want to lose the custom with the lifestyle that they're accustomed to at that
Well,
moment.
I'm sorry,
Right?
but
They
you're
don't want to
here
go
as a
lower than
female.
that. They
I'm
only
an
want
outlier
every-
then right now because I'm
I'm
literally
sorry, but as
selling
a
my house
female,
to
you're
move.
here to give birth. If you're not giving birth, you're here to have children. Your goal as a female should be to get married and to have kids. And if
Yeah,
you're not
Jess
doing
is
that,
on
what
point.
the fuck are you here for?
Jess is on point. Look, can I ask a question to
100%.
Jess and Michelle, like the women on the panel here? Ladies, before you kind of had this red pill type of lens here of like kind of looking at the reality to a degree.
I
et
agree,
cetera,
Tweedledum.
Did you guys ever deny men specifically for the same reasons that a lot of these women like selfishly like, oh yeah, get the fuck out of here? Were you ever rude to men prior before kind of
You try to act like if these women were hypergamous?
well, that's what I'm
Boy!
saying. Like, did you have that experience prior before like your awareness of the situation? Like Michelle mentioned earlier, this was kind of her awakening when she got onto these panels. Did you ever kind of had those tropes of these ladies as well, like prior before? And we can start with Michelle and then get to Jess.
Are you asking me if I was like fed some like really bogus shit? Like pick
Yeah, did
one.
you-
Like
No.
pick something. I got fucking body positivity. I got fucking feminism. I got fucking
Wow.
purity culture. I got
Wow.
fucking all sorts of fucking
So you were
rhetoric
the
that I had to
works.
sort through, man.
You were the
Like, what do you
works.
mean? Huh?
You were the works. You were the works before kind of entering this panel space. You were like,
No. I was never. No. That's the thing. I was
Not when you were
never.
around Michelle. Were
Huh.
you engaged in it though? Not just was it around you, were other people doing it around you? Were you engaged in that, or did you
I
have
understand.
belief in that?
I'm getting to that. Like, yeah. I was the chick that like always loved men though. So it was like really easy for me to like fall into my space. Like when I graduated high school, people were like, "Oh, are you gonna go to college?" I was like, "No, I'm gonna pop out some kids." Like I was jazzed. I had 3 babies all in my 20s. And like I was about like raising the family. I did it in a very unconventional way. I did it my way. I totally tossed out like purity culture and stuff like that. So but like I said, like I'm not like a girl's girl where I hang out with other women. Like me and YouTube is like the most I've hung out with women in a man, and it has to be like in a man's space, and I have to be able to turn them off and stuff like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Jess, did you ever have that experience like before kind of having your awakening? Did you ever like kind of dabble into those types of like attitudes prior before?
Well, I can agree to the last thing that she said, that I don't really talk to women. And I've talked to more women here than I have in years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like it's usually one at a time, and for short periods of time, because any more than that, and it's a mess.
Okay. So like
Yeah.
in your previous dating, you never said like, bro, you were never rude to them because they were too short. You said get the fuck out of here. You never said any of that. Like, were you
No,
ever-
Yeah. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
didn't care much about any of that, but I did have, like, I grew up with a single mother.
Mhm.
And so I had the whole don't rely on a man. Like I grew up with that. Don't rely on a man.
Oh,
Make sure that you can support yourself and you're self-sufficient and
Right.
that kind of thing. But I always had conflicts with beliefs growing up. So I was constantly questioning stuff because I had things didn't make sense to me. Like I would see that 2 beliefs didn't make sense together.
Mhm.
So I was kind of around a lot of the same shit Michelle was saying. Like I saw a lot of stuff, from
Yeah.
women around me.
Right.
And when you're not engaged in that, like when you're not a part of it, but you're with women, you're around women, you kind of have to hide. You have to hide your innocence, which is a really weird thing that I think a lot of men don't realize that women are struggling with at the moment. Is that women have to hide their innocence within their groups because it's vicious.
Oh yeah,
viciously
definitely.
attacked.
Because women will shame you if you're not fucking oh, you're innocent, you should be partying, etc. And they shame these women for that. Yeah.
So I made up stories when I was in high school of like me having boyfriends and stuff like that I didn't actually have.
Wow.
Yeah, or like that I'd slept with people that and I'd make up random names of people that didn't exist and shit. This was when I was like,
Oh, did we lose her?
Yeah, I think we lost her a little bit.
Okay.
Shit, it's the Aussie internet again.
Yeah. Michelle, did you have the same experience more or less?
Like I will say, like
That's
I
that
definitely
Australian
had.
internet, you guys. That's normal. Don't worry, she'll be back.
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'm back.
I
there she
definitely
is.
had my moments of like, entitlement, and obviously the whole open marriage and my perspective with that. That's like going to a mall where everything is free for you.
I
As a
don't know
woman.
what I missed, guys. Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, Jess, do you want to finish your thought before we move on to Michelle?
I don't know where it dropped out for you.
You cut off like maybe 30 seconds ago. You were
Is the
stating
part
that.
where you said something about the Fonga or Fongara or whatever again?
Yeah, you were stating that you were in high school, etc.
Oh,
And,
about lying about
yes, yeah, about
not being a virgin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can go on with that, Jess.
Yeah, I made up a story about having a boyfriend that I didn't actually have. And stuff like that. So I could stop getting made fun of for being a virgin.
Wow. Yeah. That's horrible. That's horrible. And the pressure that they have for women to be sluts. But I wanted to ask Michelle. Michelle, did you have that same type of experience with like friends when you were in high school, etc.?
No, I was like so deep like into like the Christianity purity culture. I got like the opposite thing where I was pressured like severely to remain a virgin until I was married, and I ended up like kind of rebelling against that, where I was like, you guys don't actually give a fuck about what kind of sex life I have later on.
See, I was the opposite. I saw that much
Mhm.
DJ and shit that I completely shut down. Like I would make up stuff that wasn't true just so that people didn't really know.
And judged you. Yeah.
But yeah, I completely shut down. I was like, I didn't want a disease, to be honest. I was that paranoid. I was like, nope, I'm out of this.
Jess, can I just to give the other guys, like in New Zealand, in Australasia, I think in most of Oceania, we had a really big drive of that whole fucking scare us from sexual diseases. Like I can recall more than maybe 6-7 times that. More than that in school.
Well, listen, I mean, you guys would have like the worst scare of diseases out there. I mean, your freaking koalas give you chlamydia.
Oh yeah.
You guys
It's a
get the
different-
clap from your pet.
Hey, Glenn, you do realize it's a different strain of chlamydia that
I don't care. You get the clap from your pets.
bad.
Like, what the fuck? And you have to worry about these killer birds.
magpies.
They
Do
lost
you know
the
why
war
they're
for
so
fucking
stupid,
emus.
Bart? Yeah, they did. Do you know why they're so stupid? Like the leaves that they eat are so low calorie. They've optimized their brain to be a smooth brain because they can't, like, they don't get that much energy intake. And those fucking things are the dumbest fucking animals you'll ever.
Oh, they're horrible animals. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, why are these things even like? Why do they even
Why they're
exist? They're
alive?
horrible. Why?
Yeah. Australia is separated like from the rest of the fucking my OCD. Okay, so Australia is separated from the rest of the, what was it called? Gargantua, fucking one landmass. And that's why it's got such a unique thing. But if you ever come to New Zealand, because I'm guessing like that, it's like in New Zealand we had no fucking predators. Like you can come here and there's deer and there's nothing to hunt them, and there's this whole flora and fauna is all like separated from predators, and we got gorgeous birds, and kiwi birds survived here. You know what a
Wow.
kiwi? It's like can't fucking fly, and its egg is so huge inside its body that it's bigger than the rest of it. Like anyway, I'm done. Sidetrack comedy for biology. Yeah. Anyway, did I do the thing? I did the thing. I sidetracked the conversation. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself.
You did that, which you
you're
normally
good.
do.
Yeah.
You did you did your
You're good, bro.
normal thing, angry.
Comedy
It's
relief.
okay. But you know what? This time you didn't do it like while you're on a rant, upset about something. And
Yeah, it was like cute this time. Kiwi bird.
I think it's funny when he yells.
now, okay, for the record, can we all vote right now? Who does angry sound like?
Gru.
Yeah.
Sorry. That
Oh,
kind of just slipped out.
There was no vote necessary.
Okay, so are we unanimously saying that he sounds like Gru, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Voice
didn't
cell.
even
I'm a
come
voice
out
cell,
like
okay.
that quick.
Did you guys know about that? How incels separate themselves? You
Are you
guys just called me a voice cell. Okay, I don't have enough
Yeah,
space.
you know what, I agree. It's funny because you sound like a happy version of Gru. It's interesting.
Are you saying Groot? Hold on. Are you
Today.
saying
Only
Groot
today though.
Groot from the Guardians of the Galaxy? Groot?
No, Gru from
Not
Minions.
Groot.
I
Groot.
Minions. Groot. Who the fuck is Gru?
No,
no
think
idea.
Minions.
Despicable Me.
Despicable Me Minions.
Oh, I never
Yes.
saw those movies.
Steve Carell.
I'm not a child. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, you obviously didn't produce it either. Like you
I did
have
not.
children.
I'm not-
Yeah.
I didn't have children. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I
he,
didn't see
he,
the
he just
fucking
sits over there,
movie.
drinks beer, and says, "America."
America. Yeah, I'm all about America. All right. Trump 2024. It's all I'm fucking here to do. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see Despicable Me, so my bad on that. I thought you meant.
It's actually good. The first one is.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I need to have some kids. I need to pop out some children. Well, not me personally, but I need to get some
Hey,
women to pop
like,
out. Some
like I
kids.
said, you can only the men can like have more children.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
I
get to that.
officially question Jake's
Shut the fuck up, faggot. No. Shut up.
Look, he dyed the hair, he did the hair thing, and now he said he needs to pop out some children.
Shut the fuck
I'm
up.
just saying.
Pull out the Mitch cartoon. Glenn, please pull out the... Does it look like a Mitch?
Yo, man. I mean, yeah, I got the blonde hair, and it's not even
Oh,
blonde
fuck.
anymore, Glenn. It's like fucking gray or some shit. All right. It is what it is. But I'll get back to the brunette. Okay. So that way you can start calling me straight again. All right. That will please you. Glenn. Thank you.
I think it'll please
You gotta
everybody.
shave it all off, bro. Okay, like look, one shave. Oh, nah. Well, okay. Glenn's fucking Vikings shaved. He's shaved. If I show my head, I'm shaved. Okay, so buzz cut. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a rite of passage for the men of swamp. You have to have a buzz cut.
Yeah.
I took
I
it
got
before I
you.
joined this place.
Like us.
By the way, Glenn, your picture of Speakeasy in the background is fucking hilarious, bro. I'm not gonna lie, that is so funny. The
It's just a
you got of him.
screenshot. It's just a
I know it's funny, and I saw your video today that you did on members only with with what he's reacting to, what he made it look like. It's fucking funny, bro. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I don't know too much about it.
Dude, I don't follow him, and this is like a gripe I have with Men of Swamp. Nothing to do with Glenn or anything. Okay.
Right.
You get so many of these channels, and I spoke about this before, so fucking regulars are gonna say he's recycling, that just react. And what MGTOW had back in the day, and why so many channels and wisdom is lost, they had this, it was probably bullshit, but they had this thing where they would say what they gotta say, and then they would fuck off, and they would pride themselves on having original content because there was so much space to discover original content.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like if you start digging down deep, you'll see that a lot of these things have already been worked out. And yeah, it's just a gripe that I have, and nothing against Speakeasy or him. I'm just talking about the whole fucking blogosphere. It's like you can do it in a way where you're going to discover something new and have a conversation like we're having here, or it's going to be a fucking blood sport and they're going to be screaming at each other about the body count. If I have to hear another fucking debate about body count, like the reason I'll watch that is just to keep a pulse on what's happening. Like I'll watch a whatever podcast to see how it evolves so I can pick up a pattern.
Yeah.
Right. But it's like if I have to hear another fucking thing about body count when I've heard every single argument, religious, biological, historic, all this shit, it's like, bro, just fuck off. Or like, and then when
Body
you see
count doesn't
people-
matter.
Not for
Yeah,
men,
no.
but yeah.
Well,
It does,
I
by
always
the
say, I
way.
always say
The
body
man is
count
for men too, and I'll
does
give you an
matter,
argument,
but
yeah.
not to the extent that most people like to
Correct.
gripe about.
Correct.
Yeah,
'Cause
I mean,
here's
I
the
think
funny one
body
thing.
count
doesn't
matters
matter.
for women. For women, yeah, it does.
Let me take it to an extreme.
It doesn't matter.
Let
Wait,
me
are you
take-
saying that women that have high body counts, it doesn't matter, and you should
He's baiting.
still date them?
He's just being he's just baiting.
Okay.
He's just trying to see if he can set. Yeah.
A woman's body count doesn't matter.
Dude, now I know you're trolling. Go on, bro. Go on.
You don't
But
know.
like,
Well,
You don't know my new theory? I have a theory.
I
have a
believe that
theory.
Jane does
I have a
ultimately
theory
count
about
all.
it too.
Glenn's
How
actually
heavy
got
are the
a theory
bodies?
about
I'm
it.
muting myself.
Maybe Michelle, but no, not Glenn.
Glenn's got a
No
good
way.
theory about it. I've heard it.
But I think men's body count matters, and I'll give you the reason for this. Okay.
Oh, I like this one. This will be a good one. Here we go.
No, it'll be a reason because I'm gonna take it to an extreme. Like
I know. I want to hear it. I think it's going to be good.
Cool.
Let's hear it.
So if you look at porn stars, like actual porn stars,
Yeah.
and I've
that-
studied this a little bit, but I remember coming across this one guy who was pretty honest. and
How
he
did
said
you
he-
study it? I just need to know. You said you studied this. I have
He
questions.
studied the
I just-
positions, the thumbnails of the videos. Yeah.
To answer it truthfully, there was a series of black and white like this guy was filming all the degens of the world, and a lot of them were like ex-prostitutes or ex-adult stars, etc. And then send
This sounds like bullshit. I want to know the real
No.
story. How did you study them?
I'll find you a video and I'll send it to you. Like, don't dare me, okay?
Don't you send me that smut.
It's not smart, but what this person was saying was how a lot of the men who end up doing porn for a very long time can't get it up or can't get off with normal females anymore, and so much so that they end up going into really strange relationships. Like they would rather sleep.
Sure.
With,
I've heard that theory. Yeah.
yeah. So it's like if you take it to an extreme, or I'll give
Like
you a
from
book
the from the trans, they'll end
correct.
up
I
having sex
didn't
with
want to say
trans
it.
or
Yeah. Okay.
or
So somebody
men.
else went. Yeah. Somebody else went down this rabbit hole. So it's
Right.
like that's one of the arguments I would use to say, yeah, you know, a man will eventually his dick will run out. The shit will become
Yeah,
too
but
mingled.
that's
But whatever.
you're using an extreme example of
Yeah.
a porn star that has
Yeah, I
had
did.
sex
You have
with hundreds of women
Yeah.
to get to that level. Again,
Yeah.
the body count has to do all the way there. With women,
Okay.
psychologically and theoretically, a lot of these
So,
women.
sorry to interrupt, but Chrono comes in with a $10 super chat. He goes, he was in a lab coat and nothing else, doing
I was doing
studies.
book research like AJ. Okay, I was just doing research on fucking.
Uh-huh.
That is good. But no, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but I'm speaking in generalities where
Yeah, of
it doesn't
course.
matter to the general public.
An
I'm not
average
talking about
man
porn
can't
stars.
saturate that thirst. Like I'm not
Yeah.
disputing that. Like an average man can't saturate that thirst. But to
Yeah,
say that it didn't do damage would be fucking so stupid. Because
Yeah, but the
here's
average
a
man's not
question.
going to reach up to that corn star level. That's my point.
I'm
Like,
going to ask you a question I normally would ask a girl if I'm having an argument. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't. I avoid this question. Imagine you're a girl. What are you saving for your husband outside of your ass?
you're if I was a girl, how would I
Yeah.
answer that?
Yeah.
What am I saving for my husband besides my ass?
Yeah, because there was a chick on Fresh and Fit, and Viking might remember her, who was
Mhm.
like screaming.
I remember.
Yeah.
So I really remember a girl saying this in real life, saying like,
What did she say?
boy, everybody gets the V, but the husband get the A or something like that.
Oh, shut up. That's so stupid. That's such a dumb argument. Are you kidding me? She's saying, yeah, all the guys hit my vagina, but my husband can hit my butthole. That's what she's saying.
He gets both.
Oh God. Or here's a Fresh and Fit. How I love connecting this kind of shit. Like here's what Fresh and Fit would say. It's like
Yeah.
I don't want to take a chick to fucking Dubai, and she says I've been here. Okay.
Yeah.
So if I go and do something with my, or here's why it's a problem. A man has the same sex with different women. A woman will have different sex with the same man. Like you can string memes in here to prove my point, right? So, or if you want to go pop culture reference, what was it? This is one of my favorite movies to kind of piss apart. 12 Dates with some Chad, and then there was a chick in there who says a man only loves twice.
What
There's
was
some
romantic,
truth in that.
Michelle?
The whole thing's
I'm a
romantic.
hopeless-
Oh,
I'm a
Michelle,
hopeless
Michelle,
romantic.
do
If
you
I
agree
was
with
to
that?
put
Are you
myself
saying,
into a
yeah,
box.
that's right? I only gave my butthole to my husband. That's the romantic part.
He's fucking trolling. I didn't save any holes
Is
for
that what
nobody.
you're saying? Wow.
I didn't save no holes for nobody. And
Yeah, but
You saved jack shit in the holes. All right. Fair enough.
Shame on you, Michelle.
Shame.
When people say body count doesn't matter for a man, they're fucking coping because with enough bodies, clearly it matters. That's
Yeah, but
my
it's a
point.
general aspect of things.
Well,
Obviously, we don't have
most men do
that
get
she
tired
saved
of
her
banging
butthole.
multiple bitches after they get their fill. It's just how
Yeah.
life
Yeah.
works.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's like, why wouldn't you? Because here's a funny one. Like, if you talk to older couples, and this older chick I knew, but so I was maybe 19, she was like 28, 29.
Oh God, are we about to hear a
No
degen
degen.
story
No,
from
no
Angry?
degen stories. No degen stories, but she did recommend to me to watch Caligula. Okay, that's why I heard about that movie. Okay, I remember that. But what she said was like the problem that she had with her partner at the time, and she was speaking about this, and this is when the world's falling apart, okay? Like shit's breaking. So nobody knows about Red Pill. And she mentioned how she believed like you should say that kind of stuff because eventually sex will get boring. And she used her exact words, you can only run through so many sets of lingerie before it becomes boring. But now she's up to Caligula. Like I was smart enough to connect the two dots. Right? So it's like if you as a man satisfy all your fucking degeneracy,
sure,
with the rest of the bitches, are you stealing
You're
that?
gonna turn gay. Yeah, you're gonna turn.
No,
you're gonna turn.
not
turn
just
gay.
that. Remember how I said before? This is where I tried to call the accountability on both sides, right?
Yeah.
I asked the woman, like, are you saving your virginity for your man? Okay. Is the man saving his, let's work out what angle is the best? Okay, let's go through Kama Sutra with my wife, not with a fucking prostitute on a menu. They go, I'd like number 7, please. Like, what the fuck? So when men say, like,
so it's
oh,
okay
fuck,
if I do degen shit with my wife for years and go to Caligula, but
Yeah, I
not
don't think
okay
that
if I do it
matters.
with random women.
I'd say yes, actually.
Okay.
Like, I'll die on the hill. That's what I'm advocating for. It's like, if you're gonna bust out the handcuffs, why don't you not pay some bitch to femdom you? Why don't you go and do it in the privacy
Well,
of your home?
why am I having to pay? I've never had to pay.
I've never paid in my life.
What if I've just got multiple women?
Cool. And then it goes back to my original statement, which is like, do we want to live in a society or do we want to live in caves? Because if you're gonna live like a caveman, fuck it, I'm just gonna watch it burn.
Yeah.
I am
That's
strawman.
kind of a non
Viking,
sequitur.
okay? Is it? Okay, so let's go back to my original question. Sell it to a incel why he should work like he has a family when he doesn't, which is why we're in this mess. Like,
I don't
we
know.
gotta
Ask Fatty. Fatty's talk about this, and he actually
Fuck Fatty.
like coaches kids and stuff like that. Yeah, but see, the
Yeah.
thing is that he's got a vasectomy, he doesn't
Sorry,
plan on having
Michelle.
kids, and he actually benefits society. He coaches kids. I respect
Bro,
him for that.
I can't stand Fatty.
Still think he needs to lose weight, and people respect him more if he did. But because that's why he gets all that disrespect. But once again, I learned that the hard way. That's why I did stop being a fucking fat ass. Shout out to MLD.
Yeah, I've
Right.
never been fat.
Fatty needs to follow that advice as well, bro. But I am saying, like, as far as your perspective, where
I'm strawmanning. My perspective is way different. I'm strawmanning, but these are valid points that I'm giving. Like I am. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I get your point, but when I say generally, sex, massive amount of sex doesn't necessarily affect men the same way as women. I get you there. In other words, body count does not matter for men to the same degree as women in general. Like we've seen studies on this that when women, when it comes to pair bonding, when it comes about
Here we
6
go. I was waiting
partners,
for it. I was waiting for it.
Yeah, that shit goes down on a fucking massive level, around 33 to 40% of pair
I
bonding.
know.
When they have around like 6 partners, bro. Men does not have that same degree. However, if you're a corn star and you're banging a whole bunch of women like Hugh Hefner, sure, you're gonna dabble into homosexuality. I get you there, but we're not talking about the small percentage of men.
I went way left. AJ or Viking, do you guys want to discuss my theory? AJ, I'll let you do it.
Your theory, I cannot explain it as well as you can. I think it's the same one that Thor talks about, where the body count really doesn't matter. It's the people that she's been around that matters more.
Yeah, he's right.
Wait. So she fucked 100 guys.
This
What
is
does
what
it
I said
matter?
before. Game trumps all. And the thing is that there are some women that have more of a problem, like pair bonding, than others, but that has to do with like severe trauma and stuff like that.
Yeah, Apex Mindset goes over this very well. Like there is a way to get over that body count worry with women.
Yeah.
Wait.
And
Are
this
you
is-
saying from a woman's perspective or a man's perspective to get over that?
See,
Like there's a way for
Jake,
women to
Jake,
get over it themselves.
The
Oops,
thing
sorry,
you gotta
Viking, go ahead.
understand is that when Fresh and Fit typically talk about the high body count, a lot of these guys in the the MGTOW, black pill, red pill spaces talk about this. They're talking about that balance of probability, that it does lower her chances of being able to pair bond with you if you're like an average guy. But once again, if your game's on point,
never pair
your
bonds
health
with
is on point, you can overcome this. But once again, because it's a little bit more leaning towards the outlier type scenario where not all guys can do that, the average advice
this
is usually
is
given as just like
oh, this is
one
how I
size fits
explain it.
all.
This is how I explain it. All right, it's like this. If let's say this girl had like 50 bodies, right? And you're 51. If you are her best, because she's always going off of the best standard, right? So let's say guy number 33 was the best, right? And everybody before 33 were nowhere as good, and everybody after 33 so far is not good.
When you
So
say
let's-
best, do you mean sexually or do you mean as
Yes.
a whole? Like
I'm talking about,
sexually?
well, it starts from sexually, okay? So it has to start there because that's where the imprint is, right? That's the guy, that's the standard, right? Number
Sexually.
33, sexually. He took her to cloud 8, right? You're 51. You get with her. You take her to cloud 9. Like you bang this girl's soul. Like you are a soul fucker, not a soul snatcher. You're a soul fucker, right? In the sense of this analogy here. She have been imprinted on her to the point where she cannot see anything other than you. You are the standard. That's kind of like part of the alpha widowing phase, right? You alpha widow her, she's stuck. So they're concerned about like, well, her ability to pair bond and be able to rewire, you know, due to the dopamine receptors and stuff like that. They have shown that a woman that has like been imprinted on, so like in that way, has no problem pair bonding. It's when you are not the best and you're the average guy that she could not very memorable, that then you're the one that she'll struggle with pair bonding with.
But Glenn,
she'll ask herself if you do stuff, she'll ask herself the hypergamous question: is he the best I can do, and can I do better?
Yeah.
And if the answer
we're
comes
talking about
back
sexually,
yes,
Viking.
Yeah. And so this is my argument of why body count does matter, though, because it shows that she has a history of making probably risk taking and making bad decisions. That is like one of the main things when it comes to pair bonding. When it comes to a high body count for women, it's not. I mean, not saying it's not the sex, but it's the fact that she's willing to risk herself, you know, take that much risk sexually, exposing herself to diseases, pregnancies. I know that's the real argument of why I would have a problem with it.
Right.
Not so much the fact that she would not be allegedly won't be able to pair bond, but it's because of the poor decision making habits. That's the real issue.
So that's why higher body count is actually a problem then. Because the average
it is. But I'm saying it's not because of the lack of being ability to pair bond. It's because of the bad choices and the risk-taking behavior that she exhibited. That's what I would say is the issue.
It shows that individual female is one of those, because once again, all women aren't the same. Remember, the people say this all the time about Fresh and Fit. They're not all like that. It's just like, yes, there is a bell curve, so to speak.
Right.
So a woman that would engage in high body count behavior rather than doing like what Jess did and just like lying, does not just leave me alone. I don't want to deal with this bullshit. I'm not into that. You know, that's the difference in the mindset, you know, and that does change depending on circumstance.
Right.
But once again, that's where women just they kind of pick and choose.
Can you explain to me, how does that explain how high body counts on women, like 50 to 100? How does that
I just use
matter?
that. I just use that number as an arbitrary number. I'm saying what it does matter. I'm just saying but what matters. You guys are so focused on her ability to pair bond. That should not be the biggest thing that you're worried about. It's this woman has opened herself the risk of her. She opened herself to 50 different dicks, you know, and could have caught 50 different diseases. Damn, this bitch is crazy and, you know, taking a lot of risks. You know, that's not necessarily a good mate. A woman is supposed to be more, they're more timid, right? There's more standoffish. They're not, you know, taking those crazy ass risks, right? I don't want my wife taking some crazy ass risk running in the middle of the street to go get a rolling egg or something. I don't know. Like,
Glenn, have you read a female romance section?
Oh yes, I read your guys' pornos.
I mean, like all risk.
But see, that's
Garden
fantasy.
from
That's
Nancy Grace.
fantasy that they're not going to actually ever do, but they want to vicariously live out through the reading.
Yeah, that right there is the eye opening for me when I read My Syria Garden by Nancy Friday. Like, you girls are fucked up in the head.
Right. I'm like,
Glenn, maybe I'm an
I've
art
had girls tell me themselves. So once again, it's you know, one of my mentors, Sterling Cooper, right? You know,
Sterling, good guy.
He knows the ins and outs, literally, of the porn industry. So,
but Sterling's a good example. Like this guy, he didn't affect. He's banged thousands of women. He's still on track of how his mindset is. He's not gay or anything of that nature. Again, that goes back to what I'm saying is that I think body count affects women on a higher degree. I think
it affects them
Yeah,
differently.
it does. It affects them differently.
It affects
Because,
them differently,
men and women are
but
not
not
the same
necessarily on a
again.
higher degree, though.
I think it is a higher degree though. Look at
Well,
Sterling
no,
Cooper.
there's different side effects. So because
Mhm.
women that do engage in that high body count behavior, once again, they're not a best bet.
Sure.
It's like that correlation doesn't always prove causation, right?
Right.
So in this case, trying to just assume that the reason why the body count is bad is just because of like a biological pair bonding reason.
Well, there's
That
multiple
but what
reasons.
Glenn's arguing is that that's not necessarily the case because she could either still be able to pair bond or not be able to pair bond depending on other circumstances as well. It's not a one size fits all solution.
But Viking,
it's a
if we're
good
talking about the
indicator.
average, yeah, but if we're talking about the average man and she has 100 bodies on her and she wants to think sexually, the average man can't